NBC. And everyone on cable news is yelling at me. And there's only one place in this whole wide world I wanna go. That's down underneath the place in this whole wide world, Mar-a-Lago. So call up the tower and tell my wife and son, have the taxpayers fuel up my Air Force One. Put in place my press embargo. Gotta be left alone to fun and sun in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will someday. Well, the senators and congressmen are all telling me what to do. How am I supposed to know if any of the stuff they're saying is true? Sure, I like to get on the mic and gin up the crowd, but I'd rather be on the tee where those folks aren't allowed. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. Mar-a-Lago, oh, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. And it makes me feel like I got a real big penis, playing golf with retired baseball stars. And it makes me feel like I got a real big penis, but everything is gold, even the toilet bowl. Mar-a-Lago. And on Saturday night when Melania's fast asleep, I tiptoe to the only room where I really wanna be, and I crawl into that beautiful king-size bed, and I snuggle between my true loves, Ivanka and Jared. And then Sunday comes and my boss tells me we gotta go back home to the haunted mansion where pretty soon I'm gonna crack. But for now I guess I'll play my part in this puppet show and keep dreaming of the weekend where I could play in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some folks say they know it will. Mar-a-Lago, oh, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some folks they say they know it will. Washington, D.C. And everyone on cable news is yelling at me. And there's only one place in this whole wide world I wanna go. That's down underneath the Florida sun in Mar-a-Lago. So call up the tower and tell my wife and son, have the taxpayers fuel up my Air Force One. Put in place my press embargo. Gotta be left alone to fun and sun in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will someday. Well, the senators and congressmen are all telling me what to do. How am I supposed to know if any of the stuff they're saying is true? Sure, I like to get on the mic and gin up the crowd, but I'd rather be on the tee where those folks aren't allowed. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they.
It's my show, ding dong.
Hello! It's November 29th, 2024. I'm Left Hand Stu. Got some breaking news. It was so big I even remembered to change my bumper before I turned it on. See, it's already up to date. I don't even have to change it. Hello! Welcome, welcome. I'm Left Hand Stu. This is the news. And if you're Canadian and you've been living under a rock, you don't know this, but basically everyone else in Canada already has been watching the flight patterns furiously. As about maybe around, I guess, 4:30? I don't know who the first person to notice it was, but people started tracking Can Force 1, which is CFC1, which is the identifying tag on airplanes that are carrying the Prime Minister. People started noticing, where could his plane be going? Heading to Miami, not Miami, to West Palm Beach. People guessed right there, which is the right next to Mar-a-Lago. Earlier in the day, Prime Minister was in, or like this morning, Prime Minister was in PEI, announcing the 4th province to join. And I was going to do stuff on that. We were just going to have a light night. I was going to play some Stardew Valley. We're going to talk about school food, maybe get into, there's the stuff on the GST, but that's all out the window because after he did the press conference in PEI, he flew back to Ottawa real quick, picked up a minister. We didn't know. I think we now know for sure that the minister he picked up is Dominic Leblanc. That was the scuttlebutt I heard. And when people started noticing that he was like on his way, the PMO went silent. You were getting nothing out of him. Like, I was talking to staffers I know who work in like cabinet. They couldn't get it. They didn't know. Yes, no, I saw House File, but I think it may have been confirmed before then. I don't know what the timeline is, but it's been confirmed now. Just like I don't know who the first person to spot it, but like because it's all been happening really quickly. So yeah, he's on his way to meet with Donald Trump. Apparently him and Leblanc are having dinner. I'm not the first person to say it, but if you're bringing someone from the cabinet to go match Trump's energy, and I am not comparing LeBlanc in personality or anything, but as far as like charisma bonus, like if they're D&D characters, and you've got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And charisma is how well you do with people. Trump's, I think we can all agree, Trump's got a +5 charisma bonus. It may not be the charisma you like, but it still hits. That's not a value judgment. LeBlanc for sure has the charisma bonus to match and like go toe to toe with Trump, especially in like a sort of a dinner, as the dude they send to the parties who has observed a lot of the ministers in social settings. LeBlanc's got the juice. I think Trump will like LeBlanc. Yeah, they're having dinner at Mar-a-Lago. Everyone was joking that they're like, oh, is he going to make him eat McDonald's? Which I think Trump only eats that when he's not either in Trump Tower or at Mar-a-Lago. Because I assume there he has like, they like design all of the menus to be like things that Trump will eat. So it's like well done steaks and French fries. They're at Mar-a-Lago. Oh,
following his last
friend of the show, Kate
conversation
McKenna.
with Donald Trump, saying it was a good conversation.
This will make Trudeau the first G7 leader to meet with Trump.
We'll stay on top of it. I know you will certainly, and we'll check back in with you throughout the evening. That is Kate McKenna in our Parliamentary Bureau, starting us off on
in
the
a social
news.
setting.
For
Absolutely.
analysis on this, let's turn now to
like LeBlanc. Like he will not get like Trump. I think has the kind of like charisma and force of personality where it will like consume anyone else's like aura or psychic presence. It like the reishi he's giving off just nullifies anyone else. But I think it's, or like what's a good term? This like who, if you watch One Piece, they have equal level of conqueror's hockey that will allow LeBlanc not to faint. What's a good? I'm trying to think of a good way to. Where's a good one? Find a good One Piece clip to give my example. This will be what will happen when LeBlanc and Trump step into the same room. This is Trump. This is what Trump does when he walks into Mar-a-Lago. This is full screen subject. In this analogy, LeBlanc's Luffy.
what does the Prime Minister need to do to leverage Canada's strength?
Yeah, Luffy's LeBlanc. That's his charisma. They're having a hockey charisma battle.
Right. I mean, I think overall, the Canadian government needs to sit down not only with Trump but with people across the board, right, in whatever becomes the Trump administration, and also with governors, to have the conversation about the integrated supply chain, about how obviously, even though the U.S. is the bigger partner, the more powerful, the more, I
don't know if I have any good LeBlanc.
They still need us, and so we still need to have those conversations. But I don't think that this is what tonight is about.
Because it's hard to describe, because it's not like you wouldn't get what I'm talking about by seeing like, though you could sort of get a feeling for it in like question period stuff, because he's pretty good. But like I don't know what the exact nickname it is for him, but it's basically like he's the cabinet's garbage man. If you've got a goddamn mess or a problem on a file that needs to be taken care of, or if Trudeau's got a problem or a mess on a file that he needs cleaned up If he needs someone to take out the trash, they put Leblanc there. That's why Leblanc is in the file he is now.
Is this a sign of strength or weakness that the Prime Minister is traveling to meet Trump, essentially, it seems as though, on Trump's turf?
Right. I mean, and again, this is so unusual. I don't think it's a sign of weakness on the part of the Prime Minister. I think he's trying to negotiate. I think he's trying to be diplomatic. He's taken Minister Leblanc with him, and so he's got this, the sense that like we're coming to you as members of the Canadian government. We're talking this through. We're talking about the public safety piece, and I really think he's trying to
let's
nip in the bud.
Is this a thing of strength or weakness? Like, I think we just got to be honest about where Canada sits on the totem pole in the relationship with the U.S. We're a bit of a, like, I don't want to say junior partner, but like, if it comes down to it, we're going to them before they come to us, sort of thing. I don't know about kiss the ring, but, and I don't know if he's gonna kiss his ass, but I think like it's like look at the type of dudes that Trump seems to he likes his big like jocks, he likes his big guys, and he likes really handsome dudes. And he likes musicals. I think because it's like this is like all that blowing all that smoke up Dominic, not LeBlanc's ass. Not to say that I think like Trudeau will do okay there as well, because we've seen how they interact before, and Trudeau has this. He seems to weirdly like Trudeau. You guys remember like when they first met? That was not like Trump. And like there was that thing where I think when they're on the phone, like Trudeau was, I think, reportedly compared Trump's comeback to Pierre Elliott Trudeau's comeback as Prime Minister, which apparently really works. I think Trump really liked Pierre Trudeau, which again, when you think about Trump and who Trump is, and you think about who Pierre Elliott Trudeau was, not surprising again. So, like, this is gonna be very interesting. Like, I'm gonna keep Truth Social open and keep refreshing Trump's page to see if anything comes up, because that's gonna be where all the gold is. We know this for sure. Though he hasn't posted in 20 hours there. This is my promise to you. I will always volunteer to look into the abyss and be tied to the post with my ears unblocked while you all row safely in oblivion. Or oblivious... bliss? I don't know. Oblivious bliss. I don't like how that sounds.
Border between Canada and the U.S.
And talk a little bit about, you know what I want to do is.
Oh wait,
zoom
there
out
was
here
a
little bit, because I have talked to several people who aren't confused by tariffs. Tell us what tariffs are, and
since
what
we are
really
super
they do.
just desperate for content, here's the video of him arriving at West Palm Beach, Florida, the motorcade. It's very funny how cloak and dagger all of this has been. Yes, that will be it. What socks is he wearing? This is what the whole nation wants to know right now.
But in practice, what tariffs, especially tariffs of this magnitude, would be to
nation waits with bated breath.
All sorts of goods. We correspondent earlier mentioned things like potatoes. There's also things like paper, timber, lumber. These would be the sort of tariffs that would dramatically increase prices across the board for Americans. And so
how would I get any? There's got to be like
quickly.
people, because it's like a public golf course. So there's got to be like people posting
Behind
videos and
this
stuff.
play by Trump.
I'm not sure. You know, it's tempting always to look at Trump's actions like this and say, "Oh, is there some sort of, you know, 11
I hadn't heard that.
grand
Like, is this
going on
post
here?"
the election?
But I think
'Cause that
it's
would
also
be
entirely possible that
smart.
somebody whispered the word tariffs in his ear during this campaign, and that led him.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a private club, but I mean, like, it's not like a hyper, like, there's just people who are just normal people, but just, like, are rich enough to pay for a membership. Like, you can just, like, you can buy a membership, and you don't have to be, like, so, like, I mean, like, it's not like it's, like, it's good, there's gonna be people posting social media videos, is what I'm saying.
I don't even know who you are.
Who just followed? Whoever that was, thank you. I appreciate it. Ment the Mage? I was trying to figure out if that's Menteth the Mage? Menteth Mage? Ment the Mage? I don't know. More importantly, he's nominated more like, well, that's good. I mean, that's what you sort of, that's kind of what people have been I guess, like, if they can't get the Supreme Court, might as well stack all the rest of it. At least 15 of them are black. There you go. Some representation on that. Just trying to see, because it's like... Mar-a-Lago. Director of the OGE. Just screen cap. Oh, that's pretty funny. That is a pretty funny move. To just appoint people to screw up Trump's cabinet appointees. Yeah. See, this is exactly what this is the, oh my good googly moogly. This is please let this be real. I don't want to do fake news, but this is, because I feel like this is just like confirming all of my prior suspicions about what the food at Mar-a-Lago is like, but apparently this is the Thanksgiving meal. Oof. I'm assuming that's the turkey? I don't even know. I can't even... I'm not even going to try and hazard a guess what this is over on the left. And then this is... I want to say cornbread, but that's a sponge. You can clean... This is for when you have to clean your plate after you've eaten the rest of the food on the plate. You use this to clean it up. I don't know. It's so big. It's massive. And, like, what is this carrot? Why is it like that? Because it's like... It's just a little bit too big to be like a baby carrot that you could, like, eat in one bite. And even then. This is what Trudeau's going to be eating tonight. See, this is funny because it's like they just have to. I'm doing the exact same thing. It's just like we just gotta fill time. This is the story we're covering. We have nothing to report, nothing new to update you on. So let's get some professors on to speculate about what this could mean. All right. Well, let's just watch. Yeah. I laughed because the one they used when he first got elected, I thought was just foul work. Where is it? It's gonna take me a while to find because I'm now gonna scroll back to like November. Oh wait, no, I don't. Yeah, this one. I think this was it. Yeah, this was the one. I thought this was very funny. So this was their post from right after he got elected. Enhance. Enhance. Oh, enhance. Enhance. Oh, that's as far as I can enhance. Because it's like I don't know if they put like a helmet on him, because it's just the bottom of his earlobe in this one. The top of his ear is not, but they got the bottom of his earlobe. So I don't know if they like put a hat on him and just cannon it, like hit him with a cannon or something. I don't know. All right. We'll switch to QP for a bit. All right, what else do we have? Because we've got at issue, or wait, is the pulse panel up yet?
Oral questions?
The honourable member for Wellington Walton Hills.
Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada just released data showing a sharp decline.
I don't even know if they did a pulse panel.
Quarter. This is the 6th consecutive quarterly decline. This is a made-in-Canada per capita recession caused by government that stubbornly refuses to listen
how they use
to
czar.
everyone, from
it's
the
so
Bank
funny.
of Canada to private sector economists. So when will the government start listening to the experts, heed common sense, and start cutting taxes on investment, energy, and income to save Canadians from this collapsing economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
But that'll probably only slow him down for the first term like it did last time, because then he just
Madam Speaker, our country's GDP
gets a new one when that
growing.
guy's...
On that measure, though, specifically, we exceed GDP per capita by leaps and bounds compared to the UK, to France, and Japan, Madam Speaker. That is World Bank data, and that is IMF data. On the issue of tax cuts, which the Conservatives love to talk about, Madam Speaker, yesterday they had an opportunity to cut taxes for Canadians, all Canadians, and they said no. They showed who they are, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton.
How difficult has this period Madam Speaker, last month, National Bank said GDP per capita has fallen by about 4% cumulatively since 2022, which is unprecedented outside a recession. And now the economy is threatened with 20...
Oh, wait. We can just rewatch Power and Politics.
Okay, we want to start the show by showing you something we're tracking that we believe could be a significant political event happening on this Black Friday.
Going back in time.
This is Flight Tracker. That red plane you see right there, that is the Prime Minister's plane, CanForce One, on a direct flight path. Were the premiers told anything? What are your thoughts on what is unfolding here?
No, I don't know if he's on the plane, if he's going to talk to...
What? Oh, I love live news television when there's like a story is breaking. And like my favorite example of this was, I forget what the flight was, but it was the one that just sort of disappeared. And there was just like 2-3 weeks of nonstop coverage on CNN of that missing plane. And it got to the point where, like, I think it was Don Lemon who just on live TV genuinely asked, like, a serious academic, could it have been sucked into a tiny black hole? And like for the whole 3 weeks, it was like, oh God, here it is. Yeah, Malaysian Airlines.
What if it was hijacking or terrorism or mechanical failure or pilot error? But what if it was something fully that we don't really understand? A lot of people have been asking about that, about black holes and on and on and on and all of these conspiracy theories. Let's look at this. Noah says, what else can you think about? Black hole, Bermuda Triangle. And then Desi says,
This was just someone's tweet that they sent to him. What if it was black holes or the look how many people, and I forgot.
Like the movie Lost, and of course,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. 1 in studio, 6 via satellite. Could Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 have been sucked into a black hole?
They're also referencing the Twilight Zone, which is a very similar
universe, so we know it's not that. Bermuda Triangle is often weather, and Lost is a TV show.
I don't know what's more insane, that he asked it or this lady's giving a straight answer. Like, genuinely, like, bless her heart. She's genuinely engaging with the question.
So right. I think I always like things for which there's data, history.
And the thing that always broke me was there was like they'd come in with breaking news. They'd hit that breaking news bumper every 30 seconds. Every time they came back for commercial. Nothing was ever breaking. The plane was still missing. We knew nothing. We never learned anything. I think maybe once they found some debris in that entire time. That's like my mini, anytime someone brings that up, I lose it.
President-elect Trump or not, but what I do know is to protect Canadians and potential sales tax.
Right. And also to send a check for $250 to people making $140.
On this, or is it, here's our terms, here's what we want, now come back with something that meets it?
Yeah.
The Liberal government will always keep
even though it's not perfect. So that.
And I think we may be getting a break in the logjam next week. So that they may be negotiating something so that they can do the the default economic statement, I think, in the estimates. And the trade-off will be that they'll allow them to do like a couple of opposition day motions, like I think 1 each or something. It's all still being, this is all nothing. Don't take any of this for gospel, because like that has to get to Monday, and some of these things may not. They could break down in the next hour, so anything can happen. But that's what I've heard, is that we could see a temporary break so that they can do, I think, the fall economic statement later in the week, and then some opposition day motions, which would be this new opposition day motion that the Conservatives have brought forward, which you gotta hand it to them. That one's like, I don't care if you don't like the Conservatives. You gotta hand it, or even if you're pro NDP. That's a good bit, what they've done with this this new opposition day motion that they may be putting forward, or it is an opposition day motion, but also confidence motion.
That was our reasoning, and
I think they're going to ask Davies about it.
But you say, yeah, it does apply to a lot of things, but this community says
for kids and to have an impact, Dave, internet bills.
Moving ahead with opposition days. And it's another non-confidence motion.
And that's why we supported it last night.
Okay, the Conservatives, who you've criticized for their vote against this, they've got a motion on the table that could come to Parliament.
I don't know. I think to the general population, whatever amount would actually be paying enough attention to the House of Commons to even notice. Because that is probably, that's not a judgment. That's just true. Not a lot of people care. But if they know about it, and you explain it to them, and it's like, this is a confidence motion. We have literally just used the words that Jagmeet Singh has used to describe Trudeau and the Liberals. And now we're like, and things he has said about them as to why they shouldn't be in government anymore. Yeah, okay, that's fair. There is quite a few people who I've already probably lost.
As soon
Who
as
like
next
they're
week,
not
should
listening anymore.
there be an agreement that holds on the moving ahead with opposition days. And it's another non-confidence motion in the government, but this one with a twist. It uses your words, not you, again, your leader's words, from when he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement when he said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. The Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure unions have no power, which is what Jagmeet Singh said in relation to the using of the Industrial Relations Board to end some work stoppage.
They got this idea from Aaron O'Toole. I can't prove it. I have absolutely no evidence. But this was literally what Aaron O'Toole said Daniel Blakey did to him on the Uncommons pod. Where Aaron O'Toole said something like, you really care about your constituents or something, to Daniel Blakey at committee. And then Daniel Blakey took those words and used it into a householder. Literally, I have no proof, but 48 hours after that clip goes semi-viral, I don't even know if it's 48 hours, 24 hours, whatever. They can write pretty quick at the OLO, at Poilievre's office. Holy, that's Nate.
It's my show, ding dong.
Wait, wrong
It's
button.
my show, ding dong.
Ah. Where is that clip? Does anyone have that clip? But that's what they're doing. I have no evidence. It's just one of those, like, sometimes I have like a that's so Raven, like, just moments of insight, and it's just touched by like the ET finger hitting my head, and I'm like, I get it now. That's what's happening, and I don't even know if. Oh, here it is. Wait. No.
You remember Daniel Blakey. So Daniel
yeah,
Blakey is now a senior advisor to Premier Wab Kinew. And he was on committee, I think, with us and the Public Safety Committee.
He was, yeah, before he got kicked off.
And I think, yeah, by the Liberal whip for working with me on things, for being free thinking. But Daniel was the NDP member, and I think it was when we were having the bill to unionize the RCMP. Remember? The Bill C7,
C7,
I think?
Yeah.
And at one point, Daniel, who was sort of there really parroting some of the lines from one of the unions that wanted to form the union for the RCMP, right? Because this was going to be a huge new union. So in my remarks after Daniel had dominated the meeting, I said, Daniel, you do a fine job, representing those people, and I'm sorry to butt in here. And I was just trying to be polite. He took my comments and put it in his householder.
You do a fine job.
Prominent Conservative MP Aaron O'Toole says Daniel Blakey, quote, is a strong representative. And the former Liberal, the Conservative MP that Daniel had beaten in 2015 sends me this email saying, why are you praising Daniel Blakey? And I said, I'm just nice to people at committee. And I thought
funny.
that is very clever politics. taking your opponent's quote from Hansard and putting it in your householder. You remember
they did it.
Daniel Blakey. So
It's
Daniel
genius.
Blakey.
I mean, I can't. Wait. I could do that tweet better. Nobody like it or look at it yet. Doesn't count if I immediately delete it and do the joke better. Okay, wait. There we go. I got it. That's pretty, see? I mean, it was already pretty smart, but I mean, I can't even prove, and but it's like, that went out yesterday morning, 9:57 a.m., and the podcast has been out since like Monday. And then they did this today. What is that? Something Hawk, Propter Hawk or whatever? Just because it happened before doesn't mean it's like it caused the thing to happen. Is that what that means or whatever? But really feels like it.
Caused by lockouts and interrupt the bargaining process.
Sometimes it's like, this is my design. I'm mind hunting. I'm mind hunting Sebastian Skamsky right now.
And that's all in a preamble to a
ad hoc
confidence motion
ergo
that says,
propter hoc.
therefore,
Yes.
the House agrees with the NDP leader, and the House proclaims it has lost confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. They are moving non-confidence using Jagmeet Singh's rationale to get rid of Justin Trudeau. What is your party going to do when that comes to a vote on the floor of the House?
Well, we'll wait until that's tabled. I mean, opposition motions are generally, they table 3 or 4 at a time, and then we wait and see which ones they move forward. I mean, this is obviously a political ploy by Poilievre. Look, all of the Conservatives' confidence motions really are just so that they can get to the day where they can cut all of the programs that Canadians need. You know, the NDP has used our power with our 25 MPs, this Parliament, to get dental care for 9 million Canadians, to get pharmacare that'll bring contraceptives and diabetes coverage to another 14 million Canadians. And of course, the Conservatives, we know they're going to cut those things. So, we're not going to do anything to hasten the Poilievre Conservatives' desire to get to that point where they can remove this, which will cost Canadian families, by the way, thousands of dollars a year.
Right. So you're going to vote against this, Mr. Davies, even though it is using Jagmeet Singh's own words as the rationale here? This is a question I asked him when he launched this criticism at the Trudeau Liberals, when you ended the supply and confidence agreement, that what are you going to do if they bring it to the floor using this? We're at this point, which is, he more or less said was hypothetical at the time. It sounds to me like you're going to vote no on this just because you don't want to give Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives what they want, just because they're packaging it in NDP rhetoric?
Well, I think Jagmeet Singh has been very clear that we will not support any conservative motion of non-confidence because, again, they just want to
Send
get
him
to
my
the point
tweet,
where they
Nathaniel.
can, cut the programs that Canadians need. And the NDP
Also, give
fought
me
for
his
the last 2.5
contact.
years.
Give me his cell phone number.
What we did say is that we're in the House of Commons to work productively on a case-by-case basis. We've torn
Get
up
me in
the
a group
confidence
chat.
and supply agreement, as you said. And that means we're going to take every measure proposed by the government on a case-by-case basis and measure it against one lens, and that is, does this help Canadians or not?
Erskine
David,
Smith?
right now, politicians use exaggerated terms all the time, but I think it's real to say we have a housing crisis, we have an opioid crisis, we have a climate crisis, we have an affordability crisis, and Canadians want us to be in the House of Commons addressing this. The Poilievre Conservatives have paralyzed Parliament for the last 6 weeks, putting their partisan.
Also, it would be so much easier if they could just straight up be like, yeah, well, we hate Poilievre more than we hate Trudeau. Because that's basically it. That's what it comes down to for the NDP. As much as they dislike the Liberals, they'd rather see the Liberals stay in power than give Poilievre what he wants. And that feels like almost a larger motivator for them than anything else.
An interest above the interest of Canadians, and the Liberals
no worries, Nathaniel.
Documents about their misspending, millions of dollars of misspending to hide the political gains to the Conservatives and Liberals.
But you don't think it'd be politically embarrassing for you to vote against a motion crafted entirely from your leader's words?
Well, you have to look at the substance underneath it. I mean, it's just a ploy by Pierre Poilievre to try to get to the point where they can cut our dental and pharmacare. We can see through that a mile away.
Don Davies, NDP finance critic. Going to be an interesting week next week. Thanks for your time today, sir.
Thanks for yours, David.
Okay, so the Conservatives are going to maybe force that.
Well, they may not have power, but they got a lot of leverage right now.
Our party insiders are back to discuss whose words the Tories are using. They're Jagmeet Singh's. They're going to use his own words against him to try to force that early election. We're also tracking the Prime Minister's plane, which seems to be about to land in West Palm Beach ahead of a possible meeting with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. We'll keep you up to date on all of that.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Nathaniel, and
on the 50th
I have to
anniversary episode of The Fifth Estate.
We're going to find the stories that matter to Canadians.
be neutral, so no comment on that.
He came up to me. I thought he was going to bomb me, frankly.
At Canada's premier investigative series.
You have to be optimistic to survive in this business.
The Fifth Estate, tonight.
Be right back. Commercial break. Who is that
Most affordable EV.
So we're going to get to our party insiders in just a second, but I do want to bring you up to speed on what we talked about off the top of the show. You can see here now that the Prime Minister's plane has landed at the airport in West Palm Beach.
Go, boys!
And I can tell you, based on my reporting and reporting by our Washington correspondent, Katie Simpson, that Justin Trudeau is on that plane. He is on his way to Mar-a-Lago, where he will have dinner with President-elect Donald Trump tonight. This is something that the Prime Minister and his office sought out. They're happy that we're able to make this happen. And Public Safety Minister Dominic Leblanc is also part of the contingent of Canadian officials who have traveled to Florida today with the Prime Minister so that they can meet with President-elect Trump. Now, this, of course, comes in a very difficult week when Donald Trump put on his social media feeds on Monday night that he would slap a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States from both Canada and from Mexico, unless those countries made efforts to stop the flow of people and fentanyl across their borders. This caused extreme urgency amongst the Canadian and American and Mexican business populations, and of course amongst political circles here, leading to a First Ministers meeting between the Prime Minister and Canada's premiers on Wednesday, and now this unplanned flight by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So not unplanned, unknown flight of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Public Safety Minister Dominic Leblanc to Florida to meet with Donald Trump tonight to talk about this. Okay, lots to talk about with our party insiders. Melanie Richer, she's away this week, but she's joining us through the magic of technology. She's a former communications director for the NDP. And here with me in the studio, we got the St. FX guys, Greg McEachern, a former Liberal ministerial staffer, and Fred Delory, a former Conservative campaign manager. Okay, not really how we plan to start the show or deal with the show today, but this is what happens. We're in the world of news. Greg, the Prime Minister, Dom LeBlanc, I'm going to assume Katie Telford's probably there as well, the Chief of Staff. Do you know anything about this and what is going on that you can share with the class?
I don't know much more that, and I thought I was going to have a bit of a scoop until you had the confirmation that Dominic Leblanc is with him, which I think is a smart move. I like this. It's kind of a grab the issue by the lapels. Go right into, I can come up with more cliches, belly of the beast. But if you want to send a message that you're serious, this is what you do. And we know that other people have done this. We've seen media figures, politicians in the United States, politicians from other countries go there and do this directly. Smart to bring Dominic Leblanc. The Prime Minister and Dominic go back a very long ways. And also, Trump seems to have some appreciation for family success. And you can point to Dominic's father being in Pierre Trudeau's cabinet, being the Governor General, and then Dominic,
I didn't know that.
A successful politician
or maybe
on his own.
Dominic
I
LeBlanc's dad
think
was
if you're a certain Canadian premier, you're probably happy the Prime Minister is doing this because it's going to take some of the coverage of their embarrassing behavior and initial reactions this week away. And I would just say, I hope nobody is going to be stupid enough to hate this because Justin Trudeau
he's
is
not.
doing it.
He's not.
And if I see something about how much the flight
petty
cost,
about it at all.
or the fuel, or the fact that he's going to Florida in November, wouldn't that be nice for Canadians? I bet you.
Greg, you know I've already put in a FOIA, right?
I will nominate.
Me and Brian Passafume have already FOIA'd for how much this is going to cost.
I'm just letting you know because he's already he's thrown down the gauntlet here.
I'm assuming Brian had it in like an hour and a half before I had it.
Fuel against if you can get a 25% tariff threat taken care of, right? So look, he's there. Dom LeBlanc's with him. You know, probably the best political operator in the federal cabinet, the Minister of Janitorial Affairs. He cleans up all of the messes.
Oh, that's
what it is.
Of
the border, which
Minister
is
of Janitorial
is really
Affairs.
about. So what do you make of this move by the Prime Minister on this Black Friday?
Yeah, it's interesting, and hopefully it's a Black Friday because of the holiday and not because of what comes out of this meeting. It's an interesting time where Trump did this on Monday. In 5 days,
is there going to be a massacre?
Trudeau was missing in action in many ways. There was the premiers were stepping up and
everyone at Mar-a-Lago is dead
in the U.S. and trying to pull something together here.
They're calling it Black
Prime Minister
Friday
was then pushed
at
out
Mar-a-Lago
with the premiers earlier in the week. But it felt like there was a lack of leadership at the top. That we keep talking about Team Canada. There needs to be all united, all working together on this. But there's no one actually leading it. There seems to be an absence there. So him going, maybe there's something positive coming from this, and we'll have to see what comes out of this.
But Mel, I know the criticism was there didn't seem to be a frenzy of action from the federal government. But you go back to Trump 1, it was we only respond to actions, not to words, because there's so many words. Now, 25% tariff are fighting words, and you have to respond to that. I mean, what do you make of where this is now that we know that Justin Trudeau and one of his most trusted ministers are at Mar-a-Lago this evening?
Right. I think it's probably a bit of a sign of relief. To Fred's point, I think the whole week this week, folks were kind of wondering, well, what does this mean? What does it mean for our jobs? What does it mean for our supply chains that are so connected? And I think that has a lot of people worried, whether, it's a worker or it's somebody running a corporation. I think folks who saw President-elect Trump's words on Monday, to your point, there's a lot of words sometimes, but that would have a massive impact. And it would also have a massive impact on the United States. So what that message is, I agree, the stepping up of premiers in.
And now I'm getting not paranoid, but conspiratorial. I forget who asked it, because I thought it was a weird question to ask, even in the context. I think it was on Wednesday when Poilievre did his press conference about the GST. I think it was Wednesday, or was it yet? My goddamn. When was that? Whenever he did his press conference, I'll look that up. But when he did his press conference, it was sort of responding to the GST stuff. He was asked if he was going to visit Mar-a-Lago, and I was like, I would have thought if anyone would have made like a visit, it'd be like Jamil Javani, and he'd like meet with JD Vance, because then they're like old friends, and then you don't get like a whole. There's no like news cycle about is this appropriate, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I haven't been invited. So I was like, was there something already in the ether then that there may be an invitation or someone was traveling down there? Because a lot of it's been very cloak and dagger.
Coming soon. how
Sorry,
does
we're
this
gonna
change be a
skip
condition?
back. I should probably
And it
pause,
would also
not
have a
just
massive
mute.
impact on. Right. I think it's probably a bit of a sign of relief. To Fred's point, I think the whole week this week, folks were kind of wondering, well, what does this mean? What does it mean for our jobs? What does it mean for our supply chains that are so
Was it on
connected?
Wednesday?
And I think that has a lot of people
Yeah, it was
worried
Wednesday.
whether
No, it was yesterday.
it's a worker or it's somebody running a corporation. I think folks who saw President-elect Trump's words on Monday, to your point, there's a lot of words sometimes, but that would have a massive impact, and it would also have a massive impact on the United States. So what that message is, I agree, the stepping up of premiers in the contrast of not really hearing much from the federal government was perhaps, depending on which side you were, it was maybe seemed a little bit chaotic and not necessarily the approach we should be taking, but at the same time, at least it was something. So I think folks who are seeing the trip today.
But I don't think it's her
agree,
bird. She's at
Minister
the
Leblanc, that was
CBC
a smart
studio.
person
She's
to
just not
bring,
in
likely.
Ottawa.
But at least it's something which is
Whose
which
bird?
Is
I
good.
thought so.
And
Where
the
is the
fact
bird
that it
noise
wasn't
coming from?
publicized, probably not.
Is it
not
from
by
like the
accident
live
either.
feed of Palm
Probably a
Beach?
little bit of strategy there, which. Again, a little bit reassuring and not necessarily something that we've seen that proactive from the Prime Minister in his office as of late. So maybe a little bit of, okay, something is maybe working here that we can trust that maybe something is going on behind the scenes more than what we've seen.
I don't have a
look,
bird.
The radio silence could also be a condition from Team Trump too, right? We don't know yet, Greg.
Everyone else is hearing that bird, right? It's not just me and Nathaniel losing our minds, right? I feel like if I had a bird that like especially the ones that can like mimic like sounds, like if I had a parrot, I think I would do great with a parrot. Cause then I just wouldn't be talking. Then I wouldn't be talking to myself. I'm talking to the parrot.
How that all came together, and so finding out that backstory is going to be interesting. But
I don't actually. I live in a makeshift living
have
room.
Ideas, and then events happen.
This is not
we are. I know
up
they
to
were
code
getting
bedroom
ready to do a fall economic statement. We don't know when that's going to happen. 25% tariffs affect fall economic statement quite substantially if it were to come in.
This multi-million-dollar
there was
studio that I'm
discussion
in
of a cabinet shuffle coming
has
soon.
low ceilings.
How does this change things? I mean, what's your sense of just how greatly the return of the Trump has just changed some of the internal planning for this government?
Well, I want to be really clear, and I've been in rooms where this has been repeated off the record, where this government has been planning for both scenarios, a Harris win or a Trump win. And I know I've spoken to people who are not necessarily big fans of this government, but will confirm that, have been consulted. So there was preparation on that. But the old, I think it's Mike Tyson's line about everybody's got a plan to get a punch in the face. The 25% tariff was a bit of a punch in the face, but you have to also weigh it that it was on Truth Social, which I don't even know how to find. I think it was late in the day. So, how seriously do you take this? But, yes, I think time passes differently, for this PMO. And to Fred and Mel's point about what they saw.
That didn't sound like a compliment, Fred.
I didn't mean it as one.
Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't misunderstand.
We'll be clear. But the thing is, the vacuum on that was filled by premiers saying a couple of really dumb things. Doug Ford sounded hurt that, like it was a family member stabbed me in the heart. I don't think.
Yeah. Whose tweet was it where it was like, America, we need to solve the problem at both of our borders. We're putting on 25% tariffs. Doug Ford, you calling us Mexicans? It was like, what do you, Doug?
A lot of Canadians,
Dougie boy,
approve that. I note the ad issue panel.
Run that past the
comms
person.
Premier Chemtrails, Premier Smith, did kind of a bit of a U-turn on, from her earlier.
Also not a compliment.
Nah, that man's got his heart is strong as an ox.
President Trump, and I think there's an issue where. We have gotten so used to politicians ratcheting things down, or ratcheting things up, taking the level of discourse down, that it's a standard where you can just,
shall we say, youthful endeavors were probably like his heart training in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Another nation that's really going to hurt us economically. I think there was a bit of a record scratch moment there.
Well, your heart was beating normally. His was beating 1,000 times faster than a mortal man's.
Saying it was insulting to compare us to the Mexicans, which a lot of people said, where are you going with that, Premier for it. But Fred,
That, like,
Bob
the
Canoe,
levels of a Super
made
Saiyan
a very
3.
pragmatic point that we're not going to argue. Our
Yes,
way out
exactly.
of this.
That's the
So
block.
the country's got to do something
There
to
you go.
satisfy Donald Trump, or we're going to live with an unhappy Donald Trump. And Andrew Fury, who was on the show this week, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, basically said it's hard to have a plan for chaos. Because all along we were talking about a 10% tariff, maybe a 20%, and suddenly it's 25%, and it's linked to fentanyl.
Expect the unexpected.
What did you make of the way the first ministers conducted themselves leading up to
Asshole,
this
that's not
plane
helpful
ride
advice.
to Mar-a-Lago?
Right, well, they were filling a vacuum that was created by the federal leadership being absent for the last number of days. And it's funny, we were talking about, the Liberals having a plan. They haven't had a plan in years. They've been basically, the NDP has been driving the policy, and they've been just running the day-to-day affairs of government.
Brett, I feel like
There's
you're
been
holding
no
back.
planning.
Like,
The
you
GST
really
thing,
get at
that.
them.
Just came out of nowhere.
It's like the NDP
Don't take
became
it easy on
management. They became the management class
They're
of
the
this
chairs,
thing.
they're the board of directors of the government. It's a strange thing, world we live in Canada right now in our political system.
And you guys said the NDP doesn't have any power.
But the premiers
the Liberals'
were stepping
board
up.
of
They
governors.
weren't getting anything from the government. They're worried about this. It's going to impact industries across this country, and they're hearing it from their stakeholders. They're hearing it from their constituents, and they need to step in and fill the void.
But nothing justifies, at the Canadian border, nothing justifies a 25% tariff. I mean, the data of it all is so small. So, I know there's some frustration even amongst at the First Minister's table, at the Premier's level, and up, about what Danielle Smith said in particular when she said, Donald Trump's right on a lot of this stuff. I'm like, well, is he? It's up to the U.S. to stop people from illegally entering their country. Canada can intercept some drugs because they're illegal on both sides of the border. But people moving around, it's not the Canadian, they didn't stop their people at Roxham Road, right? The U.S. didn't.
Right. It was a big problem when we had people coming into Quebec through there.
It's just sad that his brother's passed and they can't do the fusion dance and become Rouge Ford.
And that was a major hole that took forever
quadruple
to
their
plug.
powers.
So there's no question. There's premiers out there talking, and we may not like what they say. We may like what some of them say, but when there's an absence of leadership at the top, that's what's going to happen. If the prime minister is
that makes Brian Lilly his Piccolo.
presenting
Brian
a plan,
Lilly is Piccolo.
and leading the way, I'm sure people will follow if it's a good plan and if they can buy into it. One of the problems is Trudeau has such a terrible relationship with so many premiers that it's going to be a major challenge for him to do this.
Well, I mean, that's a two-way street, right, as well, in a lot of cases, right? I mean, to be fair. And that's what I wonder, and Mel, I'll get to you in a second, but Fred, if you have a plan, knowing how bad the relationship is with some of the premiers, can you lay it all out to them, even in private, and not have it get out and leak out and compromise your position?
Look, I think the premiers are very worried about what the impact is going to be on their province, and I think there will be a team approach if leadership presents a good plan. But that has to happen. And again, this is not we talk about the Liberals. I don't think there's much of a plan here. I think they are on the seat of their pants. They've been doing it for years, and we'll have to wait and see what comes out.
Yeah, well, look, there has been a bit of a scattershot approach to things. Mel, we were going to talk in depth about that.
Well, here's this. What if them not having the plan or not having a plan is the perfect plan for dealing with the chaos that is Trump? Because why bother planning? Why bother planning on how you're going to respond to the 25% tariff? Because if the dinner goes well, it's gone. It's fairy dust. If it goes bad, it's 50%. What are you going to do? They undercooked Trump's steak. It's 75%. They forget to play YMCA. And I don't know, he nukes Regina.
The GST stuff.
What are you going to do then?
Get to now because of what's going on here. But what is your sense? I know publicly they weren't saying much, but the Team Canada thing was relaunched back at the cabinet retreat in Montreal, and people have been making trips. I don't know how close they got to Donald Trump's orbit, though clearly they'll be in it tonight. I mean, the lack of public
we got some viewers
demonstration
on
of a
YouTube.
plan
Hello,
doesn't necessarily
YouTube.
mean there has been no plan. I mean, what's your sense of it?
I guess I'm of two minds on that, right? Like, I do media training all the time, and I tell people no comment is a comment. You're choosing not to say something, right? And
Thank
at a
you,
time
Melanie.
where you're seeing an announcement like that, and I hear all the points of, these are just words until they become actions. But that's pretty terrifying to a lot of folks who
No comment
either
means
rely
you
on
don't
work,
have a good
rely on,
answer.
again, those supply chains.
Or
We're
you do
so
have an answer,
interconnected
and it's not
that
good.
It's really hard to understand for a lot of what we rely on, where it starts and where it stops. So that's pretty worrisome to a lot of folks. So I do think that there is a way to talk about process. There's a way to talk about some of the things that you're doing without, telling all of your secrets publicly, or without upsetting, the incoming American administration. But there has to be something that you say. And kind of on the flip side, the premier's filling up the vacuum. I think somebody needed to tell people something. The only problem is, it's kind of popular sometimes to punch down. And I think the trend of wanting to dunk on Trudeau or to say something negative just to say something negative because it's popular to do right now. We've seen this a little bit. We talked about it on this show as it relates to India and other things. And on this stuff, it's too important, right? It almost feels a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? Like you're working against Canadians, you're working against Canada because you don't necessarily like the Prime Minister, which I don't think is helpful either. So I think I think it's just super important to be thoughtful in the way that we're having these conversations on something that will have a real impact on people.
Yeah, I mean, Mel's got a point there, Greg, in that, just because someone's low in the polls, it doesn't make their behavior any better or any worse. If they're high in the polls, the polls, public opinion polls are one thing, a standard of behavior and performance should be sort of.
But it will
removed from
change.
that. But, it
no, but
touches on
that's
a
the
challenge
thing is
that,
it's never removed from that. It is the context by which everything they do is judged, or at least the lens.
In voting attention, but the country trusted that government to deal with it. I don't know if they have that right now, based on where things are.
Politics
and
is
the politics
inherently
of the country
unfair.
are far more fractured and angry, and this is going to be an enormous challenge for them to navigate.
There are no refs,
when
so
they,
don't waste your time appealing to
dealt
them.
with Trump the first time. They had help from across
there's
the
a
spectrum.
speaker,
Brian
but like
Ambrose,
that's
James Moore, Brian Topp.
Not the same.
Thank goodness.
Kind of
Canada
sometimes,
had Brian Mulroney at that time. I have to, I don't like to say this, but, some of the people that could be involved that might be able to help with this, they might have second thoughts about assisting a very unpopular administration if their political careers are not complete. And that may not mean that they want to run again. They may want to advise a government. They want a future government. Mm-hmm. And to Mel's point, it's really easy. It's really easy to punch down on this, but at the end of the day, you're just punching yourself in the face if it's going to hurt your country. And if you're a premier of a province or you want to be prime minister, it's the people you represent that will be hurt, not your political party.
So, Fred, on that, and sorry, if you see me on my phone at home, I'm not rudely ignoring our guests. I love this panel. I'm trying to find out stuff. So I'm trying to work as a reporter while also being a talking head house cat here. Fred, I just wonder your thoughts on that. Like, the Team Canada approach is what everyone talks about, and it's a little bit of a cliche in some sense, but it's an absolute necessity when you're dealing with a country as powerful as the United States and a president as unpredictable as Donald Trump, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, do you think the political climate is such that it can happen in a truly meaningful way? Like, maybe they're slow out of the gate, but they've had the first minister's meeting. He's going to have dinner at Mar-a-Lago, so there's forward momentum here. Do you think everyone can pull together? I'm not yet
Not
sure.
a Zoom
It's
meeting.
going to be incredibly challenging. Go back to Trump 1.0 that we talked about. He was a year in, Trudeau was, when Trump was elected. He was over 50% at different times in that year in the polls. He had the political capital. He had a fresh government. When you're in government as long as they have been 9 years, all you do is collect enemies. It happens to everyone who's at every level who's been in for a long time. And that's where they are right now. There's a lot of bad will with the premiers. It's a lot of broken trust. There's a lot of issues there. It's hard. They all do have to get together. I do hope that, the Prime Minister shows leadership on this and that it's a good plan and the premiers buy in.
But I want to push back. It's not just, like, let's be fair. Some of our premiers have said some really dumb things, not just on this, but, you know, on climate change, other things. You know, it's broken trust. I don't think sometimes there was trust or good faith to begin with. And I think, you know, it's great and easy to call out the Prime Minister, but at the same time, if we're going to be really fair and have a smart conversation, and what I saw in the last couple of days was, you know, some smart reporting, some smart journalists, some smart columnists actually do what David just said about, you know, challenged Trump's assumptions about the border, about fentanyl, about guns, and, you know, Canada versus the United States or Canada versus Mexico on this. So if we dumb this down and make it very, very political and just say, oh, you know, the premiers have been hard done by, well, then they get a pass and they're not being accurate, and the people they represent are not getting an accurate story.
Well, I don't think that's what they're. It's not about. It's not about them being dumbing it down and talking that way. It's about coming up with a plan and showing, you know, we've got this. We're going.
Well,
we know
I think the first plan is 25% serious, or was this a post?
I mean, who knows?
That's
right?
where they have to start.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's what the Prime Minister and Dominic Leblanc are going to find out.
Yeah, and look, part of the problem, Mel, is as Wab Canoe says, because I think he kind of nailed
Hey, Kingslayer.
Like, we're not
How's it
gonna
going?
be able to argue our way out of this,
Good.
right? Like,
we're doing
Trump
the
was talking
journalist
about
thing
tariffs,
where there's
even
breaking
though every
news, and we're waiting for the thing that we know is going to happen, but we don't have anything new. So we're just killing time. Just filling air. Or if you haven't heard, Trudeau's going to Mar-a-Lago. He's already there. Having a dinner with Trump. So yeah, so we're just it's an exciting Friday night.
Be a response
whole nation
in some way that
refreshing
satisfies
Truth Social
his
and
instinct that the border is a problem, even if
watching
the data says
flight
it isn't right now.
trackers.
Yeah, and it's hard. How do I say this without sounding crass? But it's hard to talk facts when facts aren't really being believed, right? So I think some of the strategies that we saw last time hopefully will be employed again this time. The speaking up from those different state legislators of this is exactly how you're going to be impacting our folks, our people, if you go ahead on this, and some of those business folks too.
I don't
pointing
wanna
to the supply chain and pointing to the fact that, you know, you're building a car. Does it start here in the U.S.?
We do. We give them so much
Our
crude
supply chains are so interconnected
for them to
particularly
refine
in those
and then
border towns,
sell
that it
back
really
to
is
us.
hard sometimes to figure out where it starts and where it ends. So all of those impacts, hopefully that kind of strategy of, I think I saw something about how Trump was talking about how tariffs needed more PR or something, but it's almost like you need to explain on the other side, right? Like you also need to talk about how the real impacts of what those will look like, not just on you know, the U.S., a big trading partner for the U.S., but on American people. So hopefully some of those strategies that we saw deployed last time will be deployed again this time. And there's always that really powerful voices from those state legislators. So hopefully those same kind of tactics.
Our oil
and
is
that's a really
sour?
good place for premiers to
I've
also
never heard
be
that.
spending time doing and having those conversations. So hopefully we see that both from obviously the Prime Minister and the federal government, from folks on the team that they assemble, whether that's at the province level, the business level, at the workforce level, but definitely saying that message and sharing that with folks who can add that pressure stateside will be really important.
Okay, I just want to catch you up on where we are. You can see there a live shot on the side of the screen of Mar-a-Lago.
Oh yeah,
and we're
because we're getting it all from the tar sands, I think. So yeah.
Telling you that because Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made an unannounced and unpublicized trip there today. His plane has landed at the airport in West Palm Beach.
Because we have a ton of crude, but yeah, it's all of that stuff
the chief of staff is there, and also Dominic Leblanc, the Minister of Public Safety, and they will be going to Mar-a-Lago for a dinner and a meeting tonight with President-elect Donald Trump. This, of course, comes 5 days after Donald Trump on his social media feeds posted a threat to impose a 25% tariff on all products coming from Canada into the United States or or from Mexico into the United States unless Canada and Mexico made significant changes to enforcement at their borders to deal with what Trump says is a dangerous national security threat in the form of human beings and fentanyl flowing across the borders. Now, there is a significant volume of both people and drugs coming
Kamala's
into the
on
United States
Truth
at the southern
Social.
border. This is a well-documented problem. There has been an increase in people from Canada into the United States, but it
incredible suggested profiles to follow. Look at this. Where is it? Trump, JD Vance, Kamala, Devin Nunes, Tyrus Smash, that guy's on Fox, Tucker, Donald Trump Jr., Dan Scavino Jr., Shaw Ryan, don't know who that is, Daily Wire, Janine Pirro, John Rich, don't know who that, Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Breitbart, Cat Turd, Heritage Foundation, Jim Caviezel, Andrew Tate, Eric Trump, Louder with Crowder, Tommy Tuberville, Coach Tommy, Glenn Beck. Good Lord. This really is like... This makes all of the like hand-wringing over Blue Sky being a an echo chamber so much funnier now. My God. Incredible. Let's follow Tucker. I have to follow 3, so we'll do Vance, Tucker, and Trump.
only amounts to about 7% of the contacts that U.S. border officials report in their data. And in terms of drug flows, they have only seized about 43 pounds of fentanyl coming from Canada to the United States compared.
Oh my God, they're called truths. The posts you make are called truths. And your, like, default, like, image, like, you know how on Twitter when you'd first make an account before you made it, like, it used to be an egg? Theirs is a bald eagle. There's live TV. Oh yeah, I forgot about, because that's like, that's what, this is what Charlie Kirk show started at 8 p.m. Glenn Beck's got a show. Incredible.
To more than 22,000 pounds of fentanyl coming from Mexico into the United States. So it's a symmetrical threat to Canada and Mexico in terms of the 25% tariff for asymmetrical problems. And now Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of the country, has gone to speak with the President-elect, clearly to get him to change his mind. So, Greg, look, we've talked about what the Prime Minister is going to do. We have a reporter friend, Josh Wingrove from Bloomberg, who is assigned from the White House pool to be at the President-elect. We're hoping to connect with him in just a little bit to find out what's going on there. We talked about the Prime Minister, the Premiers. Let's talk about the opposition parties for a second. I struggle to see a world where Pierre Poilievre asks for a spot on Team Canada or is offered a spot on Team Canada. What do you expect? I mean, he is the most influential politician in Canada right now in terms of driving political narrative and conversation. I don't think there's any real dispute of that. What does the Conservative leader, his caucus, and he personally need to do in the next little while to help with this? I'm assuming he wants to help avoid a 25% border tariff. What can they do?
Well, I referenced earlier that the premiers kind of did a U-turn in terms of the ones who were kind of initially supportive or agreeing with Trump. They, I think, got a message really quickly that the people who put them in power weren't really happy with that response. Mm-hmm. So what the leader of the opposition has to do is figure out if he wants to stay with the tone that he always has, everything's up for criticism. Is the calculus for him that there is some downside if the Conservatives are seen not to be supportive of this? And I mean, if I was advising him, which of course that would never happen, but he's got somebody in his caucus like Ed Fast, who's a old hand,
former trade minister,
mm-hmm. And considered to be well liked, and I'm probably hurting his career right now, but well liked on all sides of
He's
the
retiring. He's not excellent.
But well liked on all sides of the house. If you wanted to do some sort of gesture that you are a Canadian first, there are a couple of people. Randy Holback has been working on Canada, U.S. What the review of the deal would look like. There are some people there, some smart people in his caucus that he could rely on.
So Fred, what do you think? The response we saw when Pierre Poilievre, I think it was Tuesday, I think it was in Halifax still for the Nova Scotia election. I watched it on News Network. He came out and said we need a nonpartisan response to this, and proceeded to say that the nonpartisan response was end your emissions cap, cut the carbon taxes, basically implement Pierre Poilievre's policy.
It was policy decision, yeah.
But I get it. Everything is a political opportunity, but this is a governing situation now, right? And this is where I remember when he shook Joe Biden's hand. He said, "I'm the leader of." They believe it was Her Majesty's loyal opposition at the time, because here the opposition is loyal. How does a loyal opposition show support?
Sloan, I just saw your tweet. I'm thinking, should I start streaming on Rumble? Because there's apparently a separate section on Rumble just for Canadian politics.
To account, to challenge them on what they're pushing out and what their positions are. In this case, we talk about could they work together. There's no way the Liberals are going to be open to it, and there's no way the Conservatives are going to be open to it. There's no collaboration here between that. I just don't see that happening. We are also going into an election year. This is not like Trudeau go back to
and I could probably, because I think I have room for one more
stream
that I could run
again,
from
very popular. He's now at the,
my OBS.
Could be 3 months, right? We just don't know.
The polls in the next few months. Yeah. So this, and at the same time, we have to look at our own country in terms of the election and what we're talking about.
I just don't want a bunch of people showing up who's going to yell and get mad,
complicated
say a bunch of
for the government and the official opposition
stuff
going into
in the comments.
This, where a new U.S. government is taking hold.
But how do you do the calibration there, though, Fred,
between politics
and, for lack of a better word, patriotism, right? Because whatever you think of this prime minister, he is the prime minister at a time where you need the prime minister to succeed. Because if this fails between now and January 20th, what a mess, right? Now, I know they try to press everything for their advantage. The Conservatives have been, Pierre Poilievre is the apex predator of the House of Commons. And I don't say that as an insult. This is what he does. He goes in there and he leverages every opportunity for his political advantage. But if he undermines the prime minister on the Canada-U.S. front, he undermines the country on the Canada-U.S. front between now and January 20th, because that's the deadline, right?
But it's about putting forward what he would be doing as prime minister. It's not about undermining the current prime minister. We have, in Canada, I've seen the polls where the majority of Canadians, most Canadians, think Pierre Poilievre is the best to take on Trump.
Sure.
We are in the situation. We're going soon. I think we can all, we're not all going to admit. I'll say Conservatives are going to form government in the next year. Let's get this over with. Let's go now. Let's have this election. So that we can
Valley
have
category.
Maybe the Liberals will win. Maybe they'll pull it out and they'll be in power, and then they can go and deal with this new administration if they're reelected. But hanging this out here for a year with a lame duck government does not help our cause.
Right. But Mel, on this, the deadline is January 20th. That's the inauguration. Mm-hmm. There is, I know the Conservatives have a rather smartly crafted confidence vote coming next week using Jagmeet Singh's words against him. All the stuff he did when he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. They've baked that into a confidence vote. They're going to dare him to vote for it, though Don Davies said, we're not going to play the game. We'll vote against it. But there's unlikely to be an election between now and January 20th. If there was, it wouldn't really be over, and the transition wouldn't be complete by January 20th. So we have to, you have the government you have, whether you like it or not.
Did we just stop streaming for a second there?
And you want it to work, or else the economy goes into an absolute abyss. So how do the opposition leaders, who all want to take Justin Trudeau's job, calibrate their ambitions with the necessity of working for the country right now?
Right, and I have to. You kind of have to put not that to the side, obviously, and maybe my friends in the studio, you'll call me naive for saying this, but like at a certain point, like why is it that you've come to Ottawa? What is it that you're trying to do? Why do you want to become prime minister? You want to do those things, hopefully, because you want to make people's lives better. You have a vision of how to make our country better, and in this interim, if you're putting that at risk, I don't know. I don't think that that's a good thing, and I think we've seen the bad instinct of the Conservatives to do that the last 2 weeks. I think we saw it with the housing accelerator and saying, if you're mayor in one of these.
Oh my God, the Gateway pundit covered
covered
Trudeau at the
we don't like the Prime
Swift
Minister.
concert.
Fine. We saw it with the GST this week. We're apparently looking to help you with your costs, but we're going to vote against something that's going to reduce your costs. And then the same thing, like with the tariffs and the relationship with the incoming American president, you got to be careful. I hear your point, Fred, that
some of you youngins may not remember
his
the Gateway
goal is
pundit.
to be oppositional and whatnot, but this is pretty important. You're not
that's
going
very
to
funny
an
to
election,
me.
David, to your point, before the 20th. At a certain point, there are things that you kind of need to maybe zip it a little bit or give your ideas to somebody on the side, and maybe they're not going to do that, but I think if they were wise and if the Liberals wanted to kind of put them in their place a little bit, I would see if there is that opportunity to see if there's something that they can do on the sideline, because again, this is a really important moment. It's not a moment that we can mess up, really. And if you do want to be prime minister, prove it, show it. You haven't really proved to us that you're a statesman, like that you make a decision in the best interests of people instead of the best interests of yourself. So I would give that for food for thought for Conservatives right now. It's kind of too important to put yourself first. Particularly, we've got 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is an opportunity here for Pierre Poilievre to show a different side of himself, depending how he approaches. But I want to show something that we think is going to happen as early as Monday, because the Conservatives do plan to try to trigger a vote of confidence next week. Their previous attempts have failed, but this one takes a different approach, as I was just saying to Mel. The Conservative motion uses the NDP leader's own words. Back in September, Jagmeet Singh said the Liberals are, quote, too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Can't imagine that was ever going to come back to haunt him. Now Singh will have to vote on whether he supports his own statement and whether he does not have confidence in the Liberal government. So Mel, just your thoughts quickly.
You just had to, hey?
Yep.
Just had to ask this question.
Well, your thoughts on the tactic.
Gotta.
Also, in this moment, should tactics like these confidence motions be employed, given what is on the table from the man in Mar-a-Lago right now?
Right. I think right now confidence motions are not the best timing. And I would also say, if you put aside a little bit what's happening south of the border, also what's happening here, the measures with the GST, I think those things are important to pass. So giving relief to folks in the next few weeks would also be important. As it relates to the motion, maybe two thoughts there. Cute writing, for sure. I like what they did there. Good news for you, David, that they watched the CBC and they took your idea. And
well, it was so obvious when he said it. Mel, didn't you think?
Oh, for sure. But I also think it's kind of cute that he thinks that this is going to work. I think Jagmeet, is going to laugh it off and is going to say, we are not doing what Pierre Poilievre wants because it benefits Pierre Poilievre. We're going to do what benefits people, and this ain't it. So is it cute? Is it a moment? Fine. Is it something that people are actually paying attention to and will be trying to hold Jagmeet to account for doing when he's the one pushing for actual measures that are helping people? I don't think so.
So, Greg, what are your thoughts? I mean, the Prime Minister is in Mar-a-Lago. He's meeting with the President-elect tonight. I mean, Parliament comes back on Monday, and very likely because they've got to get these opposition days in before they can get to things like supply, which there's $21 billion in spending for programs that are
and
needed.
Also, there was a bit of
these tactics.
Kamala thing that happened after Poilievre
became there was a fantastic prediction by you, my Friday boss,
where there was a bit of a retconning on the way that we had always pronounced it.
All of a sudden, this feels like
it's
time for an adult conversation, and we're watching Schoolyard.
Which again, you're allowed to say this is how I would like my name pronounced. That is
but it also goes
entirely your right.
That polls tell us are upset with the Prime Minister, are tired of the Prime Minister.
But it was very funny that there was a bit after Poilievre we've all sort of settled on Poilievre. But after he got elected, where you watched people sort of like struggling to find a consensus on how we were all going to pronounce it, because there was some Polyvers. I think Greg McEachran, he does this guy right here. He still says Polyver a bunch. There was one video I saw where it was like an Australian politician who said Poilievre's name, and I can't remember how he did it, but I remember it was very funny. Because it was not only was it was a completely new pronunciation that I had never heard before. It was just also Australian, which, like, credit to the Australians, like, the funniest joke in the world is going to be funnier if it's told in an Australian accent. It's like Irish or Scottish. English, depending on location in England, where the accent just sort of inherently lends itself to humor, at least in my view.
Tuning out the prime minister, but also there's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. Every
Send me
time
the
this government does something.
So it's like Poilievre,
the default
Poilievre.
is it's stupid.
Some people will put a little bit extra French mustard on there and be like Poilievre, and they'll like pronounce that R at the end. I think we've all sort of decided that the R is silent at the end there.
There's a mistake. Let's, there's, and again, like I've kind of enjoyed this conversation about the GST cut in that it's, and you see a lot of people saying this, people saying again and again, the government needs to do something. And then they do something, anything. And then it's pulled apart and and there's so much more time on this. And yes, it's the federal government than some of what the provinces have done. I noticed the Prime Minister in a press conference this week, either today or yesterday, talked about who this was aimed at. And he said he talked to people, 26-year-old, 36-year-olds, and says, there's never anything there for me.
I mean, it's Canada.
And my friends of mine, I'm single by choice.
You could argue maybe we disproportionately care what the French think.
We joke about how every time there's a federal budget, there's never anything for us. And there's a lot of conversations from the NDP about the disabled and seniors, and I get that, but there are a lot of programs for those groups and other groups.
I don't think you're supposed to say the disabled anymore.
That fit, the $250 check. And but why is the Prime Minister telling us that after the fact? Like, where was the the preamble that kind of warmed us up? This is what we're trying to accomplish here.
So, Fred, just getting back to this motion, though, right? Like, do you go ahead with that, knowing what the country is facing, knowing what the government is facing, and the time limit that you have? I mean, tactically, I assume you think they will. This will be the thing that happens next week.
The sooner Pierre Poilievre is Prime Minister and dealing with Trump, the better. He's going to be Prime Minister within the next year. He's going to win the next election. If we keep delaying this, we're putting in a lame duck government, or we have a lame duck government. It is going to there's whatever these negotiations
Greg went
are,
to Professor X's school for gifted Nova
Scotians. It could happen
Scotians.
in March, April, May. Now I'm hearing the NDP are likely to support the budget, and maybe October next year. And then we're going to have a reset with a new government that then has to start afresh new. The sooner we get this over with, the better. And it's all, but it's their
He's not even president yet. Like, he hasn't even been sworn in.
Okay.
Like, is the calculus only or suddenly we've
stop.
We've taken access
we shouldn't
tax
just
off
stop
the table.
trying to take the government down because there's a new president.
No,
We shouldn't
but
stop
is the
doing
reason
job.
now to take the government down because of President Trump? I mean, we went through an election in 1988, which was
where I'll be like, I'm like, he'll say something, and I'm like, yeah, and then the Liberals will say this, and then he'll be like, okay, like that. You want me to quote that? He's like, okay, well.
It's about free trade, and that year there were different times. It could have been Dukakis that won, or it could have been
he's a funny guy,
Walker Bush that won. But your earlier comment makes it sound like now, because of Trump, and again, they're our largest trading partner, but is now the reason to have an election because of tariffs? All of a sudden, that's the one reason why
there's been reasons
Canada needs
for
to go
months
to the polls.
and months and months that the Conservatives, since they came back in
Fred's not
September,
exactly changing his tune.
Yeah, but look, I get all of that, right? And I get why the Conservatives are doing this, and they're in the position to press their advantage. But if this confidence vote were to pass next week, the government goes into caretaker mode, and then you don't fix the border, you don't respond to Trump, and you don't do what needs to be done, and January 20th comes and boom, there's a 25% tariff, assuming the president does what he says he is going to do, right? So in this, I'm talking about just this window to the 20th of January.
And you're banned.
Look, there'll always be a reason or an excuse not to bring the government.
This is a pretty big one. Like this is half a percent. This is 5% off GDP, right? Potentially.
Trump always comes out with a big, aggressive move out of the gate. This is how, he wrote a book on this, The Art of the Deal, and then you negotiate down, you do all this. If there's an election going on in Canada over the Christmas break and into January, a new government will come in place, and I bet you Pierre Poilievre and Canadians agree with me, would be better place to take him on. He'd be elected, I don't know the 36 days from now where that would be, but we would be transitioning into government around that time, and then we could sit down and figure out these issues.
Yeah, well, if you get an election now, you're ruining my Christmas trip home to Newfoundland and Labrador, Fred, and that
2006 was a great election. We have it over Christmas.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
We beat you guys.
No.
Right.
But
Cold tarmacs blew her.
But Melanie, there is this narrow window, right, where
press conferences and announcements
of January 20th.
No, don't do
Make
that.
The changes I want to see, or you get the tariff. I mean, the wisdom of potentially putting the government into caretaker mode and putting the all the politics on the campaign trail a little bit
today. We might
before this is resolved.
I also got to laugh a little bit. Sorry, Fred. My friend Fred, who said, oh, he talks big, don't worry about it. But this is so important. He's doing this really important thing, so we need Pierre Poilievre in right now. Like, I feel like those are two
I think we need him in anyway.
Pardon me?
Well, yes.
We need Poilievre in anyway.
You are not in that undecided in the polls every month. Yeah. But but Mel, continue your thought.
Yeah,
right?
you're not
because,
catching Fred.
Pierre Poilievre was asked the other day, like Trudeau's being criticized for a plan. Poilievre says we need a plan. They said, what is your plan? Mm-hmm. And he talked about ending carbon tax and emissions caps. None of those address the migration and fentanyl issues at the border that Donald Trump says he's concerned about, right? So, it is unclear to me how and maybe Fred can enlighten us in a bit, how Pierre Poilievre would necessarily approach President Trump if this inevitability does come to pass.
Right. And a lot of those same issues are issues that we're facing and feeling here in Canada, right? And the same kind of explanation as, oh, we're going to have to talk to the Americans so that they deal with this. So I don't know how, if that's, what Pierre Poilievre's plan is, how that makes it better. I feel like at every opportunity that we've given Pierre Poilievre on, the world stage so far, he's just kind of shown people that he wouldn't be up to the task. I take your point, Fred, about how polling, and that's pointing to folks believing that he would. So I don't know that would be a good idea. I definitely don't think having a government in caretaker mode over the next 2 months helps things. But then again, this government kind of seems asleep at the wheel for a lot of things. So,
and it's like, maybe
President
Poilievre would do better with interacting with what's his face with Trump. But then again, this was his interaction with the last president of the United States.
Mr. President Pierre Poilievre, leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition.
Loyal opposition.
Absolutely. We believe that opposition is an act of loyalty in our system.
We do too. We do too, unfortunately.
I don't know. Maybe he'd have a different tactic with Trump, but that one didn't go so well.
A lot of ifs there.
No, there are. Okay, we have been trying to connect with my friend and colleague Josh.
That's the thing, because I think it's like a personality-wise, Trump would like. Like I don't even know if Poilievre would like Trump. I think personality-wise, it'd be like they'd immediately like mutually dislike each other. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think like his whole thing, like that whole thing where it's like never admit defeat, attack, attack, attack. So it's like, okay, so maybe don't attack him. Try and figure out a way to get him to go. You can't just make him not want to attack you. That's sort of thing is probably the best way to go.
Wingrove, who is a White House reporter and a politics reporter for Bloomberg based in Washington, D.C., but he's a good Alberta boy who was based here in Ottawa when I first moved here from Newfoundland and Labrador. And we've reached Josh now on the phone because Josh is assigned to cover President-elect Donald Trump and happens to be in Florida tonight. Josh, it's Cochrane. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good evening. How are you?
Good to talk to you, man. Listen, you went out to the airport to check and see if it was in fact.
Yeah, hopefully, or just at least get them to back down from the
25% from the
tariffs. Alrighty. Well, while we wait, we'll get through some. Do we want to watch QP or do we want to jump straight to? You know what? Watch some QP. We've got time to kill. We do have a lot to get through. Screw it. Nothing of value happened at QP. So we're jumping
At
straight
issue
to
tonight,
at
the
issue.
Prime Minister and the Premier has agreed to confront Donald Trump's tariff threat together.
Positive conversation. We look forward to tightening up the border. All the premiers agree, the Prime Minister agrees, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The way we meet this challenge successfully is by presenting a united front.
So what's been made of how the federal government and provinces are responding to Donald Trump's demands or threats? How united is the Team Canada approach? I'm Rosemary Barton, here to break it down on At Issue tonight. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, and Althea Rush. Good to have the three of you back together again. Chantal, I'm going to start with you. What did you make of sort of how this week unfolded, the tweet or the social media post from the president-elect, and then, kind of a, I don't want to say chaotic response, but a kind of panicked response from governments across the country?
I don't think it was a week that would have made Canadians who were watching the premiers and some of the opposition leaders reassured that 4 years of Donald Trump would not cause havoc in this country. Why? Not so much because of the threat, but because there's an expression in French. It goes like to run around like hands whose head has been cut off.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that is basically what the
We have that in
premiers look
English
like
too, Chantal.
for most of the week. With suddenly, the Premier of Ontario deciding that he's going to give up on a deal with Mexico as a reaction. The Premier of Saskatchewan, no less, wants to negotiate his own trade deal with the United States. The Premier of Alberta, based on
We have a
evidence,
saying in
wants
French
to
that
send
basically
the police,
translates
her
to
border
feline
because she
that
thinks,
becomes too curious may end up dying.
The federal government is doing a poor job. Seriously, there was a shift between what they said coming out of the meeting with the Prime Minister and what they have been saying today, and I believe it's based on
Such incredible
people telling them
traditional
what in the world
Quebecois
is the
knowledge.
spectacle that you are offering to Canadians, because it looked like nothing that should come from serious.
We make jokes
mature
but I
political
love
leaders.
the fact
It
that
looked like a lot of
Canada's bilingual, because we
internal
wouldn't
politics,
get
whether,
stuff like
it's
that.
Doug Ford getting ready for an election, Danielle Smith positioning herself.
Watching
but
anglophones
what
and
did you make, Andrew,
francophones
of
try to,
how
like,
that then looks
maneuver
to
around those
a
like sort of
president-elect who's
language
looking
barriers
for
is
leverage and
just
looking to get
it's
something
part of
out
our
of it.
heritage.
Looking
as it
delightful,
were.
I'm sure. He's hugging
Borrow a
himself.
phrase.
Look, this country is, not to put too fine a point on it, under attack by the president-elect. And this
Oh
will
wait,
not-
where was that one tweet? That it was a really good one. From today. God damn it, where is it? It was like deep down. When did I retweet this? Okay, I've definitely passed it. So I need to get the words correct. Oh yeah, here it is. So it's like, do you know what they call the Rizzler in France? They don't call him the Rizzler? No, they call him Le Charismeur. And it's like, real heads know that the Rizzler would be referred to as Le Rizzler in France. Le Charismeur is unequivocally the work of the proud nation of Quebec. And I will say, and I've said this before on stream, the Quebecois Simpsons is the true Francophone Simpsons. The Parisian Homer Simpson, get him out of there. It's just wrong. Versus Quebec Simpsons. Yeah. Just listen to this. And tell me which one of these feels more correct. You'll know it. So this is the French Simpsons. So like France, French Simpsons.
221, 222. J'en soulève 10 fois plus que quand j'ai commencé. Ah, vous avez vu les abdos?
J'ai épousé Amélie Mauresmo.
Ah, je sais ce qu'il manque à cette sauce hollandaise. Un jus de citron.
Tu prévois de faire de l'exercice?
Non, en fait, je compte manger 2 fois plus.
Ah, tant mieux. Excusez-moi, mais maman vient juste de sortir de la cave.
Like it's a very good impression, but just wait till you hear the Quebecois and you'll know what I mean.
Elle est dans le jardin derrière. Je me suis retrouvée au pied de l'arbre avant de réaliser que j'étais sortie. Je suis devenue forte comme un turc. C'est fini, j'ai plus besoin de rester à l'intérieur. J'ai plus peur.
Bravo, super, maman.
J'ai plus peur.
14 et 15. Je peux soulever le double de charge que je soulevais avant de commencer. Puis regardez mes abdominaux.
Maman.
Je suis marié avec José la vigueur.
Ouh, vous savez ce qui relèverait ma sauce hollandaise?
Yes.
Un petit citron.
Toi, papa, as-tu l'intention de te remettre en forme?
Non, en fait, j'ai l'intention de manger 2 fois plus.
Excellent.
Hey les gars.
I don't know, just the Homer voice is I like it so much better.
Hey, il est rendu dans la cour en arrière.
Though I'm realizing the Marge, the France Marge is better. I think it's maybe I just really enjoy Quebecois Homer. Quebecois Homer was one of the greatest discoveries I've ever made. Because it's like one of those things where it's like, of course they have it. It was one of those things where it's like, of course, but I've never really contemplated that there's a Quebecois Homer. And then when it was finally presented to me, I'm like, that's amazing. That's perfect.
Je suis rendu jusqu'à là avant de m'apercevoir que j'étais sorti de la maison.
Because this Marge sounds, this sounds more like a Patty or a Selma. This francophone, Québécois Marge.
Oh, je suis plus forte que je l'ai jamais été. Je sens pas le besoin de rentrer en dedans. J'ai plus peur pantoute.
Bravo, maman!
C'est fini, j'ai plus peur.
Et maintenant, je veux un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le rap éducatif de MC Sécurité et l'équipe Prudent.
Not be by any means the only such volley he's going to launch against us. But rather than standing together or standing tall, a number of people in this country have taken the opportunity at this particular moment in history to fall to pieces. Whether it's prostrating themselves in front of Donald Trump saying, yes, sir, no, sir, we've been bad boys and girls, sir. We've done a terrible job with the border, which is a completely
You got
auto-modded
for square heads.
It doesn't apply to Canada at all. Doesn't even apply to Mexico anymore. They've been tightening up quite an enormous amount. So on the one hand, either doing that or taking the opportunity more cynically to put the boot in to their political enemies, in this particular case, the Prime Minister, who, God knows, it's fun to do, but there are moments when it's better or worse to do that, and this is not the particular moment on this particular issue that you want to be siding with Donald Trump. So for the premiers to be running around, as Chantal said, inventing new powers for themselves is certainly on brand for a lot of them, but it's not particularly, I wouldn't describe that as putting country first. I would say that's putting personal and political interests first at a moment when we can least afford it.
Althea.
We are basically seeing the consequences of personal attacks and the dehumanizing of your opponents. If you spend a year, 2 years, 3 years telling people that Justin Trudeau is a threat to the country, that he is the spawn of the devil and is responsible for every ill play in the country.
CBC just
How do you,
updated their live feed.
in all good conscience, tell the people that you have been telling that you cannot trust this person?
I thought we had something new,
I'm
but
gonna
it's
put
just dark at
aside
Mar-a-Lago now,
my
so
own
I
personal
got
feelings
excited.
about him, and I'm going to help him win. Because what you've been saying is he can't get the job done, and that is the
Squarehead.
situation.
I've never actually. I don't think I've ever heard that
some
one.
premiers find themselves in, that the leader of the official opposition finds himself in, and so that I think is going to be a really big challenge. I think I was a little encouraged, frankly, to see
I get
a very
banned for
positive, let's all
referring
come
to
together
Americans as Yankees.
message from some of the premiers, even premiers that have had very visible disagreement with the Prime Minister. I'm thinking of Quebec Premier, for example, of François Legault. Even Doug Ford's message in the span of just a few days has changed quite a bit. There's a little bit of public posturing, but behind closed doors, we're told he's being quite constructive. And I do wonder if maybe, depending on the threat that we face, and Andrew's completely right, we have no idea what the next 4 years are going to be like, but let's brace for it. If maybe Mr. Ford is rethinking his plans for a spring election. It's really hard to go to the polls when, 1 out of every 5 jobs in Ontario is based on trade with the U.S.
Sure.
That will look a little opportunistic. May I just also say that it was interesting to contrast.
I mean, because no one's ever accused Doug Ford of being opportunistic. He passes up opportunities to benefit himself and the conservative his party all the time.
Mexico's president's response with the Canadian government's response.
He loves
and
leaving
the prime
money
ministers
on
and
the table.
premiers. We are in full panic mode, whereas they were very strong and bold
Like
and
Triangle
direct in
Head?
the response to the president.
They
there is
couldn't get
still
the rights
no tweet
from,
from Justin Trudeau in response
Silent
to Donald
Hill.
Trump publicly.
No, but he did get on the phone with them right away. He got him on the phone right away.
He did, but part of it is public messaging too.
Sure,
and she was telling Mexicans, there is no caravan coming to the U.S. border. This is not a problem. The fentanyl issue is a U.S.-made issue. They have a drug problem, and they have a gun problem. Their guns are coming into our country. There was no similar response in our country.
Okay, Chantal.
But what I find most troubling, because we are only at the beginning of 4 years of this, is how
We're not even at the beginning. He hasn't even been inaugurated yet. He's not even president yet. Biden is still president.
In terms of the conversation that were set by Donald Trump.
He's still president
so
till like
if
January.
Donald Trump wants to make you believe that the border is broken, to borrow the words from the leader of the official opposition, when there are no numbers that actually show that in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, the last time one checked, it is the responsibility of the United States to guard its borders.
Yes, it is.
And our responsibility to guard ours. When
I did.
hundreds of
I went
people
and got a
maybe
haircut for my
want to
birthday.
leave Trump land, start
Just
trying
cleaned
to
it up
come
on the
into
sides
Canada,
of it.
that's our responsibility.
A little bit shorter on top, but
to
try to keep
accept,
it long.
Premises, how many pounds of
Thank you.
fentanyl was it? Somewhere between 40 and 50. I dare Pierre Poilievre to show Donald Trump over the next few years, if he becomes prime minister, how many ounces of fentanyl still come from Canada to the U.S. over a year.
And we're going to talk more about Pierre Poilievre, I should say. But Andrew, last point.
And the numbers of
Hell yeah.
unauthorized crossings from Canada to
SAG
the United
power.
States last year was 20,000. That's 50 a day.
First day of
into a country
Sagittarius season is my
330 million.
birthday.
So let's get serious.
Me, Miley
But
Cyrus,
the real follow on this
Snooki,
isn't that
and Doctor
the facts
Who.
don't back up Donald Trump's
And Arif Farani.
claims. And it's not that we shouldn't be appeasing a bully.
Happy early
It's that
birthday, Fargo.
We shouldn't be taking at face value that this has anything to do with either fentanyl or immigration. it's the thing he chose today to talk about because he wanted to have the center of attention shift to him for that
That's a
day.
fun celebrity
Because it felt good to have his enemies running around. It felt good to have people scared of him. It feels good to see people groveling in front of him. I think we need to analyze this through a lens of Donald Trump's very disturbed psyche. And if we're trying to figure out how to deal with this guy, we should not fall into the trap of thinking he's a quote-unquote transactional president. That's an almost glamorizing view of him. He's a psychopath. And if we're trying to figure out, the good thing about psychopaths, the bad thing is they're dangerous and unpredictable.
I'm
the
glad
good thing is they make
Trump
really
is
dumb
probably
mistakes.
not watching
You can provoke them.
that
You can
issue.
get them to do things that are really against their own interests. And that's the kind of thing that if people were keeping their heads about, they'd be thinking about, how do we figure out a way to get inside this guy's head and make him make mistakes? Not, how can we appease him today so we can get through the next news cycle?
He is, though, the
Andrew
person
Coyne
who was
wants us to
elected,
mind
right,
Trump.
by a whole lot of Americans.
49.9% of American voters.
At issue, the Liberals are expected to get their GST holiday with no help from the
Oh, Theo Raj just reminding everyone he won the popular vote.
Conservatives.
Common sense conservatives will vote against this irresponsible, inflationist, temporary 2-month tax trick.
But those promised $250 checks are on hold for now.
We're demanding that the Liberal government put in place a separated GST holiday first, and then fix the checks to include seniors, people living with disabilities before we support that.
So what will the government need to do to get the rebate checks passed? Here to break down the GST holiday and the government's play here, Chantal, Andrew, and Althea. Althea, why don't you start us off here? So the government had to separate the GST break, the 2-month break, from the rebate checks, and we expect that GST portion to pass with the help of the NDP tonight.
Still no updates.
What do you think this tells us about sort of the state of play of this minority government and whether they'll get those rebate checks through?
Well, it
No
tells us
posts
that the
to Truth
NDP
Social.
and frankly the Bloc Québécois want to give the government a win, a yes, but they absolutely want something in return. They're both kind of stuck in this rock and a hard place where Pierre Poilievre is portraying them as being one and the same, obviously in different markets, but tied with the Liberals. The NDP have desperately, for the past few months, tried to uncouple themselves from the governing Liberals, but they also deeply do not want an election. And they're very fearful of Pierre Poilievre. They do not want a Conservative majority. It would reduce all of their leverage, and it might even be catastrophic for them. And until they're way ahead of the Liberals in the polls, I think they will try to get to a yes. And so in this case, the Liberals
You got Tom
have
DeLonge. That's
agreed
not
to the
bad one.
NDP's
Tool using now.
partly the NDP's plan. So they're giving the NDP a win. But the NDP and the Bloc Québécois will continue to drive a bargain because they need to get something for their support. And that is why the $200 checks, $250 checks, they want them to go to seniors and to people with disabilities. And probably if the government wants to pass its budget or its fiscal update and they want to stick that in, they will. It's a cheap price compared to some of the other things that either of those parties have asked for.
Chantal, you weren't here last week, so we didn't hear you on even the measures, but where do you make about where this is at now?
You didn't hear me about the measures because I landed as you were doing the panel, and at first I thought
That's allowed.
that I was reading fake news. That's how I sounded, or that we changed the finance minister for someone very different from the person who spent all fall talking about rigor
Fiscal anchors.
when it comes to budget making. A couple of things. First, there's not a real penalty.
Maybe after
for
that
the Bloc to be
PBO report
associated
said that
with
we're
the
going to
Liberals
miss
in
it, they're
Quebec.
like, well, fuck it. If we're going to miss it, we might as well
would
miss
probably
it
cost them more
big.
to be associated with Pierre Poilievre. But a poll this week showed that the largest group that votes for the Bloc Québécois is the older group of voters. So you can understand the drive to have more money for seniors, which has been the Bloc's mantra since the House returned. But that being said, what mostly struck me this week is it has cost the government more than $1.5 billion, that's the cost of the GST holiday, to buy about 12 hours of normal time in the House of Commons. So how much is it going to cost it to buy more time by getting the NDP or the Bloc to support it to stop or suspend the privilege debate that has been basically taking everything off the agenda so that it can present a fiscal update? it seems to me they're going to either have to expand the.
The Bloc's going to, I think, probably clean house in Quebec next election.
Which will bring the price up from, $5 billion to who knows. And
almost in the entire province going light blue. Maybe
to offer to the NDP. But all that just to buy a window.
A couple of ridings that might go
do the job
conservative
that the government
or liberal.
is supposed to do in the House of Commons seems to me to suggest that this Parliament is going to have a really
Bloc
hard time
Québécois as
coming up with
official
anything
opposition
constructive.
is a very likely
also,
possibility.
Though, Andrew, sort of put the Conservatives in the place of, as we expect them to do tonight, voting against things that help
At least at this point.
Or is it too late? It doesn't even matter at this point.
I think the Conservatives look good to a lot of Canadians by standing up against this. I was amused to hear Althea talk about a negotiation here when they're negotiating each side with other people's money. I'll see your $250 of other people's money, and I'll raise you a GST rebate out of other people's money. And it's not even today's taxpayers, it's tomorrow's taxpayers. All of this money, and it's increasing with each of these games being played with. As they each try to expand out this spraying of goodies. It's going to be north of $8 billion before they're done, and every dollar of that is borrowed. So let's not kid ourselves about who's playing with whose money here. This is all of them basically getting in bed together, all three of those parties on the side who are in favor of this stuff, and ganging up against the taxpayer. So are the Conservatives going to pay a price for being the only party that stands up against this? I do not think so. I think they're going to look extremely good, at least to people who are already supporting them. But I think a lot of centrist voters are going to be looking at this with their stomachs turning. And if they weren't inclined to see the Conservatives as the most responsible group in the bunch before, they would after this.
I mean, I will say, just from my email box, the most emails I've had are from seniors who are wondering why they're not getting it too.
Oh yeah, well, and you're also going to get people saying, why is there a bigger tax rebate for provinces that are harmonized with the GST than provinces that aren't? So eventually somebody's going to get around to saying, well, you're going to have to compensate the provinces, for their tax cut, and the cost is going to go up even higher.
And
Chantel's chomping at the bit to get in there.
This is the exact same dynamic.
I'm legit an Anglo-Quebecer that might vote Bloc because I'm pissed at it's like there's a lot of,
home heating oil from the carbon tax. What happened? The people with home heating oil were not terribly grateful, but
because I forget what I was saying, but I was talked about how Canadians usually vote out a government rather than voting one in. And their point was that's true, except in Quebec, where when that happens, Quebec, just as a province, decides to go, fuck you to everybody but the Bloc.
Everybody else who was at a different heating system said, why am I not getting this?
That's right.
And this is the same dynamics. The Liberals are giving
or at least
a
that's
gift
probably
that
what might
managed
happen
to make
this time.
angry the cohort that tends to be the most religious about showing up to vote. Great.
Yeah, except the goal, Althea, was obviously to make it as broad as possible, especially with the rebate check, the 150 and under. It was to target the people that don't get anything, people without kids, for instance, who aren't targeted generally by governments, and is the part of the electorate that the Liberals have been after since the summer.
You mean the 150,000 income threshold?
Yeah.
Yes. Can I just go back to Chantal's earlier point about buying them 12 hours of peace? That it wasn't about ending the filibuster, I don't think, because if so, then they don't understand how even procedure in the House of Commons work. I think this was about changing the channel, getting us, frankly, and the public to talk about something that wasn't like how they had bungled immigration or how the House of Commons had ground to a halt and there's nothing happening. And it kind of has worked. I mean, we may be criticizing it. We may be saying that some seniors want it to apply to them, that Canadians with disabilities should get more money, that this is not fair and doesn't align with many of the constituencies that the Liberals have tried to say that they're most concerned about. But we are talking about the thing that they want us to talk about, and we are talking about the fact that Pierre Poilievre does not want to give Canadians a tax cut. And so in that sense, they have succeeded.
Andrew,
no, I can't wait to see the polls document.
I don't think it will make a difference, but I'm just saying it's not a bad. It's not necessarily a bad week for them.
Very quickly, Andrew.
And there's an old line, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm not sure I agree. I think this is bad publicity. I think the fact that we're talking about it and talking about what
on dirait que la viande est de retour au menu, les garçons.
Riled up because they didn't get their share at the trough, or from the standpoint that in a country with declining standards of income, with declining productivity, where instead of trying to address that, we're giving people temporary giveaways out of borrowed funds. I'm not sure that really looks good on the government front.
They've been giving people borrowed money from borrowed funds for the past 9 years, and they're at 17 to 20% in the polls. I mean, how much worse can it get?
At issue, Pierre Poilievre has used Donald Trump's tariff threat to increase his attacks on Justin Trudeau.
The reality is we have a weakened economy, a weakened border, a weakened military, and a severely weakened prime minister. He's desperate.
Oh my God, there is French Lord of the Rings.
But he's trying to hold on to power.
So is Pierre Poilievre capitalizing on the threat? Trying to? Does this undermine the Team Canada approach? Here to talk more, Chantal, Andrew, and Althea. Let's put aside some of the things that were not factual in what Pierre Poilievre said, exaggeration of situations or not factual at all. And talk about the fact that he is trying to use this moment, I think, to further depict the Prime Minister as a weak leader, a leader whose time is up, and in this particular instance won't be able to stand up to the President-elect. What did you make of some of that language this week, Chantal?
So you've stripped away almost everything that Pierre Poilievre has been saying all week, but setting that aside, it is a fact that the Prime Minister has a much weaker hand to bring to this challenge than he did the last time, because he is at the end of his term, because he is 20 points behind in the polls, and because it's easy to wait him out. Whether you are Donald Trump or a premier, you can wait him out at very little cost, and that is a problem. And that basically means, and that is not to say it means that Pierre Poilievre should replace Justin Trudeau and everything would be fine, but it does mean that it would help if our Prime Minister had a mandate, a fresh mandate. Put any name you want on that mandate, but someone who has some time ahead of himself to take on these challenges, and that will not happen until we have a federal election.
Yeah, and I mean that may be, but to the points that we were sort of making earlier, Andrew, if we are trying to have an approach to Donald Trump, there's obviously nothing that Pierre Poilievre would say to support Justin Trudeau, but how does that all sort of factor into how this unfolds over the next number of months? Because we don't have an election happening right away.
Well, I don't think it was a great start for Pierre Poilievre on this file. Now, I think he's worried that this issue can at some point be to the Prime Minister's benefit if he can portray himself as being the more experienced hand in dealing with them, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe his strategy is I want to sort of take that down before it gets started. But I think he'd be better advised in a moment like this to look strong and steady and calm and statesmanlike. That's, I think, what people are really looking for in this moment, not an attack dog. And if anything, it makes his other critiques of the Prime Minister more compelling and more credible if he's able to put them aside for the moment and say, look, in this particular file, in this particular moment, I stand with the Prime Minister.
And if it shows he can pick his shots, he's not just firing at everything.
You can orient about how you think things should proceed. You can try and shape the issue to your advantage. I thought he was a little bit better in his first foray when he started talking about making the economy more resilient. That there's something sane in there. But do that, and then when you want to talk about all the other things that you think the Prime Minister mishandled, and he's mishandled a lot of other files, people are going to be able to listen to you with a fresh set of ears saying, okay, he's just not always on attack dog mode. He's able to, on occasion, to put politics aside and be a bit more statesmanlike.
Yeah, or even also just to say, here's how I would do things better if I were in the role of Prime Minister. Althea.
Sure, and ask Justin Trudeau and the Liberals to take his suggestions and run with them. I do agree with Andrew.
Planned guests at tonight's dinner per source. This is from Brian Platt at he's at Bloomberg, right? Yeah, he's at Bloomberg. Planned guests at tonight's dinner per source. Trudeau, obviously, Dominic Leblanc, and Katie Telford. Shocker that Katie Telford might be there, his chief of staff. And then Trump's guests will be his Commerce Secretary nominee, Howard Lutnick, National Security Mike Waltz, not to be confused with Vice Presidential nominee for the Democrats, Mike Waltz. And then the Trump guys with a T in Waltz. And then his Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. Which makes sense. So it looks like Trump's big upping Trudeau, bringing 3 guys. Or 3 cabinet picks. And Trudeau just brought 1.
That there is a risk that Mr. Poilievre looks like he's defending his own interest.
LeBlanc
as
has
opposed to the
multiple
country's
files,
interest.
so technically.
And so he needs to guard against
LeBlanc,
that. I do,
LeBlanc,
however,
you could
think
say, is
that
2.
The government itself has fallen into the frame that Donald Trump has laid out for them. The public safety minister did a scrum this week where he said that, yeah, there was more that Canada could do to protect the border. Well, that begs the question, then why haven't you been doing it?
Yes.
Also, possibly
so
Dina
there's
Powell?
an acknowledgement that some of the criticism that Mr. Trump is saying is valid. So you would obviously expect the leader of the official opposition to continue on that front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A quick last word, Chantal.
No, but I also don't think it serves Pierre Poilievre to try to advance his
Come on,
domestic
Donald,
agenda,
post that
axe the
dinner
carbon
photo.
tax, etc. To tie it into
I want to
this.
see Katie Telford
It just
doing the
looks
YMCA
like,
before the night's out.
Partisan rhetoric rather than someone who wants to lead the country out of a very difficult period.
Yeah, and when you're so far ahead in the polls, why take that risk? Why take the risk of doing that?
We know that Pierre Poilievre can be a very effective opposition critic. What I think people want to see is, can he be a prime minister? Can he be a statesman? And this is a moment, above all moments, when it seems to me he ought to be displaying that.
Okay.
But the government should do that too, right? Like, there's nothing that stops the prime minister from having a meeting with all of the
Coyne criticizing Poilievre and then Raj going after the government. It's like, I mean, they do that, but it's just funny, one after the other.
The opposition leader is in the House. Like, there should be a strategy that includes everybody so that they can sing from the same songbook.
It feels like we're beyond those days, but I take your point. Thank you all very much for that. That's at issue for this week. We are also preparing our annual year-end discussion where you get to decide what's at issue. You can send your best political questions to thenational@cbc.ca, and we will choose from them. I'm Rosemary Barton.
Oh. Look, more rosy. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're not going to learn anything. We're just sort of waiting for the photo. Just so we can say we saw it.
Thanks for watching.
Are you ready for good talk?
Should we play some video games while we wait? Might as well. Because I basically just got podcasts lined up. I've got Good Talk. I've got O'Toole on Commons. And then apparently Hassan, his appearance on Pod Save America was pretty good. So threw that on there. We're not watching Uncle's Giving or whatever it's called. I'm not listening to the two of them argue. I can do one or the other in small installments. I cannot do both in one big chunk. That's just, you cannot ask me. I'm only a mortal man. I need to start getting more guests on stream. It's more about me being better at planning these streams. And having, like, Saturdays and stuff off. But yeah, no, I'm going to start, I do have on my YouTube, I do have a couple of, like, because I've done previous interviews. Where is it? That's the playlist with all of the previous ones I've done. But I haven't done one in a while. I think, when was the last one I did? Yeah, it was like 7 months ago. But yeah, I want to do more of those.
And hello there, Peter Mansbridge here in Winnipeg today. So if it sounds a little different, it's because, well, it's cold and there's lots of snow on the ground because this is Winnipeg, Winterpeg.
I don't want to associate myself with those comments, and I see.
Same here. No, yeah, they're all yours. Please, Winnipeggers, go after him.
Winnipeggers love the term Winterpeg. They love it. It's
yeah.
And the air is dry.
All right.
It's all good. Yeah. Bruce Anderson, Chantal Bear joining us for our weekly discussion here.
Everyone scooches an inch away from Mansbridge as he says that.
Let's get started. Donald Trump threatens 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico unless both countries clean up their border issues and stop dumping migrants and fentanyl into the U.S. That's his view. Mexico says Trump has it all wrong. Well, Canada seems to suggest, yes, sir, we'll get right at that. What's going on? Chantal, you start us on this.
Well, it's hard to pretend that there should be order in the chaos
I guess
we watched this week.
I guess someone in the PMO finally started sending out info to the press because basically so many reporters I'm seeing are just almost in tandem tweeting out the list of attendees at the dinner. So I guess the PMO is no longer radio silent. Now that the dinner has begun. And maybe someone told them how weird it was that they weren't saying anything about it.
Which I believe may be in the process of writing itself. But yes, you're right. Donald Trump tweets something about tariffs, accuses Canada of having a sieve for a border and allowing that border to be used to transport fentanyl, none of which is borne out in the sense of a large phenomenon by any statistics in any way, shape, or form. For an idea of the fentanyl crossing the border, I think the numbers I saw, it's less than 50 pounds a year. I wish Mr. Trump would try to collect it pound by pound until he figures out it's down to ounces. And I'm glad I'm old enough to remember the imperial system, by the way. But so everybody's kind of scrambling. And what really happens, everybody turns their guns on each other, which is really interesting to watch if you're a Canadian that is worried about what's going on. And you watch various premiers, let's not go down the list, say, yeah, Trump has a point. You watch the leader of the official opposition, in theory, the incoming prime minister, if the polls turn out to be right, say, yes, he's right. Justin Trudeau broke the border. And I'm almost quoting word for word, from Mr. Poilievre's latest news conference. He broke the border, Justin Trudeau, and before Justin Trudeau was prime minister, we never had border issues.
No, but it's Mansbridge, but you gotta say it like a Toronto Mansbridge.
Border was great. Except that before Justin Trudeau became prime minister, and over the decades that Jean Chrétien and Stephen Harper were prime minister, we concluded the safe third-party agreement with the United States.
What was that one video of that girl talking in like the most put-on Toronto accent I've ever heard? Imagine if Mansbridge just started talking like that in this podcast. Just do it for an episode. Never comment on it. Be like, what are you talking about? That's just how I normally talk. Like nothing happened.
Why did we do that? Not just because we like to write papers that we can sign off on, but because we did have issues.
Give Bruce and Chantal a script beforehand so they know what you're saying. There's no way they'd be able to understand.
And Canada getting to an agreement with the United States that each country was to be considered safe, and hence we were going to be able to send back people who claim refugee status to that safe country they came from, Canada or the US. Nobody amongst all those premiers who were eager either to strike, in the case of Saskatchewan, a one-on-one trade deal with the United States, forget NAFTA or CUSMA or whatever you call the latest. The Premier of Ontario wants to get rid of Mexico from the deal, even before he gets to a negotiating table where, and in this case, the threat is not tied to the free trade agreement. Nobody dares point out that in the real world where we have lived all our lives, we are responsible for safeguarding our border. So if droves of irregular refugees show up, it's our problem to figure out how to safeguard it so that thousands do not come in through our border. And the reverse, until one last check, it is the United States' job to safeguard its border, not Canada's job to safeguard its border. So the finding at the end of the week is it seems that the United States is no longer able to safeguard its northern border, and it needs Canada to do it for them. And overall, on balance,
because they're all of the outlets are tweeting or like now putting out their reporting on it, and I've read like 2 or 3 now, and it's all just the same thing. They just have a different source at the end that they've spoken to get comment on.
A great prelude to the next 4 years. One, we accepted the terms of conversations.
And they're all getting tweeted out like they have some
who likes to move them
heretofore seen unseen detail, which fair play, but it's like I bite every time. I'm like, ooh, maybe they have something.
Terms. Too many people in this country are busy settling scores with Justin Trudeau and are not kept their eye on the ball, which is, this is serious. But if it's serious, you need to act and treat it seriously.
Fam.
And 3, strangely enough, by the end of the week, some premiers were starting to change their tune. From meeting the Prime Minister and coming out saying, we didn't get any answers, to François Legault, Mr. Ford, to the next morning, I'm really satisfied with what happened last night. And I think that's because Canadians have been pushing back on the spectacle that we saw this week.
Bruce, how do you see it?
Well, I'm still reeling from the way that Chantal started her answer, when she kind of looked at you and said, "You're right."
I know, I like that. We could have just ended the show right there.
Did I say that?
I think it was like the second time in the 15 years or so that we've been doing this. So I know, Peter, you're going to take it away and kind of just maybe replay it several times over the weekend, and I don't blame you because that's really a powerful thing.
Sounds like I'm going to edit your answer out.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking about. Trump's language is shock talk. That's what he does. And if we step back from how shocked we are at the style of his communication and just say, well, look, he said, I want Mexico and Canada to help solve this problem of fentanyl and illegal migrants on our border. Is that inherently shocking? Not to me. He's talked about that issue. That is an issue for the United States. Chantal's absolutely right that on some level, it's America's responsibility to control its own border. But that doesn't mean it's a completely beyond the pale for a U.S. president to say, we've got a giant problem and we want you to do more to help us. Now, the fact that and I read this in Andrew Coyne's column, which I thought was quite a good column. I didn't agree with everything on it, but he said, Coyne did, the fact that Trump put this point not as if you do this for us, we will do something that you want, but rather if you don't do this for us, we will do something to harm you, is a measure of who Trump is. He is a bully and he is a predator, and his whole approach is to use that kind of forceful approach to kind of shock the system, build a wall or control the fentanyl or control the migrants.
Say die.
I'm sure he's not surprised that we're saying it's 45 pounds.
No mercy in this dojo.
There were 21,000 people interdicted on our border, and that's a much smaller number than Mexico. But the CUSMA agreement was the tool that he had at hand. or at least the one that somebody gave to him as a way to prosecute this border control issue. So it sounds like I'm defending what he did. I'm not. I'm saying it is who he is. It is not shocking to me that he used shocking language. What happened on our side of the border, to me, is I'm pretty close to where Chantal is on this. We have really important strategic interests as a country in managing this. This is a super important strategic issue. Would it be better if all of our eggs, or so many of our eggs, weren't in this basket? Sure. But we've been saying...
Yo, they finished restoring Notre Dame?
Reborn from the ashes of that devastating fire in 2019, which took just hours to destroy key parts of the 800-year-old church, one of the most visited monuments in Paris.
2019
The spire smashing through timbers spanning its roof, shattering French hearts and shocking the world. 5.5 years later, it's reopening, rebuilt using medieval methods, wood from centuries-old oak, stained glass, buttresses and gargoyles restored too, costing more than $1 billion Canadian.
Damn.
The National got an inside look earlier this year to see the massive restoration firsthand. Macron thanked about 1,000
Yeah, what was that about?
for their
Like
meticulous work, calling it
Assassin's
the project
Creed
of a century.
Where like it was like they could like
The
use that as like
metamorphosis
a reference point, or am I just
coal
making that
into
up?
art, calling the
Because you
fires
said that,
a
now I'm like
national
a
wound.
thing popped in
These
my head
restoration workers,
that there
it's
was
remedy.
something about.
Parisians can't wait to see inside, including
Oh,
this
yeah.
super fan.
So they still had
After
those.
the fire, the craftspeople who restored the cathedral formed a choir. Now they're practicing for a performance following
so
the
funny.
reopening.
Ça me permettait aussi de revenir sur le chantier.
It allows them to find closure, says this engineer, after a strenuous job, one he hopes is ending on a good note. Notre Dame's opening ceremony will happen next weekend, followed by days of special masses to celebrate. It will reopen to the public on December 8th. Heather Gillis, CBC News, Toronto.
A northern Saskatchewan.
What's funny though is because like and you see the because I see the white there, and like how clean and new it looks, and you're like, oh, that looks too modern. But that's what it probably would have looked like at the time. It probably wouldn't have looked old and gray. It probably would have looked super clean and like a, or maybe not. I don't know, but. That's pretty cool. Although ours won't be open till I think like 2032 or something. Though like most of that is like them doing that like underground visitor center. All right, back to good talk.
Saying that as a country since I was 5 years old, and probably before that, I just didn't notice.
Well, at least
it.
that's kind of a good
So
news
it is,
story. They've
it is a
rebuilt the
reality.
church.
And those strategic interests
France has
are
not
being
fallen.
met in many cases with simple political tactics, communications.
I feel so dumb how long it took me to realize that the front of the part you can see of the front of center block was like one of those like facade things, but that wasn't actually the front of it.
Politics in the moment by people.
I'm not telling you
who
how
are
long
looking
it took
to
me
score
to
cheap political
figure
points
it out, but it
at
was
the expense of
too long.
Who they see as a lame duck prime minister. And I think this is a thing that's being revealed in this piece. And Chantal may be right that the aftermath of the first minister's meeting, where the prime minister got to talk about, here are the things that we're going to put on the table, was somewhat reassuring and somewhat coalescing. But I do think that the way that this issue has landed,
Oh, really?
and the way
That's
that the
sick.
premiers and some other people in the business
Are you
community,
still
for
working on the
example,
Hill,
have
or you
responded,
used to?
confirms what we had already known a little bit before this Trump initiative, which is this prime minister cannot, as easily as one would maybe want, command and control the kind of the center of the conversation about a big, giant, strategic national issue. There are too many people who see the clock is running
I
out
hope you
on
feel
him.
better.
He has
Hopefully
no
you come
chance
back
of
soon.
winning re-election.
See you on the Hill.
And therefore, there's no risk to them, no cost to them to criticize his approach. So I think we're in a difficult situation. Maybe it's gotten a little bit better in the last 24 hours, but I don't think we know that for sure.
Let me ask you this. Let me deconstruct a couple of these things. Did he do the right thing calling the premiers together in the conference call, et cetera, that he had? Was that the right thing to do?
Yes.
I understand the history on these things, but in this moment, at this time, with this president, with Trudeau's own particular situation, was it the right thing to do?
Yes.
100%.
Why? Because he needed to hoard cats rather than have them on soapboxes all across the country doing their own little song and dance. And it did, up to a point, work. Because what Canadians do want, regardless of what they think of Justin Trudeau, they may want him gone tomorrow. They possibly will want him gone in 6 months when there's an election. But meanwhile, what they want is to have Canada be speaking in as much as possible with one voice. One of the wiser things I saw this week, coming from someone who has had experience.
Unless you work in politics, if you're watching QP on a regular basis, I'm like, oh no, is everything going okay?
From day one.
So you at least have one of the better excuses
initial
for why you have
Canada-US
time
trade
at
agreement
2 p.m.
back
on
in the
a
Mulroney era
Wednesday.
is from former Premier Jean Charest, who actually gave interviews and said that.
What is she delusional about?
Wait a minute, people.
Because usually she's not delusional.
This reaction
she's usually pretty smart.
It's like panic is overtaking all these players. And in there he wrote, you may think that Justin Trudeau has a weak hand, and it is true by the calendar he does. Whether you believe he can pull it off or not, he will be facing
that's not my
voters, and the odds are against him. But Jean Charest said he is the prime minister. We're not getting a new one next weekend. So rally, and what I found interesting in that piece and in other pieces is that by comparison to all the players who were in a rush to come to the fore, and I include in that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre, the one that faced the least criticism from the outside was the prime minister. Who, by comparison, didn't look like he was losing his marbles over this. Maybe they are internally, maybe they are in a panic. But
that was the one thing that almost she's right there, because the day after the election, the only people who seemed to not be freaking out was like Trudeau and like Freeland. Who were like, oh, it'll be fine. And then everyone was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean it'll be fine? And then I guess after the 25% tariff, maybe you could say that was wrong to be calm. But they haven't really been freaking out at all. That is true. That's not BS. Not Obed.
He looked, and his ministers looked more confident and more calm and less all over the place than
I don't know.
We heard this week.
I can't name very many other dumpster fires that can place a 25% tariff on us and also has access to nukes. Not that I think Trump's going to use them. I'm just saying he does.
Give you an example. Pierre Poilievre says, well, let's abolish the carbon tax. How is that related to Donald Trump's
also, hold that thought. No,
let's
but
change
I've had
the country's
two.
drug
All we have to
policies.
do is stop fentanyl.
How is that related to those 50 pounds of or
fentanyl.
46 pounds
I
of
think it was like
fentanyl
46. Yeah,
crossing
she
the
just said it. 46
border?
pounds in a year.
I understand that it's fair
microscopic
game to take
amount.
kicks at Justin Trudeau, but again, in this
But hold that
instance,
thought.
I
I've
think
had
a lot of
two
Canadians
large
are
Red Bulls
looking
and I
for
need to pee.
a leader, be it the next prime minister or the current one, that will put Canada's defense first. Just one point on what Bruce said. I'm not sure that Donald Trump knows how many people get across or how much fentanyl get across the northern border. I think he doesn't give a damn. That's why would he care about a fact on this when he has not cared about facts on myriads of more important things? But I think he's probably quite happy to see how much of a hornet's nest he has managed to kick. And the danger is that whatever happens this week may encourage him to do it again and again. How many times can you threaten tariffs over 4 years? It's not even related to the CUSMA process, which only comes for rediscussion in 2026. You can impose tariffs outside of it. It may not be legal. It may not be what the deal says, but by the time you're finished arbitrating, believe me, we'll have industries that will be devastated. So it's not as if we can say, oh, we'll see you in court. That's not an avenue that is open to us.
Bruce, do you want to, do you have anything different to say on the issue of involving the premiers the way that the Prime Minister did this week?
Does it need to be different? Yes, I do.
No, it doesn't. I just want to make sure before I move on. I just want to make sure that you're in agreement on that.
So I do want to just clarify. The point I was making is not that Donald Trump sits there and kind of goes, I know it's only 45 pounds versus, kilotons. It's that his point all along, I think, has been, I've got to toughen up the border. And in the last iteration of Trump, it was this endless fascination with building a wall. How many days do we have to listen to how much money is going to be taken from Mexico to build this wall? And he persisted in that, even though people would look at what he was saying and what was happening and say, it's not happening. It won't happen the way that he says. He doesn't care. He uses it as a bully pulpit idea. And so in this case, this idea of we've got these two big borders. I'm just going to kind of challenge the two countries that need us economically to clean this problem up for us. Understanding that for many, many, many American voters, that probably sounds like a pretty sensible idea and not one that would make them immediately kind of be concerned about the economics of. I'm talking about many American voters. I'm not talking about kind of Americans who kind of follow these issues very closely. But back to the point about should he have called in the premiers? He absolutely should have. And I think it bears saying that in the history of Justin Trudeau as prime minister, he has tended to do the best job in moments of significant crisis or risk, where there's a requirement to get really serious, to put away the selfie stick, to kind of grind on the substance of the issues, to maybe go back behind closed doors for a couple of days until you know exactly what the measures are that you can put on the table to solve for. That's typically been when he and his government have been at their best. I think when they've been at their worst is when things are kind of going more or less okay, and they just get kind of fascinated with whatever the ideas of the day are. And then they get kind of reactive and a bit performative. And some of this stuff about affordability has that feel to it. It's the kind of thing you do on the back of an envelope.
Yeah, Mansbridge is also selling. He's in a gambling ad.
Focus. I think Trump has kind of brought a certain focus to the conversation in the federal government.
Bad enough.
And last thing I would say is that
that's disappointing.
When I hear Jonathan Wilkinson or Jean Charest or Mark Miller talk about this issue,
most reporters are probably at Spark Street bar watching their phone, waiting for the Truth Social tweet so that they can file and go to bed.
That's kind of what they want.
Or really start drinking.
I don't think they hear the Prime Minister
Let's
too
refresh
much on
Truth
this.
Social.
I think part of that's
nothing yet.
They tune him out. Part of it is he gets distracted. I don't know if his team wants him to be distracted by other things, talk about other things, but it would be better for him and for his government if he stayed pretty focused on this.
Mar-a-Lago.
And didn't if there weren't so many kind of relapses. It's almost like the people around him sometimes look at him through 2015 eyes, and all the rest of us don't. So I think there's an opportunity for the government to show
Brixton's.
Really
Brixton's is probably packed,
and I think there are some signs that it's doing that. But it's still the case that
although that might be staffers
his authority, not his legislative authority, but his political authority in this moment.
See, when I first saw this happen earlier this week, when Trump made his initial announcement, I thought this is actually somewhere that Trudeau could move in with some impact. He just had I think most people agree, it was not a good week last week with the GST thing and
though I too am having a very light white claw.
We'll get to that in a minute. But here was one where he's seen this movie before, as you know, as Chantal mentioned. It's like he saw this in the first Trump term, so he knows the path, and he knows how a strong leader has the potential to do well in something like that. I mean, we watched the Mexican leader this week, and I know the issues are somewhat different, but the new Mexican president, I mean, she took Trump on within hours of him, according to her, misinterpreting what she'd said. And,
the South Block's still hard, there?
Just like her predecessor, I
don't think so.
4 or 6 years ago did against Trump on the wall issue, as Bruce mentioned. We're not paying a penny. Trump can say what he wants. So it just seemed to me that this was it was in a way a golden opportunity after last week for Trudeau to make some headway, looking like the strong leader and the prime minister. Chantal, you want to say something there?
A few points. First of all, we're talking about something that happened over the past 4 days. Would argue that before we decide that golden opportunities have come and gone, we give it a bit more time.
Here.
That would be the reasonable thing to do, because this is one file where rushing to judgment on the government's actions can come back to haunt you. If a week and a half later, everyone is saying, well, Justin Trudeau did this and that, and, or the opposite. But I also think that one of the gifts of this file for the prime minister, and it's not a gift he was looking for. I don't really believe Justin Trudeau wanted Donald Trump to arrive on the scene on November 5th, but it is that it features some of his stronger ministers. Let's be serious. This is a very uneven cabinet. There are ministers in there. I'm sure they're good people, but I couldn't name them or tell you what they actually do. But the lineup on this one, I mean, Dominic Leblanc, Chrystia Freeland, Mark Miller, François-Philippe Champagne, they are some of the strongest ministers. And one of the things that has evaded Justin Trudeau and his cabinet over the past year has been a capacity to feature the stronger parts of the team.
Here.
And that, I believe, is an asset, especially since if we're going to go to partisan politics, he is facing, at this juncture, very much a one-man show on the other side of the aisle. What has happened this week has not been the business community coming together with one voice to say, we need an election tomorrow so that Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister. There are voices that say we need an election. John Manley, former Liberal minister who handled the post-9/11 period under Jean Chrétien, says that, but he's not saying we need an election to replace Justin Trudeau. He's saying we need an election so that whoever is prime minister has a stronger mandate than someone at the tail end of a term. So if it is used properly, I think also that it's an asset for Justin Trudeau to be able to deploy others. Since, yes, his audience has shrunk, and yes, when he talks, people tend not always to hear very much of his message. And he's got in there some efficient ministers on the communications front, and they don't seem to be mouthing the usual, oh, we have your backs, don't worry, be happy lines that I think all of us are totally, and I can do it in the other official language, it still is.
What is the French version of that? Because I don't know if I've heard it enough.
Nous livrons, it's also poor French, nous livrons pour les Canadiens. Yeah, you don't deliver for Canadiens in French, by the way. But,
right.
He's been saying that for 9 years. I figure I can't cure him of that really bad expression.
Peter, I just wanted to mention one thing that Chantal touched on as well, which is that as challenging as this been, as this has been for the government. And I agree with Chantal that I don't think I'd call it a gift in disguise. I agree, nobody wanted to have Donald Trump come right after his election with a flamethrower and kind of throw everything into kind of question in terms of the trading relationship. But it is an opportunity for people in politics to show what they're made of, whether they're serious people. And I think that in this context,
you are not serious people.
Maybe this is the first moment since the pandemic where Pierre Poilievre has really kind of had the light shone on him a little bit in terms of, are you a serious person? Are you mature as a politician? Could you step into that role of prime minister next week or next month or next quarter? And so far, and I completely agree with Chantal as well, that it's early to make declarative statements about how this story is going to unfold. But so far, it hasn't been a great first chapter for Pierre Poilievre, in my view. I think he doesn't seem as though he knows where to put himself in a moment of national importance. I think he defaults to, I'm going to try to sound serious, but I'm going to keep on playing the same, one or two songs that I know how to say, whether it's the carbon tax.
Just play all the hits.
I'll talk about fentanyl and how I feel about it or something like that. It isn't compelling. It isn't interesting. It doesn't suggest a maturity or a seriousness. But, in the same way that Chantal says that on the Liberal side, there are smart people doing smart thinking about public policy, I think that's true on the Conservative side, too. I just think that as long as these two individuals are kind of the only two representatives of their two political formations, maybe voters aren't getting to see the best that both parties have to say on this issue at this moment.
One of the more interesting from the Conservative side thing that or arguments that I've watched and read and found interesting to take stock of this week came from Erin O'Toole, who was around for that first phase in part, not completely, but still did play a role in the Team Canada approach before he was leader of the first Trump administration. And a lot of the stuff, you can agree or disagree on it, but it was substantial arguments that he was putting forward, what went wrong the last time, what was missed, etc. And it was an actual good contribution, something that you read and you think, yes, this, I may be wrong, but I think this is the kind of contribution that people would expect from an aspiring prime minister who is 20 points ahead in the polls. Not that he waves the flag behind Justin Trudeau. That would be useless, but that he contributes to the conversation something other than scorched earth arguments that sometimes have absolutely no relationship with the issue at hand. And I'm convinced Mr. Poilievre does not take advice from Mr. O'Toole or inspiration, but maybe he should.
Yeah, well, I think you can be safely assumed that you're correct on that. I don't think that there's many sit-downs with Erin O'Toole and Pierre Poilievre. We're going to take our first break. It was interesting listening to both of you list the ministers who are, have a role to play in this discussion and this debate. And neither one of you mentioned the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You'd think it had something to do with Canada-US, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs would have a role to play. She's had a difficult couple of days. She got hammered in a piece by Justin Ling today.
Yeah, the Justin Ling piece was fucking mean. Holy
as a result of her back and forth with Gary Kasparov at the Halifax Security Conference last weekend. Anyway, I'll let that pass.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just to be fair, and I'm not trying to defend Mélanie Joly as the greatest foreign affairs minister we've had, but back when you and I were around for the first free trade agreement, we heard a lot more about Minister Pat Carney than about Foreign Affairs Minister Joe Clark.
Here it is. We can read it quickly if we want. It was in a high school gymnasium in Missouri that Winston Churchill first warned of an iron curtain descending across Europe. If peace were to prevail, he said, the Western alliance must be strong, and the newly founded United Nations must be a force for action and not merely a frothing of words. Sitting in a well-appointed hotel ballroom in Halifax last weekend, chess grandmaster and Russian dissident Garry Kasparov quoted Churchill's prescient warning. Russia has prosecuted a nearly 3-year-long war against its neighbor, he said, and the UN has only frothed words. So, Kasparov said, forget the United Nations. It was then that Canada's Foreign Minister, Melanie Joly, interrupted. We must never forget the United Nations, she said. I cringed. We need the United Nations, Joly insisted. An incredulous Kasparov replied, to do what? Joly insisted that Canada, through the UN, was fighting on different diplomatic battlegrounds from Africa to Latin America to protect and promote international norms. Her intervention earned a lone bit of applause from Norway's foreign minister, but as Kasparov pointed out, it was still Russia that violated probably every norm of the United Nations. I mean, I don't know if we need to throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. Like, both things can be true. The criticism of how it's handled Russia's invasion of Ukraine can be true at the same time that all the things that Melanie Joly listed are very important things that we should keep the UN around for. I think those are both can exist simultaneously. After the panel, the reviews were much more blunt. The words Pollyanna and naive came up more than once. There's a simple fact about our foreign minister. She's not cut out for the job. She's garnered poor reviews for her public appearances and even worse reports for her closed-door meetings. Canada, rather than being back, as the Prime Minister once claimed, has become irrelevant on the world stage. Far from fighting on these diplomatic battlegrounds, our allies are tired of waiting for us to draft strategies that we seem unwilling or incapable of implementing. When she was first tapped for the job, I called up a senior Liberal staffer to ask if they could give me the Steelman case for her as Canada's top diplomat. Joly knows how to make relationships, they told me, how to work a room, and how to take advantage of low expectations, even sexist assumptions, to get Canada back in the mix. It convinced me that the minister deserved the benefit of the doubt. The Forum, one of just a few global summits designed to bring together political, military, and civil society leadership across the liberal world, has become a key place where Canada asserts itself on the world stage. It's exactly the kind of place where Joly ought to excel. Speaking to people in Halifax last weekend, the plan has clearly backfired. From her checkers and chess match with Kasparov to her keynote address, Joly squandered the opportunity at every turn. Consider the question of what to do about Ukraine. Incoming President Donald Trump has made clear that he wants a ceasefire deal ASAP. If that happens, it will fall on Ukraine's other allies to make sure the peace holds. Joly insisted the bilateral security agreements signed between Ukraine and its allies would do the job. What is this bilateral agreement? Kasparov asked, disbelieving. How will it provide support for Ukraine? Actually, not if, when Putin decides to come back. Well, I think I was reading today that Zelensky himself was saying that he would be willing to find a diplomatic solution to the war, even without retaking any of the occupied territory, in exchange for NATO membership. So I would assume that's the bilateral agreement, is NATO membership and Article 5. Don't be demanded. No, like I brought it up, so might as well read it. Press for specifics. Joly could only reference military aid, financial aid. NATO. Sitting next to her was Hanna Hopko, a former Ukrainian politician who is helping to actually secure military and financial aid. Security agreements mean this, she said, waving a piece of paper around to illustrate how, in the face of Russian imperialism, Ottawa's security guarantees were only worth that much. I mean, are we saying that financial and military aid to Ukraine has not made a difference in this war? Like, you can make criticisms of it, but I feel like there would be a big difference if that wasn't being supplied. Last weekend was really just a distillation of a broader problem. There are few, if any, fronts on which Canada can claim a bigger role in the world than it had a decade ago. Joly frequently cites her Indo-Pacific strategy, designed to open Canadian trade opportunities and get us involved in preventing war with Taiwan. 2 years after adopting the strategy, Jolie told me in Halifax, our goal is being implemented. She cited a few wins: a new trade agreement with Indonesia, our newfound status as strategic partner to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and the high number of passages we've sailed through the Taiwan Strait. But also, our bulwark against China has been accused of assassinating one of our citizens. But that's where the wins stop. On fostering security and defense, experts have called Ottawa's work modest and sporadic. Our actual goals in the region, others say, ambiguities abound. One diplomatic representative of a critical ally in the region asked me to breakfast to explain Ottawa's thinking because they could not get a straight answer from Jolie. Canada has also been running public consultations on an approach for partnerships in Africa for more than a year. Nothing has materialized. Yeah, my colleague Neil Moss has done a lot of reporting on that. The sort of downgrading from like strategy to like framework to I don't even know what word they're using now. Can't even remember. Nothing has materialized. All the while, ethnic cleansing has returned to Sudan. Militants are ransacking the Sahel, and hijackings continue in the Red Sea, fed by an ongoing war in Yemen. Whereas Canada, our embassy in Khartoum remains shut. Ottawa reportedly developed a plan in September to increase diplomatic presence in crisis-plagued Ethiopia, but it remains unimplemented. Our mission in Mali, always modest despite pleas from the UN that we do more, ended entirely last year. And our absence has meant that Russia and China have become the dominant players in the region. Our absence? Damn, we must be doing a lot of work there. Civil society is growing increasingly frustrated with Ottawa's rhetoric-laden approach. When one NGO representative met with Jolie, they begged her to appoint an ambassador to a particular hotspot on the continent. Jolie demurred, they told me, worrying that appointing an ambassador may appear colonialist. It is a damning illustration of how political perception has come to be more important than actually acting. Oh, that's not good. Canada's attempts to stop the ongoing destruction and death in Gaza, meanwhile, have been pathetic. Canada hasn't just been irrelevant in negotiations on reaching a ceasefire, it has been invisible. I tried in vain last year to get Jolie to opine on a proposed peace deal put forward by Lebanon in November of 2023. Despite pleas from Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati for Western partners to sign on to his peace formula, Jolie never commented publicly on the specifics of Mikati's 2023 plan. These problems are far afield, yet even closer to home as we face a thicket of security and diplomatic challenges posed by a thawing Arctic, Jolie is in the midst of writing yet another strategy. It's not clear when we might see a copy. And then there's Donald Trump, who seems intent on punishing Canada for various slights, real and perceived. In response, Ottawa's plan has been to reconstitute the same cabinet committee it operated 8 years ago. We are set for a spanking. It would be unfair to put all of this on Jolie's shoulders. Here's our to be sure paragraph. There is universal recognition that the quality of work from our mandarins at Global Affairs. Is that what they're called? What is that? Is that an actual title of a... Like, does that just mean like our Chinese diplomats? What does that mean? Could someone who's like smart at global affairs and foreign affairs tell me what a Mandarin at global affairs is? I've never heard that term, and I feel like I should stop saying it. That's how bad it is. I'm like, should I be saying it out loud? Plenty of blame also rests with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who often takes responsibility for our foreign policy to dismal effect. As one disgruntled Liberal told me years ago, under Trudeau, Canada signs statements, but it doesn't write them. Oof. That one's a direct hit. And like one of the I guess defenses I've heard is how much like when you say Jolie is like her communications and the things she puts out in the statements is like, how much is that actually Minister Jolie, or is that like the PMO speaking through Jolie in a very controlled and tight way? Because like, especially with foreign affairs, Prime Minister's going to want to have a lot of control over the communications coming out of there. So like the question is, how much is it Jolie and how much is it direction she's being given? And how much she's actually being allowed to be Minister Jolie rather than Trudeau's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Does that make sense? But again, that's like, those are, yeah, like it's a fairly like reasonable defense. But also, the people I hear that defense from are the people who are inclined to defend Melanie Jolie. So it's like, is it an excuse? Is it a defense? I don't know. I don't know if because that's the thing where it's like, and the other one is like, I'm an Anglophone, and some people suggest to me that it's like, there's a little bit being lost in translation when she speaks in English compared to when she speaks in French. I don't know. Ling's laying out a pretty effective argument here. We're here, right? Yeah. So, but Halifax also served as a useful illustration of what can be achieved when our ministers actually decide to do things. Defense Minister Bill Blair has actually laid out a plan to finally build long overdue naval infrastructure in the high Arctic, improve weapons shipments to Ukraine, and to get Canada in line with NATO's spending targets. And he has already signaled his intent to speed that timeline up. Because that's what Trump said, where it's like, it has to be before 2030. Because he wants it before his first term would be up, which would be 2028. Staffers I talked to say Blair is effective because he is pushing against inertia in this government rather than letting himself be defined by it. It's no secret that Jolie is actively seeking to replace Trudeau when or if he opts out to leave his leadership post. She clearly has the political chops to win that contest, and she may even succeed in the top job. Both for the sake of her ambition and for our country, at a time of incredible global risks, she should be given a new assignment. Anything other than foreign affairs. Oof! Justin Ling. Just getting out the pen and just cutting her to ribbons. I guess he probably didn't write this in pen, but you know what I mean. So yeah, that was, there you go, tool using man. Well, I just read to you the whole article. That's what you come here for.
Because
so much better than the AI bots they got at, I was the kid in elementary school when it was like, you're in like the circle and you're doing like group reading, where I'm excited. I'm like, give me my chance to read in front of these kids. I'm gonna kill it. Teacher's gonna say no kid's ever read aloud that good ever.
This is the trade file, kind of is part of foreign affairs, but I
was also the kid getting mad at the children who were struggling, which in retrospect was really messed up, but I was impatient for my turn. And them tripping over the words really was upsetting to me as a most likely neurodivergent child. Although I will hear now that I've said that, the hubris of that confidence. I definitely have flown too close to the sun on 2 specific occasions that I think I will remember on my deathbed. The first one was when we were reading Harry Potter in class. And I was super confident because I'd already read. I like we were on the first book, and I was on like book 3, and it's like, yeah, okay. But I'd never said Hermione out loud. And when I said, I was like Hermione, super confidently, just got roasted. And then the other one was the first time. I don't even think it was. We were reading Life of Pi. And we weren't even reading the book yet. We had just been handed our copies from our teacher, and I'm reading the back cover. And I'm getting to it, and it's listing all of the animals that he's stuck on the boat with. And I'm like, tiger, hyena. And then there was a word I didn't recognize, because I guess I'd only ever heard it. And I just very confidently out loud to the entire class was like, what's an orange Uten? And again, roasted by the entire class. I was like, what animal is that? And I think that one was bad, because I think that was like grade 9. Like I should have known that word already. Like the Harry Potter one, I was probably like grade 5 or 6. So there's a bit of, I can be forgiven for that. The orangutan one was just, that one's really good. Every once in a while, I just remember that. And the whole body, like, clenches up. I've always, like, one of the things, like, my, like, things is, like, if you give me, like, most people, when they see, a foreign name, they're like, oh, is it this? I hope I'm not screwing that up. I'm usually, like, with fairly decent accuracy. If I know sort of what the, like, especially if I know, like, the more information I have about the region, like, the country or ethnicity or whatever of the name, I'm usually pretty good first try getting the name right. Although I do say like the way I use like AU, so like I say aunt, like that's just the way I say it, because there's a you there. It's not aunt, it's aunt. You're all saying it wrong. I'm correct. Everyone else is wrong. So like the way I think that's the Southern Ontarian will throw out, like French. I'm a terrible French accent. All right, back to good.
When it becomes that big, it does tend to shift over.
I do read a lot, like, and I wish I used to read a lot of books, and now that my job is mostly reading, I don't read like as much fiction. Like there was one. Like, if you're tool using mammal, if you're ever like going on like vacation, you're going to like a resort, and you want one of those, like a good airport book, like a book you could if you really try, you could probably get that sucker finished within the first day of the vacation, which is usually what I ended up doing. So I'd have to buy like multiple at the store. But any of the Sigma Force novels, and if you don't, and this is a long-time watchers of this stream will have heard me speak about the Sigma Force novels. But what the Sigma Force novels are, so imagine if you took Robert Langdon from the like Da Vinci Code. So like he's like a symbolism professor, and he knows all about like ancient symbols and how they work. But then Robert Langdon had all of the skills and training of Jason Bourne. And then you assembled an Avengers team of different combinations of that kind of person. So basically a bunch of, they're a team called Sigma Force, and they're a team of almost entirely ex-special forces like the cream of the crop of ex-special forces and intelligence agents and stuff that have then been plucked out of those agencies or their units or whatever, retrained and given like PhDs. And like there's one dude who's got a PhD in like he's the Donatello. He does machines. That's what I'm going to tell you. He does machines. He's really good with tech. And at one point, he loses his hand, and they give him a prosthetic that he can detach and like operate remotely via like Starlink in his brain, and it like can operate like what was it? Cousin It? Was that the hand from Addams Family? And it can like scuttle around and do like go-go gadget tricks and stuff. There's one dude, the explosives expert. He doesn't have a PhD. He doesn't. He's generally just like a grunt, but he knows how to make a bomb. He's my favorite. The guy with Sigma Force. Oh, yeah, so Monk Cacalis. He's the Donatello. He's the guy who does machines. Who else we got? Oh yeah, we got Sai Chan, who works for like a mysterious assassin called the Guild, which is like like Assassin's Creed, where it's like Templars versus Assassins, like the Assassins, but they're the bad guys and also Chinese. A lot of this is very like, it's like super surface level, lowest common denominator. Most of the chapters are like 6 pages long. But it's mwah. There's I think the last one I finished was it was like an evil Japanese like tech billionaire who was like still pissed about World War II for some reason. And he's like, I'm going to do Pearl Harbor 2. But this time, I'm going to do it in Hawaii. And instead of planes, a swarm of prehistoric dinosaur bees. Or wasps. They're dinosaur wasps. That attack everyone. It's fantastic storytelling. Just amazing. I love it. Sorry. I just read Mute Compulsion by Soren Mao and my last just deep neo-Marxist. Yeah, I want my slop, my literary slop when I'm sitting on a beach or like, I like reading on like a train. Anytime I take via rail, read the hell out of book on a, like that. That's why I don't even get mad when it's a delay. It's just like, it's a couple extra chapters. Who cares? Order an extra beer from the cart.
The foreign affairs minister is always on the road, caught up on, in this case, Israel, Ukraine. So you're right, though, that I wrote a list before I spoke about it, and it never crossed my mind to put her on that list.
Okay. Your point accepted, and as always, even Bruce's points accepted as always.
Bruce,
you should just say you're right and just sort of close this first chapter of the show.
You're right. You're right. I mean, I got rid of my "you're right" early.
Sometimes I feel that people will found the club to defend Bruce here.
Okay.
But you mentioned the point about Pat Carney, and I have said before, and I really believe that in this post-Trump environment,
come on,
assuming that there will be a shuffle, maybe before Parliament rises. Around the
post that video if you
December,
dance in the YMCA with Trudeau.
Having either I think they got to look at the trade file or the Canada-US situation and say somebody needs to be clearly the single most important point person apart from the Prime Minister. Close to
all
the
we
Prime
got
Minister,
is someone
presumably.
called Citizen Free Press with the same video of the cavalcade arriving. But he put in Justin Trudeau, son of Fidel Castro, arrives in Mar-a-Lago in all capital letters.
Because I don't think that, and I agree with Chantal's list of who those players have been.
I wonder if they all just
who are
post like
among
Trump,
the
like in
strongest
all
players
caps
in the cabinet. But there is a little bit of 5 or 6 of them trying to figure out who's exactly going to say what at what moment. And
one of the first accounts on my For You is just an account posting illegal anime streams. I think I'm going to like it here.
and when they come out of a cabinet meeting, and
you know what, I
and
might
4 or 5 of
like
them
Truth
scrum,
Social.
They're
They get
all
me.
saying pretty similar things tonally, but they each have different aspects of the file. Dominic Leblanc and Mark Miller and Chrystia Freeland and so on. And I think that's worth taking a look at. If I were the prime minister trying to figure out what to do with the cabinet shuffle, I'd look at that.
Yeah, okay, so who's your candidate? To be the...
Say you're right now, and now it's time for the break. Come on, bring it. You can do it.
God, he's copying out.
Okay, we're going to take our break. When we come back, we're going to talk those $250 checks and GST for a holiday and where all that's landed after a week. I mean, it's a good point. You know, don't rush to judgment on the first 24 hours. Give it a week or two on whatever the issue is, I guess. And we'll see where you are on that one a week later. But right now, we're going to take that first break. Be right back after this.
North Star Public Affairs ads.
With,
I think that's
Hebert and Bruce Anderson. You're listening to Good
Is
Talk
that
for
where
this Friday.
Fred Delory
You're
works?
Listening on Sirius XM, channel 167, Canada Talks, or on your favorite podcast platform, or you're watching us on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, he does.
Okay. It was, you know, on last week's program, I got some mail. I don't think it represented the majority opinion. In fact, I mean, I'm sure it didn't, because I got a lot of mail after mentioning it. The mail I got initially was people saying, "Hey, you know, you're being unfair here. There are people suffering out there, and the Trudeau government has acted to try and deal with that suffering, both with the GST thing and with the $250 checks." Arguments about how fair the distribution was and whether there should be changes to that. But initially, most people, and by my unscientific going on with the mail I got,
wait, is he?
Over 100 letters came in.
My favorite time of the night.
I'd say it was about 80-20 who felt it was just a straight up political.
I can't really get mad at him. I can't really make fun of him too much, because that was me on my birthday. Made a couple of not so advisable posts that I may have deleted in the morning, because they were just very juvenile jokes.
But here we are a week later, and after last night, they passed the GST holiday, the 2-month holiday thing. The $250 checks are still kind of up in the air as people look at different ways to maybe improve that package. Where's this landed for you a week later? Bruce, you start us this time.
Well, I was thinking maybe this is going to be the moment where I get asked first in this.
Yeah, I really
this
can't. I really can't judge Andrew Coyne for being the type of guy who gets drunk and just scrolls Twitter. We are kindred spirits in that.
You are ready, right? You're not just killing time now.
Yeah, no, he's treading water. You can see it. He's going.
Yes.
I've been planning for this for years.
He's going. What was Chantal say? I just started there.
Here's what I think. I think that as I said last week, I think
trying to like rip yourself out of the auto scroll when you've had a couple of wobbly pops is nigh impossible.
Be something that looks to people politically motivated, and therefore they can be a bit cynical about it. And it can also be something that helps people and helps some businesses. I think both of those things are still true. I think with the passage of time, the more people have kind of had a chance to look at it, I would say that the luster of it hasn't grown. The sense of could it have been better thought out has developed. Now, part of that is just like any initiative that a government, especially an incumbent government this deep into its incumbency, runs into, is you put out an idea and then everybody else in the world gets to say, here's the one or two things that I think are wrong with it. They don't all have to agree. It's a little bit like that whole referendum process happens. But the things that are coming to the fore, there are certainly some retailers who I think have legitimate reason to say it's complicated to turn this tax on and off. There are other parts of the business marketplace where the complexity isn't that great. I was having an exchange, and I'm not sure why, on X last night with people about this whole question about how does it relate to restaurants. And I was making the point that, you know, for restaurants, January is usually a pretty soft month, and having a tax cut in January is going to produce more revenue for those businesses. But there are other retailers for which people will maybe say, I'm going to defer the purchase until the tax cut comes into effect. And so it does create some different dynamics, and those criticisms or complaints or pressure points that we're hearing from certain parts of the business community, I think are legitimate and reasonable, and remains to be seen whether they have much impact on public opinion. The second big criticism is the fairness. Who is left out? People who weren't working in 2023. They could be students, they could be retired people, they could be people with disabilities that keep them out of the workforce, they could be people who couldn't find a job. But in every case, well, the government may have an argument that it is already doing and has done other things for those groups in society. I think it probably has made the Liberals feel vulnerable to those criticisms because they didn't really get out in front of this idea and say, here are all the things that we've done for young people. Here are the things that we've done for seniors. Here are the things that we've done for other groups in society. But this group needs more of our help. And this is why we're targeting this the way that we did. And so there was I think the governments are always kind of fascinated with, let's drop something on the table that people didn't see coming and expect that they'll consume it the way we want them to consume it. And then they won't hear what everybody else is saying about it. And it'll be a win. And it's like it's the first play in a 4-quarter football game. There's going to be a lot of stuff that happens after that. And you need to take that into account. And I don't think they probably did. The two other things that I think are kind of accumulating some scar tissue. There are some people for whom it's can the country really afford it? Now, who's paying for it? And there are issues around the deficit that didn't exist before. And in particular, I spent a lot of time looking at the fact that young people have legitimate reason to think that when government spends more money now, that is spending money on their credit card that they're going to end up having to pay for. And they already think taxes are too high and everything costs too much. And so they have legitimate reasons to say, is this something that's going to help me that much, or is it going to help other people? And if it's going to help other people more than me, I think I'm already doing enough.
Yeah, but like one of the like major recurring criticisms I hear against the Liberals for a lot of the programs they've brought forward, and like especially recently, is that they focus very specifically on like the poorest, like poor people, vulnerable people living with disabilities, seniors, those people, which people aren't criticizing that, but what they're criticizing is that it's been to the exclusion of sort of anyone else. There's been nothing really that the Liberals can point to that would help like a single woman making $80,000 a year. Maybe the pharmacare thing with contraceptives, but that's like one thing. And it's like people who are like maybe not super struggling and ripe and like way below or below the poverty line, but people who are maybe above it, who I'm not making poverty wages as a reporter, but like I'm not making a whole crap ton of money, as you can tell from the jokes I make about how many roommates I have. So like extra $250, that's a big bonus. Like I'll take it. It's very helpful. There was someone I'm friends with who was at my birthday party. I was getting into an argument with her. I'm like, "What do you mean you can't use an extra $250? What do you?" And then you're like, "Do you remember do you remember like how much I make it?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And I'm like, "Well then give me your $250. I'll take it." Yeah. And it's like, you can say, like, make whatever criticism you want about, like, young white men. But you know what they also are? A large chunk of the voting population. And that's just true. And guess what Poilievre did? He didn't say fuck you to all of them. Like, that, there was a moment, I think it was in the leadership campaign, where Poilievre was talking about, I forget what the exact quote was, but he was talking about 30-year-olds living in their parents' basement because they can't afford to move out and afford a place of their own. It was something very sort of like benign like that. But I think it was around the same time as they had found the "Men Go Their Own Way" tag on one of his videos. So that got spun and reframed by like the Liberals and the NDP and Poilievre's detractors as, oh, he just cares about these chud white men living in their parents' basement harassing women on the internet. And it's like, you've taken a bunch of leaps from something he didn't say. Because guess what? There are a lot of 30-year-old women who are probably living in their parents' basement because they can't afford to live on their own. Probably a lot of those men who are doing that are probably white men. There's probably a bunch of men of color who are also in that situation. So when you immediately go that he's illegitimate, and that was one of those moments where, like, the sort of Overton window or the political landscape shifted to where Poilievre already was over time. Like, from the leadership debate to where we are now, everyone agrees with 2022 Poilievre about the 30-year-olds living in their basement. Everyone agrees with that. But when he originally said that, he was being a misogynist and encouraging men to go in their own way and doing targeted harassment and shit. And like, he just sort of like, he was just like, he identified the problems early and just waited and just dug in. He built trenches in a foxhole like 18 months before anyone knew the war had started.
To cope with the economic circumstances and the affordability issues and that sort of thing. So I think the can we afford it and who's...
And now he's got a fortified position of like, what?
And then the last thing is...
20 plus points in the polls?
And this is one of those things where I think the government has to impose more discipline on itself. I saw tweets from MPs, who were saying it's the most wonderful time of the year. They were kind of getting lyrical about the gift that they were giving to Canadians.
Oh, and they're all calling Poilievre the Grinch now. And can we do a full embargo or like ban on holiday-themed statements in the House of Commons? Member statements, fine, but don't stop working them into your question at question period.
Yes. And
tired of it. Or at least you can do it once, then find a new one.
I thought that was
horrifying. Can't have like 10 MPs recycle the same analogy.
More tone deaf. So they could be creating more problems for themselves if they keep on talking about it like that. It is either a necessary move to help people with hardship, or it's some act of generosity and largesse where politicians pretend that the money didn't come from the people, but rather from the politicians. And that, if that sounds dumb, it's because it is. It's just a terrible way to communicate.
Chantal.
Now, later, I am struggling with the notion of the narrative of necessities and hardship. I hope that when governments are serious about hardship and necessities, it doesn't mean they're going to be using my money to give a break on taxes for chips, popcorn, beer, or to the people who still have enough money left after Christmas to go to restaurants in January. That does not fit my definition. It may help the restaurant business. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it does not feel like it's geared to necessities. I've seen some people equate this with the Liberals have been spending and giving to selected groups since they've been in government. I don't think that comparison actually works, because when people say that, they're talking about dental care and childcare and pharmacare. Those are all structural programs that actually do make a real difference in the life of people who need programs like that to make ends meet. But this GST holiday is kind of here today and gone tomorrow. I agree with Bruce that it's a really bad idea to say, come on, you want to steal Christmas by opposing this. Give me a break. This sounds so stupid that it would be better to not say anything.
I like that they can't decide whether the Canada Post strike is meaningless or just incredibly just incredibly disruptive and awful to Canadian small businesses.
But I'm going to the $250 check, which actually is the more substantial measure. To receive a $250 check, even if you've got money, is always pleasant. Who gets money, even if it's your own money?
Did Hubert make that?
I
missed it.
But again, the narrative of necessity for a program that applies to a family household where both spouses make $148,000 a year fails my test of what necessity really is. And here, and I had mentioned it last week, here again, I see a repeat of the very dubious idea last year of exempting some home heating fuel from the carbon tax, only to wake up in the morning and realize that everyone else who was heating with natural gas was saying, me too. Well, you're seeing exactly that with the why are we seniors being excluded? And the idea that seniors don't need it because they've had it somewhere else. Surely that household with $300,000 as a joint income doesn't need the $250 each that they would be getting. Finally, I'm troubled by something that is more inside the bubble. The government has spent on this GST tax break $1.6 billion, or will be spending or forsaking that revenue. In exchange for that, it bought itself, by my count, about 12 hours of normal time in the House of Commons to do what the government is supposed to be doing in the House of Commons, that is legislating and debating legislation, because the NDP agreed to support the government in suspending the privileged debate that has brought down the House of Commons for a couple of months now, long enough to pass this. Well, do the math. 1.6 billion is very expensive per minute to have a functioning House of Commons. And all week I've been told, the Conservatives, isn't that a bit Trumpian, that they're blocking Parliament, stopping the system from functioning? My answer to that, and increasingly many people's answers who are watching Parliament, is
simple as
the Conservatives could never be doing that if the Bloc and the NDP
got me crisps
in the same movie. They don't
got
have
me
the
pint
numbers. So it's not
got me
just
PS4 simple
this,
as
it's the NDP and the Bloc that are holding Parliament hostage to a procedural debate led by the Conservatives. But how much is it going to cost? to allow Ms. Freeland to present a fiscal update. At this point, the cost would be over $5 billion because that's the $250 check would have to be expanded or modified. So it's going to cost at least $5 billion to open up Parliament long enough to get legislation to do not that, but to pass estimates to finance pharmacare, dental care, I mean, and also point to the Leblanc to allow the money that has been promised to the Quebec government for refugees, that's $500 million, to flow through to the Quebec government. So my question at the end of this week is, at what point do the NDP and the Bloc Québécois decide that they have played in the procedural movie long enough and that it's time to return to the business of Parliament that would need for all these things to happen? And the $250 check, by the way it's framed now, never going to pass. So if it comes back, it's going to have to come back in some other shape, or else it's going to have to come back with ribbons that cost billions of dollars that are attractive to the eyes of the NDP.
I know Bruce wants to get in on this, but I got to take my final break, and then we'll go right to Bruce. Back right after this. And welcome back. That was our final break on this week's edition of Good Talk with Chantal and Bruce. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Good to have you with us, as always. Bruce, you wanted to make a point on that last.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who kind of don't follow politics very closely might be unaware just how much parliamentary business has been paralyzed for the better part of 2 months, I guess now, and that
it's over 2 months now. It's definitely over 2 months because this started in when did this privilege debate start? So I think it was September 20th or not in the September 20s. I want to say 26th, but yeah, it was late September. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what the day was that it officially started, when it was first tabled. Whatever, we're at least 2 months and a few days that No, because it's almost it was the 26th, so I was right. I thought so. Because it's too. Because you have to explain House of Commons procedure, and almost any viewer's eyes will glaze over the second you have to start doing that. Because it'll be like, okay, so they're trying to debate to get these documents. Okay, so why can't the House of Commons do anything about that? Or do anything until that's done? And then you just have, so it's, I've started to see some, the podcast, I saw, Backbench did an episode on it. I think Althea Raj's podcast has done an explainer on it. But yeah, there's not been a lot of sort of mainstream coverage to explain to the average person. It's not like the National does an update every day going yep, still going. Every day I wake up and I check our comments to see what the orders of the day is. And every time I see it's the exact same orders of the day, basically as it was since end of September, I die a little inside. It's insanely insidery stuff. It's the insideriest of insideriest, because it's then you have to explain what I can only think of the name Green Slush Fund. That's how effective that's been. But like then you have to explain what that is. Like you have to get into all like the legal explanations for what what they're even debating over, because that's not even that like sort of straightforward and what the two sides are arguing over. Yeah.
Important. I don't really quarrel with, although I think the idea that it's worth 2 months of stoppage of the
It's
normal
like it's
course
not
of
just
our
inside baseball;
parliament,
it's intestinal baseball.
It's hard to square that with the issue that is at the heart of this.
It's in the very belly of the
I
beast
think
of
the Conservatives
baseball.
think that they've had the government kind of on the ropes, and the opposition kind of splintered. The other opposition parties sort of splintered in different areas, and so it's a way for Poilievre to kind of assert that his influence politically is as big as he wants it to seem. But I think there is some risk that if he carries on too long with that, that people will just kind of wonder, I don't understand the security clearance thing. I don't.
Well, we just gotta get a what, like another 20,000 of y'all in here. Also, I don't want that. I don't want that. Don't put that evil on me, because it's like that's like the one of those things where it's like you gain all the benefits of being Hassan, but all of his weaknesses and curses as well. That's a monkey's paw wish if I ever heard of one.
Understand why Parliament has been stopped for a couple of months over this thing. If there's a larger point here, he's not making it clear enough to me. And if
I all of a sudden have a really annoying, loud uncle I have to deal with.
People start to look a little bit more at Pierre
most
Poilievre,
of my uncles are very nice.
Those
and
are
just
not choices
calm,
that
I don't think I have a racist uncle, honestly.
Will be additive for him in terms
unless
of
I just
his,
haven't really delved enough deep and they're really
with
hiding
voters.
it.
And
But
so I think he should.
Most of the family dinners don't devolve
think about
into,
whether or
like,
not this is a moment where he wants to change course and decide that the business of the country requires a different approach.
Yeah, Canadian
on
Hassan
the
only has
tabling
2,000
of
viewers.
a fall economic statement,
Which is
do
honestly
see a
more
story
manageable. I
today.
think the most harmful thing for Hassan more than anything is his chat. And less so much like what's happening in his chat, but whatever damage he had to do to his brain so that he can read it and like in any way keep up with it. Like I don't like every time, like I've seen clips where it's like he's stun locked or whatever on like like someone makes a comment and he just gets furious and goes on a tangent. It's like, how did you even see that comment in the first place? The comments are like, when you look at his comments, and they're going down like the Matrix numbers. It's going so fast. It's like, how did you even see that? How did you even see that in order to get pissed off at it? Are they like, is it like going in slow-mo and the awful comments are like glowing? Like a weak spot, but like in reverse? Like if he hits it, it does damage to him?
Forget where that implied that the government was looking at other alternatives if they weren't able to deliver it in the House of Commons. That's been done,
that is
before.
true. I didn't think I should have thought about that.
Frankly, from the standpoint of the government, it's not a bad.
So then it's his bot's fault. Then he's got like he's
perfect.
hired his own torment. He's paying his own. Well, I don't think he probably doesn't pay his mods. He doesn't pay his editors.
But
no way he's
version
paying
of
mods.
government standing up.
All right, 1 second.
Kind of reading a windy, self-congratulatory speech. That's never been that big a political winner, in my view. And it usually is immediately followed by those political shows that we're familiar with, and a whole raft of people going on and saying, this is what's wrong with that. This is what's wrong with that. This is what's wrong with that.
You're trying to undercut my business. Is that what you're doing?
No. I'm not talking about the premium.
This is bad. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's not have those shows anymore.
Those are great shows. I admire them. And and many of the hosts of those shows too.
Okay, we've only got a couple of minutes left. Has the channel been changed? I mean, a couple of weeks ago, it was all about the knife plungers in the Liberal Party trying to get rid of Trudeau. And I don't know whether they've all disappeared or whether they're just a lot more quiet right now. But we're
This
not
is a
talking about,
Chantal question for sure. This is a Chantal
we're not
question.
talking about that anymore. I mean, we're talking about GST holidays, the $250 checks, how to stop Trump, blah, 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 blah. Has the channel been changed?
Trump was a
bit.
Trump was a big channel changer and will remain so. To go back to Bruce's point about Pierre Poilievre and the filibuster in the House, the danger, I think, to the Conservatives now is that a lot of the action is going to be happening outside of Parliament, and people will be focused on this Trump-Trudeau more than the Poilievre-Trudeau debate going forward. I'm not sure that the government really needed those GST breaks and the $250 to change the channel positively. I'm not sure that's going to work, but it did change the channel too. It at least gives the impression that at this point, as opposed to 3 weeks ago, the government has regained a lot of the initiative that it seemed to have lost since September.
Bruce?
I was kind of in full nod mode until the last part of the last sentence. I don't know if I'm there that a regaining of momentum.
That's not momentum, it's initiative, different words.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
By the way.
I think the government did solve for a challenge that they had created for themselves, which is that they were seen to be kind of a day late and a dollar short on this affordability issue. And by that, I mean, a lot late, and the party least able to kind of get out of its own way and say, we're going to help people with affordability. I mean, Chantal's right that the government did do things that were big structural programmatic changes that would help people over the medium to long term with cost of living. But because the nature of those programs is what it is, and that doesn't argue against them, they take time to work. You can run into complexities. There are fights about the funding for the $10 a day childcare issue. People don't necessarily kind of feel them the same way that they feel something that sounds like next month you're going to get a tax holiday, and a couple of months after that you're going to get a $250 check. So they did solve for are they the only party that doesn't have something to give me to make me feel like my life is a little bit more affordable?
Whatever you need to say to make yourself feel better, Bruce.
Of that, I think, yes, they've got the initiative back on that conversation, but I don't know whether or not it sustains.
All right, we're going to leave it at that. Good discussion, as always, here on Good Talk with Bruce and Chantal. We'll be back, and who knows what we'll be talking about 7 days from now. I mean, that's the beauty of this show, is you just don't know what will be the issues a week from now. Could be any number of them. We'll see what they are. A quick reminder, The Buzz comes out 7:30 or 7 a.m. tomorrow morning in your inbox, 7 a.m. Eastern time, that is. If you haven't subscribed already, there's no charge. Just send your email to the link at nationalnewswatch.com/newsletter. That's it for this day. Have a great weekend and a great week to both Chantal and to Bruce and to all our listeners out there. It's great having you with us. Talk to you again in 7 days.
Salut.
À bientôt.
À bientôt. Stu Benson on the bridge.
So first,
I've been on backbench once.
First off, I just want to say thank
That
you
was, like,
everyone
September?
for coming. I really appreciate Aaron's time, obviously, but I really
I don't
appreciate
think they
everyone coming
do
out
guests
on a Monday
on,
night.
the bridge,
And I also
unfortunately.
want to thank Brunswick Beer Works for putting this together for us in terms of hosting us. I really appreciate it. So give a hand to our hosts.
Also, wait, I want to see something. Is this muted? Why is this muted? Did I get this clip right? He at committee. Oh, I didn't clip right. It's too early. All right, never mind.
Now, Aaron and I have traded barbs at times, but
Kristen, we realized
developed a
that
friendship
the
over
Conservatives
many years that we've
stole
both been in politics,
Blakey's bit
and,
from this podcast
we can share different war
about
stories
using
from leaderships, I think,
O'Toole's
as well,
words
although
against him.
He's got 2 under his belt.
Or for his own benefit.
I actually want
Well, you do the first leadership to learn the lessons to win in the second.
I like how they did this at a brewery and O'Toole's still drinking water. Come on, man. I don't know if O'Toole doesn't drink, but it's like, then why do it at a brewery?
He's smart. Lessons to learn. And not only that, so he's been a guest on this podcast previously, and I've been a guest on his. He's got a podcast called Blue Skies. He's also got a Substack that I encourage folks to check out.
O'Toole's on Blue Sky?
It's just AaronO'Toole.substack.com, I think.
No, it's Blue Skies as well. Aaron O'Toole, Blue Skies.
Okay, Blue Skies. Yeah, he's a very optimistic guy, and but I'm going to start actually on a pessimistic note instead of that optimism of Blue Skies, because in the last month we see Donald Trump becomes president for the second time, and that has major consequences not only for Canada, and he's announced 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the U.S. It also has consequences for Ukraine and other countries around the world. When you joined me in June of 2022 for the first podcast recording we did together, we talked about, and you talked about in particular, sort of the push and pull of populism versus conservatism. But when we look south of the border, populism has won. And so what do you make of not only the situation for Canada, but as a world, what are we facing here?
Yeah, you're starting off...
the easy questions. The easy questions.
With gray skies, not blue skies. Look, I think recent events, not just with the re-election of Donald Trump, but you're seeing even some election results in Europe, reflecting a bit of a realignment, a bit of a shift going on politically, driven by a number of things. Demographics, the baby boomers are getting older and are retired, and their economic activity is changing economies. Some countries don't have huge replacement populations, and in Europe you're seeing fights over immigration levels. You're seeing even that come here. So some of this is driven by economic change, demographic change, but it's also been accelerated through social media, and you and I will talk about that at some point in the night. But there's millions of people, particularly in the United States, that haven't felt part of a conversation. And that over time has driven divisions and is making people seek out someone that they believe is listening, is going to fight for them.
Is that,
and
what's his name, Boots? Is that who you're referring to? Or is that someone else?
If you look at the swing states,
Wait, you
Trump
wouldn't
won
listen to
every
uncommons?
single one. And I had been telling people that I work with now in the private sector, predicting he was going to win every single one.
Why not? Does he not like Erskine Smith? This is great content. He's leaving content on the table.
This sort of populism age we're in has upended the traditional order. So those states were swing states because working class voters generally voted Democrat, and they were the driving engine in Ohio and Pennsylvania, the strong union vote.
I like how when you
Almost
Google
all
Truth
of them are now
Social,
voting
like
Republican.
Donald Trump's profile comes up
culturally, but
underneath
also
like the
because they
main
haven't
link
seen the
before the
benefits
sign up
of
page.
globalization. Working class salaries have literally been unchanged.
Nothing yet.
If you draw them back to the late 1970s. Whereas the professional classes on the coasts or in the big cities have seen tremendous wealth creation, tremendous asset bubble.
See, like, I used to, like, that was the thing. Like, who is the dude who has the actual real life Robert Langdon hair from the movie? I feel, apologies to that man. I'm forgetting his name. But he's a YouTuber. And he presents himself as like a Canadian political like commentator. But like literally every one of his videos was about Trump for like the entirety of his, because that was what got him views. And I'm cool with having 5 of y'all here and actually doing Canadian content.
Rise. And so those workers and some of those Rust Belt states,
this is my niche.
We're not part of this.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
To have their own little conversations about why. And social media, once you fall into one of those bubbles, it's hard to get any other message other than what's in that bubble. And you've done work on algorithms and other things, Nate.
Not saying we won't do American
I think that's
content,
important.
but
So the age we're in now,
there's enough
people are going to
people
seek
doing
out a
American
voice
political content
that represents either their fears, their frustrations, their hopes. And I think until the Democratic Party recognizes that they've lost that huge reservoir of support with union and sort of working class voters in swing states, there's only about 12 states in the US that are even up for grabs. There's going to be no Democratic administration in the future. And I think you've seen some of these commentaries emerging from some media figures is the Democrats
we'll
really
listen
have
to
do
Hassan make that exact
soul-searching.
point
But I think we can
later
all
on,
learn
which
from
is
this,
funny.
because in my riding, in parts of Oshawa, parts of Windsor, parts of Sault Ste. Marie, parts of Hamilton, that same feeling of being left out of the conversation is there. And in a populist era, you can take those frustrations and lead them one way, or you can lead them another. And that's where we could see more division in society.
I mean, you're talking lessons for Democrats. I mean, if I'm translating that to the Canadian context, there are obviously lessons for liberals in the sense that you see economic frustrations and anger. You know, people are worse off than their parents and generations that came before them, and that translates into real frustration and a vote for change and a vote to tear down systems and institutions in some ways. I think there's also, I was on a U of T Mississauga campus recently, and there was this sense of 2 young women who are both conservatives, unfortunately, but they
and that wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. I'm serious. You know, if you went to a conservative campus event 20 years ago, it would be 30 young dudes.
Yeah.
And
but
the Gen Z is completely more conservative than the millennials.
Well, and it was interesting because they spoke to, it was a political correctness that they were pushing back against, and it was
I think that the English teacher trailer, I think, really captured this about what's happening with young people. There's just one line that I think is really...
This is Mr. Marquez. He is here to teach you all about non-binary. A non-binary person is somebody who does not identify as male or female.
Like a hermaphrodite.
No. Yes. Not at all. And that word is...
Because here's the thing. Young people, so like people who are in high school or college, generally are a reaction. And I don't mean like reactionary, I mean like cause and effect. So like you have they're like a response, a rebuttal almost to the older generation. So whatever they see the older generation doing that they may seem as like over the top or lame or stupid, they're gonna like do the opposite in a lot of cases. And they've seen like people my age and older, in many cases, be maybe a little overzealous in some cases with the like the sort of, for lack of a better term, identity politics. That being said, this I don't know what I thought, but they're like hectoring. I think I wouldn't like. There was a I forget that James Carville made a comment that he got a lot of hot water for because he said the Democratic Party was filled with too many hectoring white women, which I don't think it's fair to blame this all on white women. I think there's quite a few hectoring white men and people of all colors. I think hectoring is the key word there, where it's just like so it. You know, there's that joke where it's like that one woke friend where it's like everything has to turn into a lecture. That sort of thing. or it's almost like if you tell a young person, like a very young, talking about like 4, 5, 6 years old, and they discover a swear word, and you're overzealous in trying to get them to stop saying that swear word. In a lot of cases, in my experience as a camp counselor, at least, they're going to say that word a whole lot right in your face because it's funny at that point. Like, I had one kid, like, discover, like, the word fuck at camp. And I maybe was like, holy shit, no, you're not allowed to, don't say that. Don't stop. Because he was like, I want to say like 7 or 8. Way too young to be using the F word. And also, I don't want his parents finding out that I was responsible, at least. Not responsible for him learning it, but I was responsible for the child when they learned it. And I was like, no, and he just started singing it as loud as he could. And it's like, and the more I tried to stop him from singing it, and just like, cause you can't like I can't like grab his mouth and cover it. This is still like post 2010. That's not happening. So it's like, I can't physically stop him from saying it. I have to try and verbally convince this like 7-year-old child to stop singing the F word as loud as he can, because he just thinks it's a funny word. And so yeah, so it's like
use anymore, is it?
I don't know.
Now that it's a joke.
There you go.
An F? With grades like this, I'm gonna have to hit the corner, sir.
No vaping, I can smell it. No, you can't. You're being investigated.
They're all smoking
Why doesn't Mark
again.
ever get investigated for all that stuff he says? Well, there he is. Eric Not So Speedy Gonzalez, 1751. Wow. The kids this year, they're not into being woke anymore.
It's circled back
It's
around.
circled all the way around.
They're saying the R word again.
Aren't we getting behind on these states?
They are saying the R word and the F slur again. Like, not fuck. They're saying the other F slur. They're just saying it now.
The sense of wanting to make sure that they were able to have their own voice, and this idea of, you know, do we have freedom of speech? And well, of course you do from the federal government's perspective, but how you feel policed from your student body or your teachers or your campus is a different conversation potentially. But it was those two real conversations that drove that. But so those are lessons for the Democrats and liberals to make sure that you're able to speak to people, you're not speaking down to people, you're not lecturing people, and you're not just saying, well, you know, GDP per capita is growing faster than you think, wages are growing faster than you think. You might not feel it, but it's better than you think it is. And there's a certain
all I'm gonna say was that hand gesture he did made that whole thing feel like a very specific impression.
Tone there that doesn't work in politics for sure.
That was not he was not
Lessons
just
for
saying that about a general
conservatives, though,
sentiment
out of that election.
He was
Because
doing
on
an
the one
impression.
hand, success for Republicans. On the other hand, success that might be short-term success that comes at the expense of our democratic conventions and social mores in some ways.
The lesson for conservatives, I think, is don't let the tail wag the dog. And there's a great political movie called Wag the Dog, if you like politics. But what I mean by that is you hear in Canada a lot, but it's similar to the US, what is the base saying? What is the conservative base saying? What is the liberal base saying? And I think the risk for conservatives, and it's a little bit the same thing Prime Minister Trudeau has faced, is if you're really just trying to speak to the base through social media now to make the base happy, you're actually not speaking to all Canadians. You're speaking to a group. And my concern is the base, over time, can get angrier and more disconnected from where I would say the vast majority of sort of middle-class, large swaths of voters are. And so I've said this to some of my colleagues, is Ukraine is a great example. Prime Minister Harper, probably his most famous comment that you might remember from Stephen Harper, and I know we have a room full of Stephen Harper acolytes here, but is probably when he confronted Vladimir Putin and said, "Get out of Ukraine." You remember when he did that? I think it was in at a G7 meeting or a G20 meeting. And that was a unanimous position, both between conservatives and liberals in the US and in Canada. Why has it drifted away from that? Well, because elements of this quote unquote base has been influenced by the debates in the United States. It's been influenced by Russian disinformation on social media. And over time, the repetition of social media, and I was just talking to someone as we came in, the repetition makes it so hard for someone to actually resist the message, whether it's on Ukraine, whether it's on vaccines. And they just seek out more and more affirming information through social media. So if you just chase the base, you got to be very careful that the base doesn't
O'Toole? Yes.
start going squirrely.
At least probably when he
The
was
same thing
leader,
happened
for
to
sure.
Justin Trudeau, though. In the pandemic, a very hard day for me was, we were having people not able to attend their own loved ones' funerals. Do you remember that when during lockdowns and everything, and we were trying, and then the Prime Minister showed up at a protest and took a knee at a protest, disregarding his own advice not to go to gatherings. He did that.
That's that's not the same thing. He took a knee at a protest in the summer, which was an outdoor gathering, which were allowed under the rules at the time. He is compressing the timelines to say that everything in the pandemic all happened at once. And we know that's not true. There were times, and we did. I was very sad when we had especially in the winter when you had the public, the lockdown measures, and people weren't allowed to go to indoor public gatherings, or even non-public indoor gatherings over a certain amount of people, which we can debate whether or not that was effective or good or whatever you want. But that is different than the Black Lives Matter protest that he's referring to, that I believe happened in 2021 during the summer, during a lull in the infection rate and an easing of the lockdown measures. He did not go to that protest against his own advice. This is the kind of thing where it's like when I think there's a bit of mythologizing that I've seen happening over O'Toole. He's a great guy, but he's still a politician, and he's a partisan as well.
Because he thought he was speaking to an element of his base. So all parties can get into trouble if you're going to let social media dictate the decisions you make.
I lived through.
Also, it's very interesting to hear O'Toole criticizing Trudeau for playing into the base and it being detrimental to his political career.
Through this recently, and I'm not going to purposely pick on Danielle Smith, but she did send out a health minister and an ag minister to comment on my politics recently. And why? Why? And you can see the thread. You can see the thread and you can follow it where she dabbles in conspiracy theories around chemtrails. She gets asked a question by a supporter, obviously. She gives an answer. The supporter, that she's starting to lose the crowd. She goes, well, we're not doing it, but it might be the Pentagon. And then the Pentagon releases a statement the following day saying,
I don't know what the feedback is on this, but it's awful. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it sounds like there's someone has a cart full of dishware and plates that's just constantly being pushed around in the background of this, or maybe it's it's a vent or it's an air duct or something that's being picked up by the mics, but it's driving me nuts.
No, not us. What are you talking about?
And I apologize if you hadn't noticed it
fast
before,
forward
and
from there,
now
a week
you
later,
do
2
notice
weeks later,
it
she's
because I've burdened
trying her
you
best
with
to accommodate Jordan
knowledge.
Peterson. And then you fast forward a week after that, and she's actually sending her health minister and her ag minister out at the microphone to say that a bill that I've got before Parliament on
it's like a
prevention
brewery?
preparedness that takes a One Health approach and does speak to
They said it at
addressing
the beginning,
biosecurity
and
risk
I
in
didn't
agriculture, that this is going to
note
mandate
it.
vegetable
'Cause
proteins.
I was
And why
laughing
do
at
they
the
do this?
fact he's like
Because
thanking the
Rebel
brewery for having
Media
them.
had a
And
campaign around
O'Toole's
this,
not
and
drinking.
if you track it
So
all
then why
forward,
do
and
it
of
at
course
the
she
brewery?
goes after trans
I guess
kids
so they
too,
can have
but
an audience there.
You track it all, and why is all of this happening? She's got a leadership review for her base, and she's got a score. She scored 91.5%, if you're all wondering. But it drives a very bizarre politics, and you can say, you know, you got example, and I agree, there are examples probably on both sides in terms of speaking to a base, but it's law. I think people who are busy with their own lives and looking after their family and not following the day-to-day of the insider politics.
It might be. That's kind of what it sounds like. Is someone with like
what in the world are they doing? But it's speaking to a very
janitorial
small
cart.
audience of people who are invested to become members and dictate outcomes in a much more serious way.
Well, when it comes to leadership reviews, no one can take advice from me. I lost one of my own caucus. And it's funny because in the two leaderships I ran in, I was the choice of caucus. But you know, nothing makes things more challenging than a health crisis, and you know, you really know how
PPC.
people feel in a time of pressure. And it was a very hard leadership time for me. Look, you know, I don't know about some of the specific things you're talking about, but this is the risk that Danielle or anyone else faces. Is eventually you have to start pushing back on some of the narratives you hear out there. In my final speech in Parliament, I talked about World Economic Forum. That sort of conspiracy drives me nuts. I know some of the stuff that comes out of the World Economic Forum is you know, next to sort of nuts. It'll never happen, but it's blue skying. It's, you know, debate. It's thinking. It's not global government. It's not sort of some sinister Bond-like villain, you know, planning the future of mankind. But on social media, it can take that form.
Yeah.
And it's ironic because I was one of the only young conservative MPs that had never been a young leader, World Economic Forum leader or anything, because I wasn't in politics till I was about 40. So I was too old, you know, to be one of the young leaders. And I've tried to sort of speak out on some of these things. And when I've had constituents, when I was still an MP, come up to me and say, what about these 15-minute cities? They're going to take away our cars. They're going to take away this. They're going to take away that. And I say, well, do you know what that is? I think it was a French economist said, hey, wouldn't it be great if you could go buy corn at the local market? Do you buy corn at the Watson farm here in Bowmanville? She goes, yeah, of course I do. Well, wouldn't it be great if you could do all of this sort of nearby? I said, that's the master plan of 15-minute cities. But she looked at me shocked. And she goes, well, thank you. You know, I read something totally different. It's that repetitive nature of the algorithms people are increasingly stuck in. Is she, you know, a bad person? No. Nobody had ever challenged her perception of 15-minute cities or whatever the issue is of the day.
Yeah.
And I think...
Well, here's the thing I think that is different there. It's not that nobody had ever challenged it. Nobody with an opinion she respected had ever challenged it. Because if you're it's like, assuming you're like a conservative and or like on the right, and you think that 15-minute cities are like a conspiracy to lock you within 15 minutes of your home and everything's going to be everything's going to be locked down, you're all going to be in like little miniaturized 15-minute ghettos or whatever. If like a liberal or a New Democrat or someone you think is like a lefty challenges that opinion on you and tries to tell you you're not gonna buy it, but because it was Aaron O'Toole challenging that and saying no, that's not what it is, she respects that opinion. She'll listen to it. Where it's like the thing where it's like fact checks from journalists. The people that like hate journalists or think that like we're all in cahoots and like trying to pull the wool over their eyes. If we fact check something, those people are not going to care or even like read it. They're going to think we're just lying again. So it's that sort of thing where it's like I don't want to say if it's like you have to police your own side, but it has like that's sort of like it's up to like when we're in a partisan political arena, it's up to the partisans to challenge each other and do sort of like shepherd each other kind of thing, or it's like they're not gonna, like, if you're a conservative or if you're a liberal partisan and you believe something that's wrong, it's like, this is not unique to the conservatives. I'm not gonna do a both sides thing when you do an all sides thing. It's just like, you're not gonna have your mind changed by someone whose opinion and expertise you don't respect, generally.
Public officials, part of your mandate should be to do that on left and right, so that we,
whether it's TrueAnon or QAnon, it requires like the people that are not. But even then, you'll see like they'll be like, oh, they'll do like a no true Scotsman, or at least you see that with like the people on the super far right. If if like someone in the Conservative Party challenges them, they're like, oh, you're what is the Canadian version of a rhino or whatever, or you're a red Tory or whatever. So I think that's the tricky part, where it's not just that like these people haven't like they haven't been presented with the information, or they just haven't had someone try to explain it to them. It's like, well, it needs to be coming from someone whose opinion and expertise they respect and trust.
we don't, as traditional.
So if it's from like someone who they view as like oppositional to them in politics, or from like even just a nameless, faceless like a media organization, or even just a individual journalist that they don't even know. They have no idea who this person is. They're just supposed to be like, okay, this person works at this institution, so therefore they must be telling the truth. And for a long time that worked for journalism, but it's broken down now.
Traditional media breaks down. We have an added responsibility. I think there's probably more people that read your Householder in your riding than read the Toronto Star or the Globe. I think I'm the only one that gets a paper on my street. And back 30 years ago, every house on my street would have gotten a paper. So I think public officials have an even greater duty to push back on some of these.
No, that sense of responsibility is incredibly important. As an aside, because Aaron was reviewing the Householder, my favorite story about the Householder, by the way, is the newsletter that gets sent out to every household that is, the fold-out 6 pages. My favorite story about the Householder, I was knocking doors in a building in Main and Danforth, and there's the loveliest older woman who says, she's in her 80s, and she says, I've lived here my whole life, and your newsletters keep me informed, and I wish the best for you, and they're the best thing I've received from any politician in all my years of living here. I went, and this was during an election, and I was knocking doors, and I said, thank you so much for your support. It means a lot. She goes, oh no, I can't vote for you. I think Justin Trudeau should be in jail. Thank you, and move on.
Remember, vote the local candidate.
Yeah, exactly. But when you
let me tell the funniest Householder story. Here is the best Householder story, and it's not about me or leaders. You remember Daniel Blakey. So Daniel Blakey is now a senior advisor to Premier Wab Kinew, but his father was the dean of the House of Commons, and Daniel was an MP for one of the Winnipeg ridings. And he was on committee, I think, with us and the Public Safety Committee.
He was, yeah, before he got kicked off.
And I think, by the Liberal whip for working with me on things, for being free-thinking. But Daniel was the NDP member, and I think it was when we were having the bill to unionize the RCMP. Remember? The Bill C7, I think?
Yeah.
And at one point, Daniel, who was sort of there really parroting some of the lines from one of the unions that wanted to form the union for the RCMP, right? Because this was going to be a huge new union. So in my remarks after Daniel had dominated the meeting, I said, Daniel, you do a fine job, representing those people, and I'm sorry to butt in here. And I was just trying to be polite. He took my comments and put it in his Householder.
You do a fine job.
Prominent Conservative MP Arnold Toole says Daniel Blakey, quote, is a strong representative. And the former Liberal, the Conservative MP that Daniel had beaten in 2015 sends me this email saying, "Why are you praising Daniel Leahy?" And I said, "I'm just nice to people at committee." And I thought that is very clever politics, taking your opponent's quote from Hansard and putting it in your householder.
You talk about social media. I want to pull things apart a little bit because there's obviously people believe in some wacky things and echo chambers happen and social media can be a detriment in that regard. But there's also, you wrote recently about your story joining the forces and the respect that the CAF deserves, and you hate to see people, I think you talk about a cottage industry developing of people trying to tear down the Canadian Armed Forces, and it all came out of a social media clip of reservists marching at a Remembrance Day ceremony, and they didn't march well, and people started tearing them apart, and it went viral, people just tearing them apart. And you responded to say, no, we should respect those who put on the uniform, and yeah, they can improve their drills. But at one point in that piece, you talk about how, and almost certainly that kind of content that divides us and pulls us apart and certainly undermines our institutions, that only benefits foreign adversaries. And if anything, foreign adversaries are likely promoting and pushing that content. And it brings us to a conversation around, we can get to the, how do you address the organic challenges of conspiracy theories. But on the foreign interference front, it was on this podcast, actually, that you first talked about foreign interference in the election in 2021 when you were the leader. And you have attended at the Hogue inquiry, and it's a serious conversation. We don't always have the most serious approach in dealing with this conversation, though. So whether it's name the names or get a security clearance, it devolves into, we could talk about both those issues, but it does devolve into slogans and simplistic sort of attacks instead of working across party lines to address a really serious threat and a really serious issue for our country.
Yeah, no, well, thank you. I wrote that because I do worry that on social media, our institutions
is he spilling
are
tea?
under attack. In some cases by foreign agents, by troll farms. We saw during the pandemic this movement that I'm sure came into your office like it did mine. If I gather so many signatures, the Governor General can remove the Prime Minister. I'm sure you saw these.
Not as many in Beaches, East York.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of those guys in Ottawa, though,
attacks
for a couple of weeks.
On our institutions. And I've seen a lot of it. So the video of the drill, it was pretty embarrassing drill.
Yeah.
But these are reservists juggling jobs.
Okay,
much. It's
yeah.
like a 10-second clip.
Yeah, they might have been great for the other bit of it.
And is that really a representation of this cross-section of Canadians, men and women, all backgrounds, stepping up to serve and to juggle those things? And in Remembrance Week, of all things, I didn't like to see veterans jumping on an institution that gave them so much. There's some great veterans in this room that I was talking to who gave a lot of service to their country. So I always say, especially during Remembrance Week, veterans should be helping build up the military, not tear it down. And our military has a personnel shortage. It has some recruiting challenges, like all Western militaries right now. And I fear that some people don't even realize that some posts are accelerated by foreign misinformation. And the Russians are like a cheese grater. They just want friction in our society. They want us fighting. They want us not trusting institutions. Chinese state interference is more of a scalpel. They've used WeChat, where there's almost 1 million WeChat users in Canada. And they get their news about the election. They get their news about everything from an algorithm that's controlled by Beijing. That should trouble people around election time. And they're very surgical in ridings where they think they can have an impact. So I think I've tried to approach the foreign interference thing responsibly. We knew on election night that some of my seats were impacted because our modeling was so accurate, except in about 13 to 15 ridings where there was a predominantly Chinese Canadian vote, that in many cases we believe was suppressed. How many would it have meant came out of our win column? That's really hard to determine. But we were able to determine, and the Hogue inquiry confirmed, that there were interference campaigns, and we weren't properly briefed, even though we were the target of them. So the Prime Minister avoided having the Hogue inquiry. I think some of these things should be nonpartisan, because it'll be the same thing that a future Conservative government or a future whatever government will be facing with the same thing. More and more countries are trying to influence their diaspora populations, trying to influence global security or trade conversations. So Canada has to grow up a little bit. This is going on, and we have to get a lot more serious in combating it.
What is the wizard like?
Well, let's take those two examples, though, and have a more serious conversation about it. The name the names, that sort of line, relates to the fact that there were a number of unnamed parliamentarians who allegedly engaged in, wittingly or unwittingly engaged in some, whether they were dupes or whether they cooperated actively with foreign powers. It's hard, though, because due process matters. It's hard because we don't know the strength of the intelligence of all those cases.
Let me jump in on that for 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Because I kind of had that feeling too, Nate. We're both lawyers, and you instantly go to due process.
Yeah.
But does anybody in this room know who I replaced as an MP when I won my by-election in Durham? If there's a really smart political nerd here that might know. Bev Oda. Why did Bev Oda resign? Where was the due process in the orange juice discussion?
I don't think
politics is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, we like making the Bev Oda jokes on this channel, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't just the orange juice that Bev Oda got resigned for. I think there was some other things that happened. I'm not pulling it up now, but I like, we make the joke about the orange juice, but that was not the thing.
And so, there's unfairness to it.
It was just the $8 orange juice was just the funny part, or the part that everyone remembers.
One of my own staffers, Mitch Hempel, actually reminded me. He wrote a great piece saying, certain things you're held to account on your conduct or on your decisions. In Bev's case, she didn't claim a per diem. So she actually saved the taxpayer money that day, but you never heard it. Yeah. And because of other problems that she'd had previously, it was very vicious media cycle. And so I came into politics that way. So it made me think that if
that is interesting, though. I didn't know that he was the one who replaced Bev Oda.
That was inappropriate. Or
I didn't get a goddamn purple mushroom.
Were duped.
Right. If that were the case, though, because I would say on the flip side, and this isn't to say you shouldn't name names, it's just a matter of how you go about doing it. So, for example, but
also,
it tracks
like,
back to this,
if we're taking the Bev Oda example, is he saying that was a good thing then?
National security issues.
That should have happened, so it doesn't matter?
There's one example that they really go into not a lot of detail, but greater detail, and it's that there was a former parliamentarian who was in a relationship with a foreign agent and shared confidential information with that foreign agent. I would say, name that name for sure, right? Like, that's an obvious example. In other cases, I don't know what the intelligence is. I don't know what the accusation is. I have met in my 9-year parliamentary career with parliamentarians from China, and they've given me shit about Canada, and I've given them, it right back around the treatment of Uyghurs and their actions in Hong Kong, and you run down the list, right? So there's just because you have a meeting in a particular venue or at a particular time doesn't necessarily mean anything. So to be determined on other cases, I would say. So due process doesn't mean not naming them. It just means how you go about naming them. But we can't even, that conversation seems too nuanced.
You think? Yeah. I think an easy solution, because the Prime Minister, and I'm assuming Dominic, Leblanc, and a few other ministers know the names, National Security Advisor, like, people know the names, and they're keeping, the Prime Minister could easily say, okay, the names in the report, in the NCI COP, I was involved in creating that committee. We're going to give each of those people named a 72-hour heads up that they'll be named. And then those people will then have to decide how they're going to either respond or how they're proactively going to justify calling the consul general from China 6 times a week.
Yeah, right. No,
I thought whatever it was.
I thought the same thing. Like, you have the allegations laid out alongside their response. You publish both at the same time. You might have
or you give them a heads up,
sure.
and if they want to proactively,
you could do a bunch of different things on that front.
or if they want to resign their seat,
Right.
they can do whatever. But I think, much like, I'm not here to be hyper partisan, but
just a little bit.
I'm still really upset about what the Prime Minister did on the Winnipeg lab documents. We had valid questions about the Winnipeg lab documents, if you know that, and he forced the Speaker to go to court to try and enforce the will of the House. And the one thing that the House of Commons, and you use your privileges smartly. You've been an independent voice. You've supported the government. You've challenged the government. You've represented your constituents in a way that is in line with your values. And there's a lot.
I'm putting that in my householder, by the way.
Do it.
Your constituent.
You better.
Your constituent. I live in Beaches, East York now, so my MP made me do this tonight. Or he said he'd raise my taxes or something. No, in all seriousness, you've used your privilege. The privilege you have as a member of Parliament is remarkable. You can defame someone in the House of Commons. You do have.
You're allowed to just straight up lie.
And you have the remarkable ability to shine the light on issues.
And they're not allowed to call you a liar, even if they know you're lying.
Who got their
which is the most insane part to me.
Champions from the riding, and I love that part of the job. I know you do as well. But with that remarkable privilege comes responsibility, and so the House of Commons, when they want to review something,
where's my horse? What did I do?
The government can't stand in the way of that. There's precedent going back decades on
there
that.
it is.
So at times, the Prime Minister who said his government would be transparent by default has not been transparent by default. So I think now we're in pre-election mode. We're in a very highly intense partisan area. So everything gets reduced to name the names or get the security review. And so I hope going forward we can take certain issues, especially like the protection of our democratic institutions, and make them as nonpartisan as possible.
$8 orange juice
Well, you talk
discourse.
about using that power responsibly. I mean, I, in 2019, voted for a deeper dive through an inquiry into the SNC-Lavalin affair. I think it was just me and John McKay that voted with the opposition to release those Winnipeg Labs documents, which were ultimately released, but not just to the public. They were released under an agreement, a responsible agreement actually, with opposition parties to ensure they were managed in a responsible way. But they were critical. I was on the Canada-China committee when we were examining that, and those documents were essential. At the same time, Parliament has been broken for the last almost 30 sitting days because I think power is being, in some ways, used irresponsibly to say, release the documents to the RCMP, and it doesn't make any sense.
Just because you have the right
so
to demand the documents doesn't mean you
is
should.
Incredibly important. Now, when we talk name the names, okay, so there is probably a path. We could probably sit down and chart a path that we would agree on. The getting the security clearance, I can't imagine a world where Aaron O'Toole, the leader, doesn't get a security clearance to review information about potential interference in a leadership that you participated in. I just think you're too serious of a person for that. So what's the? I'm not going to be too hyper partisan either, but what in the goddamn hell?
Thanks for being nonpartisan. I'm withdrawing my comments from your householder. Please forget I said all that. No. Look, politics is also a game of tactics.
Yeah. Okay.
If I was 18 points ahead in the polls, and for the record, I was never 18 points ahead in the polls. I was ahead in the polls several times, including on the day I was voted out. I was ahead in the polls. What can you do? Curtailing your ability to hold the government to account, I can see why. If it did limit your ability to call the government out on a range of things,
if it did,
and Parliament is in, the Bloc wants to vote against the government right now. So we're in a truly vote-to-vote minority Parliament. We weren't for several years when there was.
If we ever have a vote.
If there's a vote, if there's a vote, and so it's actually
we might get one next week.
Decision to just not do that until, they can defeat the government. Like, Pierre every day says, I want a carbon tax election. Whether you want that or not, that's what he wants.
No, I understand.
And right now, he's going to try and drive that question. But on the wider thing, I held back naming people to NCI COP because I wanted an agreement from the Prime Minister that he would stop sort of using NCI COP as a bit of a shield. And that's the Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. We created that for long-term oversight of our intelligence agencies. It's not meant to take hot topics in the House and take them out of the House.
Yeah, understood.
So I think now that we know, when the Prime Minister stood up in the House and accused a foreign state of an assassination on our own soil, like that should tell all Canadians that there are foreign interference operations going on in our country. We've got a national inquiry that's going to report the Hogue Commission likely right after Christmas. I hope in the next couple of years we can take some of the, back and forth out of it, and really safeguard our.
No, jokes aside.
Right.
I entirely agree. And the example you just raised of assassination. There's a range of different kinds of interference, and that is obviously the most aggressive version of it. And there are little things we can do around, interference in nominations. Okay, have Elections Canada run those nominations and police them. Parties set the rules, but Elections Canada can enforce the rules and make sure everything is above board. There are little things we can do. But on the assassination in Canada, but the assassination plots in other countries, including the United States, this is of a whole other level, really. And
it was astounding when he announced that. And so hopefully we all take it seriously.
Yeah, agreed. And I know there's, we're heading into an election, there's partisanship, there's always going to be shots back and forth. But on an issue as significant as that, you'd like to think we put the politics aside and say, what's in the best interest of our country and how do we work together in the best interest of our country? You ran in 2 leaderships and
so much cheese.
And, there are allegations that assassination aside, which is the most serious, but there are allegations that there was interference in that last Conservative leadership that you weren't a part of. If those allegations had been made in the leadership that I was just running in provincially, I would have lost my mind. That hasn't seemed to have played as large of a part of the broader public debate than I might have expected, including in Conservative circles.
Well, I think we've got to assume that there were attempts to have some degree of influence in the leadership race you were in, too. There are several nations engaged in monitoring, influencing, and sometimes interfering our democratic process. Sometimes it's very benign. It's them tracking people who are Falun Gong protesters in public parks and things like this. There's been tracking of this by embassy officials and stuff like that. That seems benign, but it's not when they're doing a lot of these things to intimidate. They are influencing organizers within parties and things like this. So I never saw it in the leadership races I ran. In the first one, I came third, and I was kind of the late into the race, sort of was coming on in the end and just ran out of steam. So maybe I wasn't a high target. I was considered a low chance of winning. The next one was, I started in regular leadership, and then it was COVID. So I did most of my campaign events on Zoom. I was on Zoom.
So you didn't drive from Sioux Lookout to Thunder Bay in January.
I've done that drive, though.
at midnight like I did.
And so I think we just have to make sure that the parties are notified if there's someone. So one of my recommendations to the Hogue inquiry, I had standing as the former leader and as a target of interference. One of the recommendations I made was each party should have one official that can be read in by CSIS. So if there's an organizer or a candidate that is well known to our intelligence agencies as a potential asset of foreign influence, why would we ever not say anything, and then they end up in the House of Commons, or they end up organizing, and an MP or a minister becomes not beholden, but kind of dependent somewhat on their help and their point of view. Foreign interference is not, the quintessential honey trap where, someone's attracted and they use that. That's the old Matahari sort of example. It's really building up financial or community reliance on one or two organizers. And so that one or two organizer wants to go on a trip or wants you to meet with some people. That is the thin edge of influence. And so if our intelligence agencies are aware of some of these people, why would they not do what's called a disruption measure? They're now starting to do this as a result of all the problems. A disruption measure is where CSIS briefs someone to let them know they're being targeted. But if each of the parties had one official that could be trusted both for their caucus and for candidates, and they were discreet, then candidates would be informed if there was someone looking at running at a nomination.
Probably not a bad idea. That's basically what I was saying. It's like they need someone that they will trust who will do that for them. So like you assign one and they can like maybe pick one themselves that they can vet.
Is some nominations
when it comes to them like, hey, you should get the security briefing, they'll trust them and be like, okay, then that if they're telling me that I need to do it, then there is something in there I need to see.
Rural Alberta, for example, if you win that nomination,
that's the general election.
MP for life.
Yeah.
It used to be that way in Toronto for Liberals, in St. Paul's, for example. Sorry, I won't be too partisan. But there are...
It's also a historical, but that's okay.
Mount Royal, or there's seats, Ottawa Centre.
What the fuck is that?
There's seats that are...
No, there are seats that are safe.
Generally rock solid. And so if somebody wins that nomination, sometimes you see hotly contested nominations, they're going to win. So the foreign influence knows this. So they target on the nominations which aren't well regulated, which don't have the same degree of Elections Canada scrutiny, which aren't very well reported by the media because...
Yeah, and that's what I say. We could solve... If you had... you can set the rules on who's eligible to become a member. You can set the rules on when the election is going to happen, and parties should have full authority over the mechanics of red lighting, green lighting certain candidates. But making sure that the rules are followed and everything's above board. I mean,
got all my
Elections Canada
chores
is
done.
Excellent at doing this in general. So yeah, I think there are, again, some things that we could easily agree on and move forward with across party lines. You didn't have interference in your two leadership races. You obviously had a challenging time with your own caucus, regardless of interference, when you were the leader. And COVID had a lot to do with that.
Holy shit.
I'm going to be visiting Sarnia Lambton
Over
soon and later.
$200,000
Christmas with
worth of
Amy's
cheese.
family, and the MP there was the chair of the so-called Civil Liberties Caucus, which was like a wink, wink, nod, nod to anti-vaccine. And there's a lot of that wink, wink, nod, nodding that went on with your detractors, certainly when you were the leader. And yet, so I ran a leadership, but I've never been the leader. I've only been a caucus member and sometimes a disruptive caucus member. But I've never been on the other end of how to manage those personalities and how to make sure that people have the freedom, that they're able to be voices for their communities, that they're able to say and do the things that they want to accomplish, and they're able to help shape the agenda. But they're also going to be united, and we're going to be a united team.
Go to the mines.
You obviously struggle with that, and in part because people were out to replace you pretty early on. When you now see stories come out about the tight discipline, and Poilievre's office is, I don't know if it's Jenny Byrne or whoever, but they're overseeing, making sure everyone's watched and they're, falling in line, and they're all axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, don't say anything else, whether it rhymes or not, don't say anything else. And you didn't impose that discipline, and you suffered for it, and yet imposing that discipline is worse for our democracy. So how do you, reflect on all that and say, what's the right balance there?
Oh, thanks for dredging all that up, Nate. Well, what is interesting,
This is a therapy session at this point.
Did anybody notice that Nate, off the top of his head, recited the Conservative platform for the next election? Shows the impact of message discipline.
That's a great fucking point. That's a great point. He even said Parliament is broken.
Again, you know, they're going to have to put paid for by the official agent of the Conservative Party. I can't.
I think it's more like I've been like a hostage in Parliament. I can recite anything they've said.
What is it, Stockholm Syndrome?
Yeah.
Look, I had some challenges. You know, the Conservative caucus, John Diefenbaker.
Very similar to the current Conservative leader, yeah.
No, John Diefenbaker had a great quote that I shouldn't use, but I'm going to use. John Diefenbaker said, "The Conservative caucus is like a cactus, except the pricks are on the inside." I kid. I love most of them, but it's historically been very, very difficult to manage a Conservative caucus. You know, you could do the iron fist in the velvet glove, or the iron fist in the iron glove. But my leadership style didn't work.
You got to give that to him.
I'll be honest with you. It worked until COVID. And in COVID, it was very hard for the Conservative movement on a couple of fronts. You know, the Conservatives are hybrid. There's, you know, fiscal Conservatives and sort of foreign policy people like me. There's social Conservatives. There's libertarians. There's sort of prairie populists. These are all traditionally, these aren't new. These have been going back to Diefenbaker. There's Quebec, small government, regional or rural people in Quebec that tend to have a nationalistic streak. You know, Brian Mulroney sort of won there massively. Maritime Red Tories. So how do you unite everyone? Usually, and Stephen Harper did it very well on fiscal issues and generally stayed out of other things. That was kind of my goal. Then you throw a global health pandemic into the middle of it. And for the libertarian part of the movement, it was very, very hard to have an exertive state. I supported a lot of the public health measures. I think we should have actually been swifter at the border to try and keep, when we knew there was a pandemic, try and keep some of it out, cut the international flights quickly. But I didn't want us ever criticizing public health officials or premiers. So I had tons of times where I had Ontario Conservative MPs that wanted to do press conferences against Doug Ford. And I was stopping them, saying,
that's wild. He had to stop his own caucus from doing press conferences attacking Doug Ford? Damn.
You know we're running against Justin Trudeau, right? And there are provincial cousins. So I said, put the country first. This is about getting through this health crisis. It's about pushing for vaccines faster. That seemed to work early on, but some of the fatigue from lockdowns, the isolation that we all know people in our families that it has impacted, and then some of the misinformation on health, you know, whether it was ivermectin or all these things that popped up, as you probably all saw on your
saying
social media feeds.
the Conservative caucus
MPs
bought it.
They had to advocate for some of these things. And I always said, you're not a physician, you're somebody's constituency MP. Your responsibility is to help work with the officials to get us through. This was the military.
From the O'Toole's mouth.
I was always trying to say, put the country and the mission first, and the mission is defeating COVID. And that had a strain on some of my MPs. And I was really at a loss because I wasn't about to change my view on these things. And so some people felt I was too restrictive. I was too controlling because I wouldn't let people freelance on ivermectin and things like this. I thought that was irresponsible. I didn't make anyone get vaccinated.
Yeah,
but I
O'Toole
really
was
tried
the
to
one
appeal
who was
to
too
them
restrictive.
on the grounds
That's
that they were a
very
leader in
funny
the
to hear,
community.
like a
Well, I think it's gotta be,
someone,
though,
like someone compare the
you've gotta be
difference
willing to
between
put up with
how
some,
restrictive O'Toole was and
some things you
Poilievre.
really disagree with if you're the leader, in order to ensure that there is that freedom for people to be the parliamentarian that they should be on behalf of their communities. It was honestly, I know
It's a very
Trudeau's not the
revealing
most popular person
bit
in the world
there.
at the
I'm
moment,
surprised
but
that didn't get shared.
I would not.
Or maybe it's just common knowledge.
You can put it in your house.
And I'm the only one shocked by it.
I wouldn't be
But to
doing
hear,
this though, but for a promise that he made in his leadership
O'Toole
around
say
clear
it
votes
is
in the House of
nuts.
Commons and grassroots nominations and open nominations. And it does strike me a little bit at odds for a leader to say they embrace that sense of freedom and they embrace, sort of they've been a parliamentarian their whole life, and then to be so hardline in a way that you weren't, to say, get in line or get out, and yet also embrace, Roman Baber, who was kicked out of Doug Ford's caucus, is running for the Poilievre Conservatives. You could run down a list of folks who you start to go, hang on, they're an odd collection of folks that they've welcomed in just to have that iron fist approach.
Well, there's some people that might suggest that better having more people in the tent than throwing
I
stones
suppose.
at you.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like, look, I made no excuses that I wanted, as leader. I'd run in 2 leaderships. I was often attacked for being too moderate on social issues and other things, but I wanted us to have a serious policy on the environment.
How dare you care about equality in the environment? How dare you?
Well, conservatives do. It's just how you approach it and the degrees. But I felt as an MP here in 2015 and 2019, I was a cabinet minister in 2015. I was a prominent conservative in Ontario. I heard on many, many doorsteps, not just in the 416, but in the 905, why are you guys climate change deniers? I heard that in 2019. Remember, Greta Thunberg had all of her stuff in the middle of the 2019, I think she came to Canada during the 2019 election. And I used to do environmental work as a lawyer. I consider myself environmentally minded, maybe not as strident as Elizabeth May, but I wanted us to have policies that were serious, that had third-party validation. And my hope was that more urban and suburban families would see themselves reflected in what we were doing if we offered a conservative alternative on climate or on Indigenous reconciliation, on LGBTQ rights, a whole range of things. And I still run into people, someone said tonight, would have been very happy with you as Prime Minister. That's the feeling we wanted.
That must
because
stink.
At the time, we didn't think we had a path to win, actually. The vaccine mandates were very
What are you saying
popular.
fuck to?
I was running against
Which
it,
part?
but very pro-vaccine.
Said a
Our
lot there.
pollsters from the UK said you have virtually zero chance to win. And we almost won because we were convincing reasonable people that we had a reasonable plan and I was going to be fair. When I lost, though, the folks out west who thought I'd moderated too much said, look, we did this and where were all the votes in Ontario? So I understood why some of them were frustrated. Sure. My concern was some of the vaccine issues entered. So now I think some of the people that were more strident on anti-lockdown or things like that, they're now in the caucus. Now, that could make for some challenges in the future.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they would rather
Like that's a
manage those
wild
challenges in
sort
the
of bit.
future
He just like a very
shrink our
revealing
movement
thing into
down.
what was going
Although,
on
I mean,
inside
not
caucus.
even in the caucus, in the leadership, right? Because you have, you've talked about conspiracy theories and you mentioned the World Economic Forum one really bothers you. But that's one that Pierre Poilievre has trafficked in directly to great benefit. I mean, just the other day, he sent out a fundraising email to his to supporters saying, they want you to eat bugs. Meanwhile, Michelle Ferreri is, going to a facility where they're making cricket protein, and she's a conservative MP, and that's it's not. I'm not going to eat cricket protein as far as it goes.
Isn't that what you're serving back there? No,
but that the World Economic.
I'm pretty sure the crickets it's like animal feed. Like the majority of what is being produced at that facility was animal feed.
Economic Forum wants us all to eat bugs is well down the rabbit hole, sitting beside 15-minute cities. And, I do worry sometimes, and you can talk about social media driving this, but it's you were done in, the last time you joined me, you said you were done in by climate, conversion, and the convoy. It was the 3 C's that did you in. And I would say politics today is marked by a different 3 C's, okay? It is character assassination, it is cartoon slogans, and it is, we just don't have a level of seriousness that we deserve in our politics.
What's the 3rd C? Cartoons, character assassination?
It's
Oh
no!
Bitch,
You know,
you did some prep.
son of a bitch.
We were supposed to just wing this, and he's bringing out notes.
No. Okay, what I have here is actually your quotes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
No more crickets.
Yeah, that's the 3rd C.
Yeah, crickets. Well played, Nate.
It might be hard to believe in this polarized age, but I think that some of Prime Minister Harper's best speeches were given at World Economic Forum events. That's what you said. And you wrote it recently, I think, in part to
Didn't he announce the change to, like, old age security at the World Economic Forum? Wasn't that where he was when he made that announcement, Harper? I'm pretty sure.
These folks. But but it was him giving a speech around preparing for demographic pressures. And you went on to write, the Liberals desperately need to go. Okay, we can agree to disagree. But you wrote, generational unfairness and responsible fiscal management is far more important. And we don't have those serious conversations. It is, you've got Polyev, who is, stood with convoys, trafficking in WEF conspiracy theories, the bug eating stuff, like run down the list. But just the other day, you've got him saying the Prime Minister is putting his own picture in the passport. And it's just like, the mind boggles a little bit at, like, why can't we have a serious conversation around the important issues of the day?
We are right now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, here we are. But there's a frustrating element to our politics today more than ever, I think, that it is cartoonish. And so you write a serious piece around OAS reform and generational fairness. I write a piece around OAS reform, and yet it is the GST holiday that rules the day. And it's not a serious conversation about fixing the structural challenges that we face. It's vote buying here and cartoon slogans over there.
Well, you had a great quote.
Someone doesn't seem very happy about
went
the
for a walk
GST
down the
holiday
beach
either.
and caught up. What was it about the decline of Parliament, or about the decline in quality of
it's not the
what people are?
toxicity, it's the mediocrity.
Yeah, it's the mediocrity of politics.
Yeah.
We're not debating the important things. I agree. That's why I agreed to do this. I think smart MPs in many parties are reaching people and talking about issues in different ways.
It's just deeply unserious. So much. Like, where are the statesmen? Or women. There it is! Oh, yes. We've got it. Where is it? Please let that be on. Where did... Who's that beside Trudeau? We've got our Mar-a-Lago photo. I can die a happy man now. Where is it? There it is, folks. What we've all been waiting for. Oh my god. Dude doing fucking bunny ears in the background. There it is. Wait. Now I can do a better one. There we go. Saving that for posterity. For sure. Yeah, we still don't know the most important question is what kind of socks was he wearing? Wait, open. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Paint 3D. No. Wait, what the frig? If that works. God damn it. Okay, this is not working. Don't save. I'm trying to, I just want to make that into a, like a emote. Wait, I could do it with my iPhone, I think. Wait, it's not, he hasn't posted on Truth Social yet, though. Where's, it's not on, why is it not on Truth Social? From his Truth Social. But, like, where did that put, like, it's not on his Truth Social. I'm looking at his Truth Social right now. And that's not there. Oh, that's Howard Lutnick beside Trudeau. I guess that's Howard Lutnick's wife. Leblanc, Katie Telford. Just a fun group all around. All right, wait. I just want to make a Trump Trudeau emote. Is that so much? Is that so hard? Like, just give me Trump and Trudeau in the picture. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Can I email this to myself? Oh, I did it. I did it, folks. We did it. We're going to have an emote. We're making an emote. All right. We'll do that later, though.
And I think the more we can do that to engage people in a serious way, we're all playing our role in taking down the temperature of polarization, maybe just a degree at a time, but it's important. And I think, you have respect on all sides in the House, pretty much, because you've taken that approach. And we've had areas where we've disagreed strongly. Yeah, sure. But we've had, my most proud policy of there are two in our 21 platform. We had a program on combining harm reduction and treatment. And we were going to build 25 treatment centers to help with the encampments and all that sort of stuff. And my worry is one side is harm reduction, safe supply, ignore treatment,
oh my God, folks, we did it.
The other side is everything's broken, there's lawlessness. And some of these solutions are going to require both. It's going to require intervention and reduce the harm and get people help in a variety of different ways. The other one was the workers' benefit, and you commented on that. The workers' benefit, the people that were struggling the most, the same voter that Donald Trump is speaking to in the United States, that hard-working family that was getting squeezed by inflation, that's who the government should be targeting. So some of the excess that's been spent on upper middle class, they don't need more breaks, and they don't need, over-the-top daycare and other things. To be frank, we should be doing far more for that struggling working class family that have two parents working all the time. They're in service or non-unionized job environments, and they're not making a lot of money. And look at how expensive it is in Beaches, East York now, compared to when I lived here 20 years ago, or in Vancouver, or in Mississauga. Where the people that are working in our hotels and our tourism industry, they have to commute and do transit to get in, and they're probably renting in the outer 905. That's where we need to do more, and you were fighting for that. I think you got the government to move a little bit on the Canada Workers Benefit. I was putting the most. So a lot of conservatives said, where are your tax cuts? I said, I'm actually giving it to the lower incomes. You should want it going there. But did I get many votes for it? No, but it was the right thing to do, because that group, particularly after COVID, was struggling. So if the House of Commons is paralyzed, I guess we just need more people listening to Uncommons.
I saw a Globe editor.
One person clapped for the record.
I saw a Globe editor who said checks, $250 checks, and lifting GST on beer. Thanks federal liberals. And it did bother me in a serious way, because it is this last minute gimmicky. I'm not even sure it's a great gimmick, because most people buy their Christmas trees before December 14th, and the measure.
We just bought ours tonight. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so it's I'm not even sure it's great retail politics, all things considered, but there is just a lack of seriousness when you look at the structural challenge of OAS reform, which we could have a long conversation about, and we did talk a little bit about in the first time you joined me. But there's an example where you It's fraught politics. It's 100% fraught politics. Chrétien walked away from it. But when you were writing your piece, Chrétien also made sure that CPP was put on a long-term sustainable footing by increasing contribution rates. Probably not best politics on the ground, but necessary for good governance.
Yeah.
And it does feel like, in some ways, all parties have, and I know we're getting closer to an election, this always happens on the precipice of an election, but they're moving away from that sense of responsible governance towards how do we make sure we cater to this voter and that voter and do our best to try and...
You want to know the funny thing is, and I don't know if anyone saw
Please
this
let
on
that
social
have
media,
worked.
but when the Prime Minister announced the GST holiday before Christmas, a lot of people pulled out my announcement from the 21 election announcing
ho
the
ho
exact same
ho the
thing.
the
And
tax.
So I blame you then.
Well, but here's here's the thing. If you remember, during COVID, there was a lot of resentment that the provinces were letting
There they
lineups
are.
form at Costco and all these sorts of stuff. And a lot of mom and pop businesses and restaurants especially were like in serious financial
There they are.
problem. So in 21, we had the GST holiday, but it had to be used at a bricks and mortar store. Amazon like doubled in market value during COVID because everyone was just not going out into their little neighborhood thing. So we did that policy as much to have the gimmicky part of the Christmas break, in that this wasn't for online. This is we had to get back into opening up as a society. We needed to get back into the restaurant. So we also had a restaurant benefit to get people out. All of those sectors were asking for assistance. So we were trying to use the tax system to help them. But now I think the Prime Minister, and this is something that you've talked a lot about, my leader, the leader of the party.
You can take your shots. I know. That's
well,
fair.
Here we
I
go.
think
Let's go.
The debate in the last 6 months has all been about the Prime Minister, and I think even his own caucus is having. So I think at some point you have to decide what's best for the country, not just clinging to power and announcing this and announcing that and hiring a new media guy. I think this Christmas, Prime Minister Trudeau needs to have a serious reflection on what's best for the country, what's
All right,
best
I don't think
for
we're
him,
making it to
because I don't think it's healthy.
The
And
pod.
I've said I don't like the F Trudeau flags. I don't like some of the polarization, and I've called my own side
To,
out on it.
Pod Save
I
America.
think he's got to
'cause
realize
it is
that
12.
he's
and
becoming a stumbling block himself to some of
I'm
these.
starting to hit a wall, so we're
these
going to
smart
finish this
discussions.
pod.
And I'll tell you, a leadership
finish
race, even a
Uncommons
small
pod.
one, would probably be a good opportunity for the Liberals to kind of decide, are they going to go back to the traditional Chrétien-Martin center? Are they going to keep kind of on the left where Justin took them? Is Nate going to stay if there's a leadership race federally? All these questions, all these questions that people have. I think your wife will say no.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think it would be healthy for
My
democracy.
kids would say no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's tough on
East York
families.
baseball would say no. I'm coaching there. That's what I said to some folks before we started recording. It's like when I coached Mac. He's 8 years old now in baseball over the summer. We're 8U champions, by the way, and I love that. And the more that I get to do that, a break is healthy for me at least from politics. Knowing that it's still the best way to make a difference. There's no question about it. I would encourage everyone to do it. But I suppose have a bit of a lament, and we didn't really get into social media too much, but I do have a bit of a lament that there isn't that level of seriousness sometimes to our politics when there's so many important things that are at stake. And instead we get, and I will close with this, we get conspiracies, we get cartoon slogans, and
Like
we get
30
the
minutes left. What do you mean
absolute
you'll close with
silliness
this?
Of the character assassination we see day to day to day in our politics, which is destructive not only to good people wanting to join politics, but ultimately to the institutions that hold our politics up.
Yeah, I don't like, I've shared that with some of my colleagues on the conservative side. As I said, my comments earlier about the base is eventually somebody's going to have to reel a lot of this stuff in.
Yeah, exactly.
And, one of my staff, when you lose the leadership, it is an earth-shattering event, and it was about minimizing the disruption on my family and on my staff. And I had amazing people who were then also out of work as well. And one of them, as they were leaving, they would come in and or call, or One of them said, you know, your last question period with Justin Trudeau, he had COVID at the time, you know, the thing that never, and I wished him and his family well at the end of.
How dare you?
Exactly. And then I was out the next day. But, you know, each MP has to bring their approach to politics, their background, their priorities, their lived experience. But I really do think, as you and I can show, and I mentioned Daniel Blakey earlier tonight, I consider Daniel a friend. We need a bit of a return to that.
I agree
and I
with
think,
that.
you know, the character assassination, as you're saying, I think it's becoming far too regular. And a lot of it is driven by social media. And so I hope we get more MPs willing to sort of say, look, we need to detoxify this a bit. And the strength lies in the men and women that communities send.
Yeah.
So there's caucus discipline, but, you know, you've shown that caucus discipline can be flexible at times when you've been independent of thought. We had that when I was in the Conservative government. I hope if Pierre wins, I hope he allows for some of that, because that's what Parliament is based on.
Well, so I'm going to say a couple things. One, I think Tanvir here has a question card. You can fill in a question. You can pass the questions up. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And before we do, let me just say that it's an odd thing for a Liberal to say, but I do sometimes think, would it have been better to have you have won the 2021 elections so that we didn't see this complete devolution of that sort of moderate, sensible politics hold? Because I do worry, you know, I do worry about how things move forward. And so I really appreciate, you know, I consider you a friend as well.
That's a great point to end on. Aaron O'Toole should have won the tournament. Let's end there. Thank you very much, Nate.
And thank you for coming. But I do want to start with, I think, the most important question, and it's really how we led off with the podcast in some ways, where we return to American politics, where while we were recording, Donald Trump has released a more significant statement. We knew tariffs were coming. He has said, though, that 25% tariffs are coming on Mexico and Canada. And how bad can we expect the next 4 years to be is the question. And more pointedly, how should Canada respond?
Well, I will give the same advice I gave Chrystia Freeland in 2017. I was her critic, and I've done nothing but praise my friend Chrystia Freeland. I think she's very talented, very smart person, but they completely butchered.
Oh, there you go.
Donald
Okay,
Trump.
so maybe he was just making sure he didn't. He was just
part of the
being
problem
responsible.
we're in this. As I said, everyone's appealing to their following on social media. So we had Donald
Erskine Smith talked him into it. He's like, "Come on, man, we're at a brewery. Get a beer."
Trump. He was coming in talking about tariffs,
So he's gotten a beer and he's had what looks like a sip of beer. He's had exactly one sip of this beer, and let's see if he touches it at all in the next 30 minutes.
A wall with Mexico, talking about NATO countries not paying their fair share.
But
And what did we
so
do?
you guys have to keep count. If
We had the progressive
we'll
trade
drink from that
agenda.
beer again.
You remember her speech, Nate, where she said, we're going to focus on gender, we're going to focus on Indigenous rights. Well, our Indigenous rights are completely different than the U.S. Constitution. So it was all, I called it virtue signaling at the time, and Jerry Butts accused me of using an alt-right word in saying virtue signaling. It was early days. But I said, in negotiation, anybody that's been in business or in law school, you have to find areas of common ground. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to love and be the same as the person on the other side of the table. So my recommendation was to align auto, steel, aluminum, and standards, and to sign on to ballistic missile defense and NORAD modernization in the Arctic. Spend our 2% actually defending our Arctic. They will now start to do that, but I wish they'd done it in 2017, Nate. We really exacerbated, and frayed relations. Chrystia gave a speech in Washington mildly mocking Donald Trump. Trudeau gave a speech in Yankee Stadium doing the same thing. These things are watched in the U.S. And as I said, when you're representing your country, it's not you there for your Twitter followers. It is you there for the workers and the industries that depend on U.S. trade access. 2/3 of our exports are for that market. So we have to get serious. I'm glad I praised when Anita Anand, I was still an MP, and I praised the expansion to the North Warning System of NORAD. That was made 3 weeks after the invasion of Ukraine, the full invasion. So the government started waking up to the realities. I think Trump, if he saw us pulling our weight and then working with his concerns on trade with China, steel, aluminum, just a few months ago, the government finally aligned on EVs. And this is Democrats, Republicans. Biden was tougher on China than Trump was in his first term. So I think we have to not be independent of the trade agenda of the United States.
Yeah, although even there, so point taken in a way, although we were marching in lockstep with Biden, and now it's a completely different administration, and that 100% set of tariffs on Chinese EVs, the EU went a very different route, which was a WTO compliant route. I do worry sometimes we're out there saying a rules-based international order, and then we march in lockstep in a way that isn't consistent with that rules-based international order on those tariffs, at least. Okay, so speaking of climate-related policy, though, what is the future of climate policy in this country? And I would note that on the last
Maple MAGA now, Trudeau?
You said we looked really closely at not having a price on pollution of some sort, and we just couldn't get to the target we needed to get without it. And now you've got
Poilievre's never
technology,
had
not
dinner with
taxes. You've got no
Donald Trump.
They'll have a more substantive plan, one hopes, closer to the election. But you know, you look at the writing on the wall with the Conservative leadership right now, and what's the future?
I think it will be a return to what Andrew Scheer ran on in 2019. And look, part of the reason I lost the leadership is the 3 C's: climate, convoy, and conversion. I'm actually really proud of our climate plan, and I've had some Liberal cabinet ministers that have run into me at things, basically apologize for mocking our plan, that you burn and you earn because it was petro points in my plan. No, you were going to take the price on carbon from your checking account, and at the pump it would be transferred to your low carbon savings account. And then like an RESP or something, you were just restricted on how you spent it. You know, some of the Mark Jacquard and people like that loved it because it was a way to actually price carbon. We were going to keep it at $50 a ton, and then every household would have known their carbon footprint. But it made people feel like there was still a tax. I kept on saying, if you're transferring your own money, it's not a tax to Ottawa. So I think what the Conservatives could do is they could focus on large emitters. And you guys, your government's been doing that with money to electrify, steel plants and things like this.
Yeah, there's the Net Zero Innovation Fund alongside the price.
And so there's about 700 emitters in Canada, the large emitters, that I think are about 1/3 of our national emissions. So if you partner with them on technology, on investments, and sort of, it's not quick, but you can make substantive reductions, give the provinces that are still on coal, like Nova Scotia and a few others, extra.
Oh,
so I think
his hand is on the beer.
That will be Pierre's approach. He won't want the consumer carbon price.
He's like,
he's still be an
grabs the beer again.
Price, because that's been driven largely by the provinces.
Will he take a second sip?
Andrew Scheer's plan, you make me deeply depressed. Deeply depressed.
Well, that's kind of what we ran on in 2019.
It was, yeah.
Voters in Ontario told me at the time that wasn't sufficient, which is why I tried.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is a question from someone who
will there be a second sip?
Came all the way from Oakville, I should say.
Or he's probably doing it like
event.
when
how do we
Erskine's
get good people to
talking,
get in politics?
so we won't
you
see
get ripped
it.
on social media, pay is less than in the private sector. We've seen an increase in threats, and parties whip the free thinkers increasingly, it seems. So how do you get good people?
that beer went down.
Look, I do think
he took a sip.
Should not be a career.
Sip number 2.
One thing I really admire about the American system.
Sip number 2
is they will have people go into politics, not just as elected officials, but like as assistant secretary of state for Latin America. You know, you don't know the names of these people. These are people that come in with an administration. They do a number of years, and then they go back, and there's kind of respect in their old environment for doing that public service. I think we need more of that. We need people that will get in to politics for a few years to accomplish something on the environment or on the fiscal situation or on pensions or union issues. I do think it was a mistake for Ontario to eliminate.
I know it's very lame, but there's been like 4 to 5, or well, 3 to 5 viewers on YouTube this whole time, and that's record.
The pension for MPPs.
The fact that across 2 platforms there's like 5 to 7 of you who have been watching this entire time is amazing.
Oh my god!
Woo! Holy shit! Speak of the fucking devil. I was just getting excited about the 7 people we had in here. What the fuck is happening? Dylan Burns.
I don't even know who you
Hello. Let's go. Holy shit.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody. Hello, I am Left Hand Stu. I'm Stuart Benson. I'm a political reporter in Canada, in nation's capital of Ottawa. God, I'm gonna have to open up my thing because we're gonna have to. So, Rokus, thank you for the follow. T-Rex 1983, thank you for the follow. We are currently watching a podcast between these are Dark Vodder, thank you for the follow. Hollywood Hank 89 Reloaded, god damn it. Oh my god. There's 100, okay. There's 140 of you.
I don't even know who you are.
Frozen No Beast Security. There's 140 of you. Or security? I need 102 followers to get to 1,000 followers. Yo, T-Rex, you're in Ottawa? Hell yeah. If 102 of you follow me right now.
I don't even know who you are.
Harnicus, thank you for the follow. Or wait. Yeah, 102. You know how long? I think I've been streaming since 2020.
Show me the money!
Woo! Trashomancer, 100 bits. Thank you very much. This is going great. Yeah, so we're currently watching a podcast between this is Aaron O'Toole, who is currently on screen. He is the former leader of the Conservative Party, prior to the current leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre. He's being interviewed by a current Liberal MP, Nate Erskine-Smith, and they're having quite an interesting conversation. Right now, they've been speaking for about 70 minutes right now in a brewery, and this gentleman right here has had 2 sips of this beer, so we're currently on the edge of our seats waiting for him to take his third. Yeah, hell yeah, Dylan. We love you, Dylan. Fancy Philippe Flop, thank you for the follow. Hopefully I don't miss anybody. We're at 900 followers. Yeah, we've been, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but big news in Canada world.
You know what? You got a problem with Canada Gooses. You got a problem.
Woo! We got a subscriber too.
Trashman just subscribe.
Trashman, thank you for the subscription. Do you think Andrew Scheer has hired bots or paying to get on top of YouTube feeds? I've seen all his posts and vids pop up for 2 weeks. He may be paying it as like an ad. Because I know they've been like boosting their stuff. I don't know how that works on YouTube. If you can pay to have your videos like show up higher up on the feed, if you like count them as like political advertising. You can. So yeah, that's because they have just a silly amount of money. I wonder if I can show you. I have all my little handy dandy graphs. So you see this blue line? So in Q2 of this year, and for you American people, for you American viewers, this will sound like chump change in like compared to like the political fundraising that goes on at a federal level in America. But so in Q2 of this year, the Conservatives brought in $9.8 million. The Liberals, who are currently, oh, you guys can't even see it. You can't even see my awesome graph. So here it is. They made Q4 of 2023 11.9. That same quarter, the Liberals, who are currently in government, brought in 5.7. Last quarter of this year, the Liberals brought in 3.7. Conservatives brought in 9.8. This is the comparison for like second quarter. It's like the Conservatives have so much goddamn money, so they can probably every Conservative caucus member who has a YouTube channel, which at this point might be most of them. Yeah, compared to American money, that's rookie numbers. But I think because the donation limit is like federal donation limit Canada. It went up, so I don't want to. Because right now, yeah, you can the most money you can donate as an individual in Canada to a political party is $1,725. You can give another $1,700 if it's like there's a leadership race, but yeah, it's a lot lower. Ouch, yeah, that's enough to pay the stupid advertising trucks going downtown Ottawa for the... Yeah, there's so... It's very funny working in downtown Ottawa. I work at a newspaper called The Hill Times. And we specifically cover federal politics. But, so, like, I'm downtown all the time. Ooh, another follow. Thank you very much. Who is this? B Cosmic for a follow. Thank you very much. 25% of the way to the sub goal. Yes, the sub goal is also like just 40. So yeah, hell yeah. So yeah, but like walking downtown, and I'm sure if like you work in Washington D.C., you've probably experienced this as well. But like there'll be like bus stop ads specifically directed at a cabinet minister, which must be a very weird experience to be that cabinet minister and see an ad on a bus stop that is mentions you by name. Like it's an ad for one person. It's very funny.
I've told this to Mike Harris. It's not something I've hidden. Nobody gets into politics for money. Most good people take pay cuts to get into politics. They do it to make a difference. So don't curtail their ability to make a difference, and don't punish them.
I would say most, but I don't know if everybody.
For making that choice of running.
Oh,
so Doug Ford.
Nate just liked my tweet. I see you, Nate.
My father was an MP.
Nate, come on the pod.
He retired.
Come on the stream.
There's very few private sector pensions left,
and you can turn it into a pod.
If we want good people in public life, let's not punish them, and let's let them have that freedom to be a constituency voice like you've been.
Two questions that are related but not entirely consistent with each other. Are you worried Poilievre will try to seriously destabilize Canada in the event of another crisis, given his actions after the Montreal...
Oh, wait, I didn't even show you guys the photo. So, okay, so the big news in Canada tonight that we've all been watching with incredible vigor, and I don't even know if this even is on the radar for most Americans, but tonight Justin Trudeau made a pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago, and we have finally gotten our photo evidence. I'm bummed that we didn't get video of Trudeau doing the YMCA. But this will have to suffice. So that's our public safety minister, Dominic Leblanc. That's Trudeau's chief of staff, Katie Telford. That's Trudeau, obviously. I had someone explain to me who all these people are, and I'm sure I'll get to know them real well over the course of the next 4 years, but I'm going to assume the cabinet ones are the dudes. And in most cases, you would say that's a sexist assumption. Why would you make that assumption, Stuart? But in this case, I think I may be on the money. And if I'm wrong, I'll eat my hat. Oh yeah, yeah, because it's my my sub goal is 40. That's because I think the highest I ever got was like a little bit over 30, and that was like a big day for me. Oh yeah, all right, we'll finish the pod.
Riot.
Although did you guys watch Hassan on Pod Damn America
last week?
Pod Save America. Because I had that queued
related,
up.
but from a different direction entirely. Protesters are misusing our rights and freedoms to spew hatred and divisions.
And I know Hassan is not a favorite character on Twitch right now in a lot of spheres.
Against Canadian society, among Canadian society.
So I just want
a
trigger
values, our
warning.
Institutions and our flag. How and when will we get out, stand up to these abuses, and take our streets back?
Well, look, Pierre is not a leader anybody should worry about. Like some of the stuff I see on, I served with him for many, many years. Is he more strident and more vocal than I was? Yes. Have you been around the country lately? He's reflecting the mood of the country. So if, some of the things we're seeing, he's trying to make sure that people feel heard, much like the way Trump does. His policies are very similar to Stephen Harper's. And, I know I'm not in a room of, your followers aren't massive Stephen Harper. I joked about that. But we had pretty solid, predictable government. The whole hidden agenda that people were saying with Stephen Harper, while he was there for 9 years, there was no hidden agenda. He had a much more principle-based foreign policy. He was very strong on Israel, very strong in Ukraine, very strong on child maternal health and things like this. He didn't fund overseas abortions, for example, but he was very straight up about what he did. He was very driven on balancing the budget and making sure that the size of government didn't eclipse the size of the private sector.
I can't decide whether he thinks overseas abortions are a bad thing or not.
In the last 8 years, we've literally doubled the civil service.
I don't even know who
getting
you
better?
are.
Desolate Mirror, thank you for the follow.
So I think
appreciate
you're
it.
See
99
very
follows to
similar
go to
policies
1,000.
To what we saw in Stephen Harper. Some people will like that, some people won't, but there's no need to fear it.
I mean, the only thing I would say that maybe shows a bit of contrast there around, the fix the budget element to that for, slogans that get cited all the time, so they're burned into my brain. The fix the budget piece is woefully I understand what axe the tax means. Fix the budget when they promise these broad-based, untargeted tax cuts, when they want to...
It's not balance the budget,
they
it's
want to do
fix
the
the
2%
budget
NATO
now.
spending, which is another $9 billion a year over and above the 1.76%.
Which you could argue it's just because
if we get there.
You got to have...
under the liberal proposed budgeting. So
one
there's
syllable.
A lot of spending I've
verb.
seen, not a lot of how we're going to...
You verb the
balance
noun, and it has to be a
side of the ledger.
single syllable
and
verb.
It's tough. And
Axe
that's
the
why
tax,
in the
build the
21
homes.
election, I said we would balance
Stop
the
the
budget over
crime.
the course of the next decade.
Right.
Because I was going to increase military spending. We were going to spend on that workers' benefit to give relief to working families. And I looked at the finances. Remember, coming out of COVID, at the peak of COVID, we were running almost a $400 billion deficit.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that was temporary and everything, but I kind of said, I had a bunch of people, oh, you've got to say you'll balance the budget within the first term. I said, that's impossible, right? So that one will be hard to sort of nail down. But I do think, if you saw the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, Harper ran large deficits. I'm sure.
Look at all the great emotes you too could be using if you follow and subscribe.
Balance by 2015, and he was pretty disciplined on doing that.
And because the questions reference sort of the protests and in one hand and then cast as chaos in another. I mean, when you look at what happened in Montreal, which there was despicable anti-Semitism where there was an owner of a second cup that was rightly held accountable for her comments. And there need to be consequence. Free speech doesn't mean consequence-free speech. It means, the federal law might not catch up to you from the criminal code, but there's still going to be consequences for the things that you say and do, whether it means your business or your occupation or your relationships. At the same time, this idea that Trudeau was at a concert and letting Montreal burn is absurd. I mean, this is a local policing issue. This is, if you're looking on
with the way the timelines were set up, or the way the timelines actually happened, as it were, the concert had barely started by the time the Montreal police had subdued that riot. And everything was like, it's because it's winter, so it gets dark real early. And basically the same videos of the same incidents from different angles were being shared late into the night. Or at least they didn't make it to social media till later. So it seemed like all that stuff was happening way later. When in fact, most of the riots were subdued and dispersed by 8 p.m. And the concert started at 7.
Ontario, it's Toronto has a police force, Ontario has a police force. Who doesn't have a police force? Justin Trudeau. Except at the RCMP level, which doesn't do this kind of work. And so I do worry that there's this, if my kid spills the milk, it's Trudeau's fault. You know what I mean? It's like everything is blamed on Trudeau. And we're perpetuating this. And some things, okay, blame Trudeau if it's within his wheelhouse. But it really got under my skin, this idea that Trudeau is responsible for an anti-NATO protest in Montreal.
Well, look, I didn't like it, as two dads that were in politics, I think the Prime Minister should be entitled to days with his daughter and things like that. I didn't like to see that. My wife and daughter and her cousins went to Taylor Swift the night after. And Jack and I went to see Gladiator 2, 7 out of 10, in case you're wondering. Not as good as the original. The Montreal.
Well, I mean, come on.
Nothing's
going to be as good as the original.
I didn't see it till later. That shouldn't be hung on anyone, but it should concern everyone.
Yeah.
That woman used the term final solution. This is what social media is doing to our society now, that they think they can actually have casual references to the Holocaust. It deeply upset me. I had a call with a national Muslim group today because I had concern about the politicization of Remembrance Day.
Your concern was that a song in Arabic was played, a song in Arabic calling for peace was played during a remembrance ceremony, and you said that was entirely inappropriate.
In Ottawa.
So let's be honest about what your issue was.
What we have to do is make sure that we can have respectful debates. Some of the protests with respect to Gaza in front of people's homes and targeting businesses and stuff is a level that I don't think I've seen in my lifetime, and we have to, as public officials, denounce that.
Stephen Guilbeault climbed on top of Harper's roof. He's the environment minister now.
I denounced the convoy, and they were calling my MPs saying, vote him out. You can't pick or choose applying the law. It has to be...
I think it was Harper's
Madam
roof.
Justice wears the
Or it was
blindfold
one
for a
of
reason.
Harper's cabinet ministers.
And so I think all of us have a role in combating the rights.
No, it wasn't Harper's roof then, because it would have
mentioned social
it was
media
not
a number of times,
like,
and the more destructive
so
role.
I think
that
it was
can
like
play.
his like.
You've also talked about sort of the fracturing
Forget
of
who
the
it was.
media ecosystem that has fueled that. We had a question from here are 3 related questions that we're going to tie together. One question was in relation to where people are getting their news. They're getting their news from social media. What do we do about this? And it reminds me of sort of an old John Quincy Adams speech of saying, it's about rhetoric, and rhetoric matters in politics. You just got to get better at it than the next guy.
Oh no, I was wrong. It wasn't. It was the Alberta Premier at the time. He was the exec at Equiterre. Yeah, it was Ralph Klein. Okay, yeah, it was Ralph Klein's house that he climbed on top of. Also, like it's been said before, but the photos of him in the Greenpeace jumpsuit getting arrested are wild. Our current environment minister.
Why are conservatives so determined to defund the CBC, Canada's only public broadcaster, which I think does relate to this conversation when you have so few independent media sources in this country? And then last question is, what role, if any, can alternative media play in handling disinformation?
I don't think it was when he was exec at Equiterra, to be clear.
You know, how do we combat disinformation, misinformation?
He was with Greenpeace at the time.
Building up alternative media potentially.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I was thinking this the other day because I was down in the Cherry Beach area, and it's so nice what's been done in the waterfront down there.
Yeah, much younger days.
I remember doing a veterans event at Cherry Beach at the Chorus.
We are technically this,
and you know, I did media as a lawyer in Toronto, and you know,
we're number 2 in the politics channel
success story that had this
by viewers.
Cherry Beach is magnificent.
What is happening?
They're basically.
That's supposed to be muted.
And so anybody that, you know, unless you have a newspaper owned by a or something like this, all of them are.
You guys won't be happy, but the person with 788 viewers. Just I think a straight up pro-Russia channel.
And so, what is the solution?
I don't speak Cyrillic.
Ottawa funds 20 papers and nobody else. I do think.
But this is the with 788 viewers, the top stream in the Twitch politics. I can't. Is this? I can't tell if that's ironic. That's an orc. I'm pretty sure. If I know my mythological creatures correctly. Mudri_orc.
Подождите, чего? Я думал, Такаев младше, а ему 71, охуенно.
Okay, that's enough of that. But just so you know, it's me at 43 viewers, and then that guy at almost 800. I don't know. I mean, I maybe just be making assumptions because I'm seeing Russian and orc and a Putin speech, but I don't know if I'm that off base.
Expensive startups, but I do think the local journalism initiative, you know, civic journalism only gets funded from advertising, from subscribers, or from patrons, including government patrons. And the local journalism initiative has been successful. We've seen it locally with the Beach Metro, and I do think that is an area where we could continue to ramp up to help local civic journalism. Okay, so I'll finish with these two questions, which I'll pull together as well. You mentioned the tail wagging the dog. How does this actually get reeled in? If everyone is letting the tail wag the dog, this question, you know, gives you praise and said, and everyone else is Aaron O'Toole. How does our public discourse get better? And then the last question is sort of what's going to happen next that we have to prepare for?
That's a great question. So you know, I view my public role as someone that's a patriot, and I, you know, try and improve our public discourse, whether it's appearing with you, whether it's some public speaking opportunities. But lately on Twitter or X or whatever you call it now, I've been taking on some of what I see as misinformation based or amplified, whether it's the military degradation, these sorts of things. And you know, the major driver of it is anonymity.
Fuck.
There should be no anonymity online. Free speech, the public.
No. You should allow it to be just a voice in the crowd. I disagree. Or if I wanted to be super uncharitable, something I could say if I was a very uncharitable person, which I'm not. But if I was, something I would say was like, you know who else thinks that no one should allow to be anonymous online? Xi Jinping. What are you? What are you, communist? I know, but like it, like I feel like the only people who benefit from a blanket ban on being able to be anonymous online are authoritarians.
Square was you couldn't hide yourself.
Also ironic that the video cuts out while he's saying that.
Should be in a free
so
society.
You literally
should
can't
be
see
free
him.
To go all the way to the border of hate speech, say repugnant things, but to be accountable and not to hide it and not to mask it and other things. And so I really do think that whether through guilt or through algorithmic transparency, we've got to make sure that people know that certain rage accounts, certain bot attacks are foreign-led and funded. And I think it would cause some people to think twice before retweeting something that they know is driven by foreign asset.
Does, I don't know, you know how you could solve that? I don't know, like a digital ID?
How can you do that without the permission of the platforms? Like X has become horrible under Elon Musk. It's more conspiracy filled than it ever was. So I would just like to clean up some of the anonymity. How to do that? You know, I really do think the algorithm should be transparent. You've done some great work on this multi-party, multi-jurisdiction, Nate, that I think could be part of the solution. But if you look,
because if it's the digital town square, I think it is your right to yell from the anonymity of the crowd, fuck you at somebody. Someone gets up on a stage and wants to express their opinion to the crowd, you should be able to yell boo without having to say your full like government name first.
Look, Facebook changed its algorithm years ago and accelerated group voices and repeat posters. So they accelerated the rage farmers because they were trying to drive people's time on the site. Well, they've destroyed society in the meantime. So how can we start bringing it back? I spoke virtually to a class at Western today. I said it's going to be up to that Gen Z generation, which has grown up with it, to start saying, okay, we see the impact it's having right from eating disorders with kids during the pandemic, right through to political discourse. Let's start cleaning it up.
It would be nice if PP would get a sec clearance to know what that shit.
Okay, we're gonna close with something that
O'Toole kind of dodged that question a bit.
You're gonna say,
which was unfortunate and bummed me out.
You're gonna tell me a strength.
But that was one of the crazy things he said, T-Rex, was that while he was leader, he had to stop members of his caucus from doing press conferences attacking Doug Ford, which I think is nuts. Like, because they were like upset about oh, can you even see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Never mind.
The Prime Minister, and I'll say a weakness, and then I'll say a strength of Polyev, and you'll say a weakness. Fair game? Huh?
No, okay, never mind.
I'll start though. I'll say.
But yeah, no, it was just like saying that, like
I've been on committee with him.
That they were wanted to do press conferences to attack Ford over like COVID lockdowns.
He is an excellent orator.
Or like to advocate for ivermectin,
and
he had to like clamp that down.
Practices in the mirror or not, but he's
just wild.
He is very persuasive. In that he has a command of what he cares about, and it is partly, I think, a product of being in politics for as long as he's been, and just being consistently, was freedom from unions initially, but that freedom message has been a consistent sort of message. And so I would say he is not dismissing.
He's axing the tax. He's building the homes.
Yeah, but not being dismissive of our own sort of skills in politics. But he is. I was at an event for the Turgon, an event put on by an organization in support of the Iranian community at Scotia. He brought the house down. I texted him afterwards, being like, "That was a great performance. Like he controls a crowd and commands a crowd in a way that very few politicians."
I do have a YouTube.
So that is what I think is a strength of his in politics.
If anyone wants to,
and I think he's going to put that in his householder.
Like and follow. We stream over there as well.
Know, this may sound trite or like I'm dodging the question, but I don't mean it. I think Justin,
and we got a Discord
of the country, and a particular attachment to trying to address reconciliation, and I respect that. Sometimes it's come off awkwardly, and at times my one worry with how he's approached that sometimes
he might actually finish the beer.
Promise that you'll fix, like boil water is a great example. I have no doubt.
No, give him credit. He has finished.
Top priority. But sometimes when you make promises without knowing the
most of this beer in the past 20 minutes.
I didn't mean to work in the negativity.
Yeah, this is a strength. He's supposed to be focusing on strength.
I really.
But again, Erskine Smith only had the one beer, so he's
come into office with a.
Come on, have the second beer. That's when the good stuff happens.
About some of the failures of our country with respect to Indigenous peoples.
That's when you start loosening up.
Desire to fix it, and I think he's made progress. And I think that's desirable because I do think it will now be a requirement for all prime ministers.
Right. And he will look back on his time as prime minister, and I think both climate and especially reconciliation, he will have moved the conversation forward in a serious way, no doubt. Okay, so something I perceive to be a weakness, though. So my brother doesn't follow politics all that much, and I think there is just a general inability to connect at times, and it's partly. It's the, I mean, both Poilievre and Trudeau are actors in their own right. I mean, that's, I guess, part of the job. But over time, whether it's overexposure or whatever it might be, there's just been a disconnect. And the GST tax holiday strikes me as sort of symptomatic of this, in that it's, oh, well, we want to speak to people, so let's just give money. And it's like, no, it's not about just a check. It's how are you communicating with people who are not following politics, who are busy with their own lives? How are you just speaking to people just in a genuine, authentic way? And I do worry sometimes. I think Poilievre will struggle down the road with the same challenge, because they both are cut in the same kind of mold of acting first, as opposed to just talking to people as I think one likes to be talked to, is in a genuine, authentic way, whether or not you say the perfect word in the perfectly scripted way. But for example, if you don't remember the 3 C's on the first go.
That's authenticity.
Yeah, or the beer. But okay, so the weakness. We'll close with
you're making me close. We'll say one positive thing at the end, but I'll live up to your end of the thing. I think it's based on something I said earlier, which is Pierre will have to be very careful with the base. And I agree with you, Pierre is very talented. He's kind of grown up in politics. And he is the first politician in Canada that I think really understood how to get his message out through a range of channels. Trudeau was, very popular in 2015 on Facebook, but it was because he was well known before he was elected, right? Like guys like you and I and Pierre, no one knew us until you become an MP, and then you have to get known. Pierre was the first that was really able to harness social media, from YouTube to everything else, and to develop an audience and to speak to it. Very, very crafty and intelligent. But that could also be a bit of a weakness, because social media is not real life. It is curated, it is manipulated, And so, something
Got about
that
a third
was
left.
huge years ago, like crypto, he had a huge following on crypto, crypto bros and all that sort of stuff. That goes down in a few years. And so sometimes building up that audience,
I don't think
can
he's
make
going to
you
finish
think
it before
that
the end of the pod,
audience
guys.
is a complete representation of the country. It is not. And with algorithms, going back to some of your work, you're not even really sure what the audience is or if they're seeing all aspects of your message. So this will be one thing that he has to make sure that it's a strength.
Just
that
at the
doesn't
end, you
get
should
turned
just
into
chug
a
the rest of
weakness,
it. Just
because
down
I've
it.
seen social media, issues change, manipulation of issues, more information comes out. There's an expectation that whether the Montreal riots, like people have to comment immediately. Why weren't you? That
So his
could
weakness
cause
might
problems.
be, to pull it full circle, that he's allowing the tail to wag the dog. But okay, so I want to thank everyone for putting up with us for as long as you put up with us.
It's not what the movie's about.
Thank you, Aaron, you didn't have to drive in from Durham this time.
The movie's not
you're
like
closer
about
in the
a
beaches,
president
but I
who's
do appreciate
allowing
you
the
spending time. I
narrative
appreciate
to
you joining, and
lead
I do hope we
him.
can continue to have more of these conversations across the aisle, and I look forward to another walk on the boardwalk.
Every Monday night at the Beer Works. We'll see you next week.
No, we didn't finish the beer.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Lovett,
Disappointing.
and guest hosting with me today is the massively
What a
popular
fucking
streamer,
Weasley
leftist
little
dumbass
liar,
himself.
dude.
You just self-described.
That's okay, sure, fair. I say himbo, but damn.
Okay. Hassan Piker, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Thank you for having me.
After my conversation with Hassan, you'll hear my conversation with Seth Moulton. We talked about the Democratic Party. We talked about the controversy over his comments around trans athletes. Also on the feed right now, you can hear Dan's conversation with Jen O'Malley Dillon, Quentin Fulks, David Plouffe, and Stephanie Cutter about what went wrong in the Harris campaign. We're having a bunch of conversations about...
It's very funny because it was like when they first started this podcast in like 2012, they were like the young, hip, cool guys. One of those words is still true.
What we learned from the election, where we go from here with a bunch of different voices.
They're definitely still guys, as far as I know.
Talk to the Harris campaign. People are mad we're talking to you. People are mad, and that's okay.
Were they mad that you talked to the Harris campaign? Or were they upset about what the Harris campaign said when they talked to you, specifically? Because I think there might be two different things there.
Yeah.
But let's start with this.
There's Big Tent.
It's a big tent. It's a big tent. All right.
Got Dick Cheney in it.
It's got Dick Cheney in it. It's got Hassan Piker in it.
Yeah.
It's got Dan Osborne in it. It's got Seth Moulton in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Tent shouldn't maybe feature Dick Cheney in it, but everybody else I can have a conversation with.
Great. All right. Now look, the main pastime on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
Arrest me. Sorry. So I sat at this chair. Well, maybe not at this chair, but I had the offline interview with John. I think a month before the election, and a lot of the concerns that I brought up to him, it seemingly came across as somewhat prescient, where people went back to the footage, and I've been seeing comments that were rather positive about, okay, he said a lot of stuff there that was objectively correct seeming.
Yeah, I want to talk about one aspect of that, which is that you were saying, others were saying that, hey, like Trump going on Rogan, Trump going on Theo Von.
How long is this?
Like something is happening here.
Oh, good Lord.
And we need to understand it. We need to address it.
If there's any chance
it's real. And I remember my experience, it's like seared in my mind of Trump being on Joe Rogan because of how, my path of understanding it. Because what I saw first were a bunch of people taking clips and saying, wow, Rogan really didn't like Trump. Trump is a mess on this show. He comes across terribly. Rogan was giving Trump space to hang himself rhetorically. And then I watch it, I'm like, Trump did fucking great in this interview.
Yeah, he's very telegenic. That's the thing that like a lot of people, I guess, refuse to factor in for some weird reason.
He's got a +5 charisma bonus. It's full 20 score charisma bonus.
That, yeah, he definitely rambles on. He likes to call it the weave.
He's
And even
probably
Joe
got some like attuned items that lets his charismatic bonus go up to 25 or his charisma score.
We made fun of him for that a little bit in the process, but like there is something to be said about a relatively telegenic person who is able to portray himself as, I like to call it honestly dishonest, where like everybody knows he's a bit of a scumbag, but he's your scumbag, and he's able to get that across to a lot of people. And
exactly,
I don't think that there is
really
anyone with that level of television presence on the Democratic Party front. I think like the most skilled orator in the Democratic Party's ranks in the last couple of decades was obviously Barack Obama. And outside of that, I think like in a lot of instances, purely from optics point of view, Democrats' track is like technocratic, elitist, too serious about everything that they talk about. And there's certainly a lot of that on the Republican Party side as well. And we've seen failed initiatives from establishment Republicans that tried to recreate the Trump phenomenon with the likes of Ron DeSantis, and that was a massive failure. But ultimately, I think this goes beyond podcasts. This is something that I've been talking about quite frequently. I know the podcast thing is like the most, like that's the one that got everyone's attention. But I said this on CNN last night that you can't really podcast your way out of this problem. Like having, there was that
foot
one
lower than I was
saying like,
when
we
I
just got to have
started
100
the stream.
Pod Save Americas, but they all have
Just
to look like
slowly
Hassan.
sinks.
Like that's not how this works.
Oh, you think that one tweet might have been wrong? But the like I guess so. I agree with that. It became this couple kind of like, I don't know, like just have had this devastating loss to Trump, and everybody's looking for these sort of little explanations that all feel like they just feel silly. Like, oh, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, and even saying like I don't even want to talk about how stupid
you had a Joe Rogan of the left. It was Joe Rogan in 2016. He endorsed Bernie Sanders, and everyone freaked the hell out for some reason.
Stupid, but like I do agree that like people are like, oh well, she should have gone on Rogan. All right, yeah, sure, I think so too.
That would not have changed the outcome of this election.
There's a larger problem to what you're getting at, which is like, why don't we have figures and where? I
don't even know.
Northcote, thank you for the follow.
And why is someone like Joe Rogan now, who was 4 years ago open to Bernie, now suddenly open to Trump? Like that's the deeper problem. Like you look at like successful Democratic messengers or progressive messengers over the last like decades, and you think, all right, well, Bill Clinton obviously was successful, and he like ran against the Democratic Party in some way. Barack Obama did the same thing. Bernie does the same thing. AOC does the same thing. I'm not talking about on policy.
You don't mean it like also in the same direction of running against?
No, but running against the establishment in some way. And just saying, and what the reason
outside,
I connect them is because
parallel to.
They all did something which is demonstrated that they were not part of the Democratic establishment, both like on policy and rhetorically, right? Like that's what they all did. And I'm just wondering like what, like the one place where like I know you like find, there's a place where there's like kind of an alignment of like the Seth Moulton critique of the Democratic Party and the lefty critique of the Democratic Party, which is just like, it's fucking annoying and like kind of, I don't know, like pedantic in some way.
It's an incorrect interpretation, an incorrect autopsy to look back at a thing that the Democratic Party did not do at all and then say it's actually that reason. It's not anything that we did so far. It's not that we tack to the right over and over again, despite people like myself and many others saying like, don't do this. You're going to hemorrhage the base. You're going to hemorrhage the base of support. You are going to cut away at your turnout. You're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition. And it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs, a lot of like white women specifically, away from the Republican Party and vote for you instead. I know that
they're not being held hostage by the Republican
There's
husband.
still plenty of low propensity voters that you have to rely on to win. And that's precisely what the Democratic Party did. They hyper-focused on these key constituencies, despite the fact that polls were seemingly deadlocked after $30 million of ad spend in key suburbs, right? Like it showed, at least I said this time and time again, it showed someone from the outside looking in that the message was not working. And you can have the best ground game possible. You can have, hundreds of thousands of people all across the country door knocking. But if the top-down message that you're communicating is not resonating with people, then you're not going to be able to win an election. You're not going to have the effective turnout necessary to win this election. And that is precisely what happened. Now, does that mean that Trump's messaging was good? Of course not. It wasn't. It was actually pretty bad. And I would even go so far as to say the anti-trans ads were actually a distraction and not good. It was only effective in the DC bubble, I think, and the consultant bubble and the media class that saw those ads and were like, oh my God, this is an incredible ad. Like, they really ruined Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had a silly answer to an ACLU questionnaire, okay? That just shows that she is not the most experienced politician. This was all the way back in, I believe, 2020, right? She literally had to drop out of the primary anyway at that time. That's one thing, okay? But that should not be a campaign killer. If you personally think that that's a campaign killer, then your campaign is weak. This message across the board should never be able to end a single campaign. Then Teflon Don is real. I mean, the man had the grab him by the pussy tape come out as the October surprise in 2016, and he still won. And since then, there's been a litany of different controversies, including but not limited to straight up undermining American democracy by doing January 6th. And yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good, right? Especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery. People were still very frustrated with what was going on.
I'm still so interested to hear like what exactly happened. I know we'll probably never get the full story, but what happened at this Mar-a-Lago dinner between Trump and Trudeau?
In the
did it
wealthiest
go
nation on Earth,
well?
we have 600,000 people sleeping
Like on a scale of 1 to
outside every
10,
night. The idea
how'd
that
it go?
we have the concept of medical bankruptcy is an insane phenomenon that doesn't exist in any other OECD nation. Like the fact that 40% of the American public don't or 60% of the American public doesn't have $400 in emergency spending. Like these are all very real economic anxieties. I'm using that term specifically because it's one thing that people like to hyper focus on that creates volatility, that creates instability, and it creates a base of angry people. And if the Democratic Party is not addressing that anger and addressing their material problems and earnestly telling them, like, we're going to fix that shit, okay? And the other side is looking at that anger and saying, we're going to channel your anger. You have every right to be angry. And you know who you should be angry at? Those who have less than you. You know who you should be angry at? The working poor, the homeless people that are doing crimes left and right, black and brown people, undocumented migrants that are doing incredible amounts of crimes. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans, and trans people. And the Democratic Party only cares about those people and they don't care about you. And that message resonates with a base of support, not because they are intrinsically evil. That message resonates with a base of support because they're angry. And one of the two major parties is not even remotely interested in addressing that anger and trying to tell them what the solution to that anger actually is and what the real problem is.
So I want to break that into kind of how we the Democratic brand, how we message and all, but also on the policy front. So Joe Biden wins. He tries to kind of build consensus with Bernie. He brings in AOC. He goes to the left on antitrust. He does the Inflation Reduction Act. He does a post-COVID relief bill. He cancels as much debt as he can legally, even though the court is trying to stop him. Before the last year, what my view of this is Joe Biden, this consensus Democrat, right? Actually to the right of the consensus for most of his career, kind of somebody that had to be kind of pulled to where the party was going, did something extraordinary, which is he adapted, he changed, he governed in a much more progressive way than I think probably than I expected. I hope that you expected.
Oh, absolutely.
And it seems as though whether it's because people didn't feel it or people didn't believe it or
it's still fucking Wendy's fries.
The way Democrats talk about policy isn't
We're
effective.
business boys.
It didn't seem to matter in terms of how people viewed
and girls and
the Democratic response to the economy. Right? They were so angry about inflation. They were angry about a bunch of other issues, and it really didn't matter what Joe Biden said, what Kamala Harris said. They were held responsible. And I'm just wondering how you explain that. Right? It seems as though Joe Biden tried to listen to this exact critique, and it didn't matter.
So yes and no. I do agree. There are plenty of things that Joe Biden did, like beefing up the NLRB and letting the FTC rain hell upon these monopolies. There's two issues there, though. One is, I think, something that you will agree with as well, that the Democrats don't campaign year-round in the same way that Republicans do on key issues, and they do have a massive communication problem. That could potentially be solved by having a more robust ecosystem and more collaboration with even the likes of yourself and maybe even someone like myself as well. And they need to always be on. They need to always be counter-messaging against the anti-immigration sentiment. I went back and looked at my commentary from February of 2021 when the story of the Customs and Border Patrol Haitian migrants getting whipped by horseback Customs and Border Patrol people, officers was in the news. And I remember talking about how the Republicans are going to keep hitting the immigrants are doing crime note over and over again because that's the one thing that they have. And it's built around a complete falsehood that undocumented migrants are responsible for incredible amounts of crime. It's not correct. There is no data to suggest this. The data actually shows the exact opposite. Undocumented migrants are your neighbors. They contribute to the economy in very meaningful ways, and they very rarely take anything in return. Why is the Democratic Party not pushing this counter narrative? And they never did. Instead of pushing that counter narrative, which is based in truth, and talk about how undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are, or that fentanyl being trafficked across the U.S. borders are actually not coming in the knapsack of a otherwise law-abiding abuela, but instead it's coming from regular points of entry trafficked by American citizens. 90% of the people that are being apprehended for chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl or direct drugs that they're trafficking across the border are American citizens. Like this does not track with the narrative that people believe, because the narrative is dominated by the right on this issue. They should have been counter-messaging against that, and they should have been putting bills forward in defense of the moves that, for example, Governor Greg Abbott was engaging in Ron DeSantis. I said this even back then, that this is actually a fantastic opportunity for the federal government to show that there is a more tolerant approach, that one, they should have immediately pursued Governor Greg Abbott legally and arrested him for human trafficking and tried to prosecute him for human trafficking. I don't care if it's a constitutional crisis or not. All of this stuff was insanely messed up, and the federal government dropped the ball. I think the Biden administration dropped the ball by not adding additional funds immediately, sending additional funds immediately to places like Chicago and New York, and to figure out a better way to transition a lot of these people and integrate them into the American labor force. And instead, they just got stuck in this like legal limbo for no reason.
So why is it that, okay, so Republicans say they sort of lay all these problems at the feet of undocumented immigrants. They say they're responsible for crime. Yeah. No, they're not. But there are obviously undocumented people. They're people, and some are committing terrible crimes, which they then exploit. But for the most part, these are people that not only are committing crimes at a low rate, but actually are unable to go to the police when they're victims of crime. Whether that's a domestic violence, they can't go to the police, or whether that's just sort of the quotidian mayhem of living in America, or a boss taking advantage of you. They can't go to the police, right? Yeah. Then they say, oh, well, they don't pay taxes. Actually, that's not true. They pay into Medicare, they pay into Social Security, and they don't get the benefits of it back. And then they say, well, they're driving up the cost of housing. I do not believe that undocumented people are the reason a house costs $450,000 where it used to cost $350,000.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were executives at BlackRock. The Guatemalan migrants are mass purchasing houses and making sure that everyone's a permanent renter. That's the point, though. But it's not a trans person that's your landlord. It's not an undocumented immigrant that's your landlord that's raising the cost of rent. It's not, your manager is not an undocumented immigrant.
There are two big problems, though. One is there are a lot of people saying
the
this.
Democrats are friends with all the people
and it doesn't
who
break
are.
through because there is this right-wing media system that puts out this one story. And the second problem is, like, Democrats really don't have trust on this issue with the people that they're trying to persuade to see it our way, which I think goes to the point you made before, right? Which is, why is it that Donald Trump can meander around the country rambling, committing what in any other era would be, if not like campaign ending, like campaign harming, ridiculous statements, gaffes, sure, that he can basically be in like a strategic mess. But Kamala Harris has to hit every point exactly right. She says the wrong thing on The View, or there's a bad interview from 2020. Those things can be campaign ending. And I think, to your point, it goes to something deeper, kind of a lack of.
Well, here's the thing: they're not that nothing is campaign ending if you refuse to end your campaign. That's how Trump inoculated himself. If you remember the 2016 election, there were almost it feels like there was almost daily, but probably more like weekly moments where Trump would do something that in any other circumstance would have ended a person's campaign. But it would have ended their campaign because that person would have bowed out. They would have been convinced that your campaign's over, you can't win. Bow out. You've screwed the pooch. But Trump never admits defeat. Attack, attack, attack. Never say die. So he was immune to it. And if Kamala was willing to do that, I guess nothing would be campaign ending for her either, really. Whether or not she would win on that strategy is another story.
I don't know, core vision or motivating mission for the current Democratic Party.
Yeah, something that is an understandable, easy to communicate, simple policy that you can put your campaign around. So we agree on the messaging front a little bit, at least, or the
like axe the tax, stop the crime, build the homes, fix the budget, that sort of thing.
Symmetry of how much right-wing media dominates the ecosystem, the media ecosystem in general, all the way from independent outlets down to traditional media, where, as far as I understand it, 73% now, I think, of all news watchers are watching Fox News. 73%. That's an insane percentage. That's an insane number, right? So outside of that, though, I think here is the disagreement that we will have. That while Joe Biden did a bunch of stuff that I agree was positive, it was simply not enough. And that was something that I was always very critical on as well. If you see a homeless person and you chuck them 2 pennies and they're sitting on the corner of the street, like, yeah, technically their material wealth improved by a decent percentage, but he's still going to be mad at you because you just gave him 2 pennies. Why doesn't the homeless person understand that their situation is much better? That is not an effective way to communicate to Americans that, like, no, you don't understand. Inflation is actually under control, that the economy is rebounding, even if it's objective truth, because most Americans don't understand what inflation is, and they don't understand that prices are.
It's sort of like there's a vibe session almost.
We're not going to go down in that circumstance. And besides that, and I factor this is not just the vibe session communications, but I'm also talking about specifically like even the IRA or
holy shit. You said the thing.
Many of these other like parts of the legislative agenda that Biden put forth that was more progressive than I expected, more progressive than even the Obama administration in many respects, but. One, they didn't do a good job of communicating any of those victories, in my opinion. They did not. They did not actually like go to the media regularly to show these victories and to showboat and gloat a little bit. Two, a lot of that was also held up in gridlock because we didn't whip votes well enough within our own party. And I think that there was a lot of punishments that should have been dished out to the likes of Joe Manchin and the likes of Kyrsten Sinema, rather than offering a Green senator an opportunity to be a prominent fixture of the Democratic Party. I think that a lot more punishments should have been issued towards these people that use the moment in the spotlight to specifically play the role of a rotating villain in the Democratic Party, which has happened time and time again, all the way from Joe Lieberman to the Maggie Hassans of the world, the Kyrsten Sinemas, the Joe Manchins of the world, and the problem solvers caucuses within Congress in general. These guys need to get whipped into shape.
Yeah, I wish I believed that. I just wish I believed that. Like,
but think about it.
But I just I don't know how much more you could have gotten out of Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema. Like, Joe Manchin basically was telegraphing the whole time, like I'll walk away. And Joe Biden kept him in the tent. That got judges through. That got the Inflation Reduction Act through. Like, I do not believe. Like, I think we agree on a lot. I just don't believe that there is a version of the Joe Biden presidency that could have been more successful on legislative policy. I don't see that.
You're not going to appreciate what I'm about to say then.
Hit me.
Use the IRS and also the SEC and maybe even the FTC to investigate as to why Joe Manchin's brother owns a coal mine and whether there's a conflict of interest there. Investigate why Joe Manchin's daughter is selling pharmaceutical products to the state of West Virginia when Joe Manchin is directly at odds with any sort of bill that passes that would lower the cost of pharmaceuticals.
So you want the president to politicize these agencies and use them to go after people?
Because you want to know why?
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Because they're doing it at the behest of not only the American people, their interests, but they're also, and this is probably going to frustrate everyone in this audience, but here's the thing that I get very frustrated about.
Wide range.
Yeah, but couldn't you make that same argument for going after Trump then? You're politicizing the what is the word? The legal arm of the government by investigating Trump.
Range of listeners across a broad ideological spectrum.
Here's what really frustrates me.
What frustrates you?
Well, I mean, he's suggesting investigate what seems like corruption. Though I don't know if that would it would be. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define corruption. Because when I think about corruption, I think you're thinking about someone who's being influenced by an outside force to act against the normal interests of whatever their position is. So if you're a Democratic president and you're using the institutions of your of your government to investigate a member of your party who you suspect may be involved in corruption, but you're doing it because he's being like a pain in the ass? Is that corrupt? It's probably not the most ethical thing, but is it strictly corrupt? Because it's like, what if they do those investigations and they find something?
The way the Democratic Party operates. They love norms. They love institutions. They love civility.
In the same way that sometimes everybody is out to get you, sometimes everybody has a point.
They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is
There's
something
no
that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues. We got to protect democracy. We got to preserve our institutions. The problem is the other side doesn't give a shit about that. So I think I want a Democratic Party that fights for me and others who are marginalized, other people that like desperately need help. And I know that the Republican Party is never going to do that. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, well, you know, at least the Republicans are kind of listening to what I have to say, or are communicating, channeling the anger that I feel. Like, I don't care. They're charlatans. They're significantly worse than the Democratic Party. I don't like the Democratic Party for their closeness to the Republican Party. I want them to be a party that actually fights for the working class, for all Americans unconditionally, regardless of ideology. And you can't do that through bipartisanship with an otherwise like hostile entity that is the Republican Party. And I think there is a lot of hypocrisy there, and hypocrisy that people can see. Hypocrisy is the easiest thing that they can understand. You can't say that these guys are fascists, these guys are racist for 8 years for wanting to build a wall, and then turn around and straight up tell Anderson Cooper in that town hall, well, maybe the wall is a good idea, and I want to build it myself. I'm going to be the border czar. I'm going to be the border party. You can't do that. Americans look at that and go, so you're admitting that you were just lying for the past 8 years.
Well, it's like, again, though, it's like, I think actually, like, you look at somebody like Dan Osborne, right, who ran so far ahead of the Democratic Party, ran as this economic populist, but one of the things he had to do to get there was kind of be tough on immigration. And actually, like, I think part of it goes back to, like, if people felt like they knew, like, in their bones, like Bernie Sanders being to me like the signal example, like, you know what Bernie's about. You know what he's for. You know what motivates him. You know what he cares about. Same thing for Trump. You know when there are issues he doesn't give a fuck about, and there's issues he really, really cares about. Immigration is one. Trade, right? Like, you know the things that like that have been anti-crime, whatever. That there are things that have been in Donald Trump's like kind of brain slowly losing plasticity that are like kind of solid in there. And for Bernie, you know, like we know why he's in politics, and that gives a politician the space to kind of challenge orthodoxies in the party or kind of run counter to it to signal to the people you need to signal to. Now, like, you know, you say, oh, you can't call them fascist and then also work with them. Like, yeah, but at the same time, Joe, like, again, like, it's like, I just don't know what to do with this nuance. Joe Biden, like, I am glad Joe Biden did the Inflation Reduction Act and an infrastructure bill and a gun bill and the CHIPS Act and a bunch of other stuff. I'm glad he was able to do all of those things. I'm glad that he was able to use his kind of like moderate brand, whatever, to kind of bring people in and get some stuff done. Like, I don't think the country is better off if he didn't do those things. So, like, you describe it as hypocrisy. Like, it's compromise. Like, politics requires compromise.
The Republican Party rarely ever compromises. They're uncompromising. You only have to beat them.
But that's not true, though, right? Like, I agree with that on Trump, but that's just not true. Like, they did compromise, right? They like there are plenty of people on the Republican side that were furious at Republican senators for going along with some of these Biden bills, right? Like, those are people that did compromise.
Yeah, there is a million examples, however, of Republicans that are obstructionists that I'm sure you also love presenting, that go back to their town halls and lie about all the money that they brought back home from the bills that they voted against. So ultimately, we now know that political polarization is set in a way that never really existed in American history until the last couple of decades, right? I think that parties originally were more geopolitically focused on their immediate needs, like statewide needs. So you saw this dramatic shift, and now the Republican Party, especially with Mitch McConnell under the Obama administration, showcased that like permanent obstructionism is not punishable, and that gridlock is always considered the administrative party's problem. If there's any sort of gridlock, it's the fault of the leadership, and Americans hate gridlock.
Yeah.
That's kind of the reason why I was talking about Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, because that was a massive moment where like they actually ended up protecting the Republican Party because they were never going to vote for these bills anyway, and now the entire conversation was about like madness within the Democratic Party's caucuses, like, oh, they can't get their ducks in a row, right? Like that was genuinely frustrating to me because it's like if you would whip your votes immediately, then you could showcase that the Republican Party is standing in the way of progress. But that's just like, that is legislative minutia. What is more important to talk about is broad, sweeping legislative changes or a agenda that might even come across as bold and radical in the interest of the American working class. Joe Biden said he wanted to do the public option. Everybody knew that wasn't real. He never talked about it after. He used the public option. He slotted that in the primaries when the party was primed to the Bernie left, and everyone was like, trying to communicate their own populist version of what Bernie was doing. And Joe Biden won the primaries and effectively tabled the discussion about healthcare. This is still a major problem, regardless. Like, yes, negotiating pharmaceutical prices and ensuring that insulin prices are capped at $35, which is now going to be looking like a Trump victory when he's in office. It doesn't matter. It's still good for the American people. So that's great. But like, that is good, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
And I think that when you don't do that, when you have this very technocratic, third-way neoliberal approach, but you sprinkle in a little bit of like anti-corporate, anti-billionaire populism that Joe Biden certainly did, it's not, you're a rudderless ship. You're not communicating effectively like what you are about. And when you don't have a North Star that every single person can point to and say, this is what the party is about, your enemies can portray you as whatever they want. And that's why the anti-trans ads are even remotely effective, because you can make the Democratic Party look clownish and inconsistent and even silly and hyper-focused on whatever key issues there are, because one, they rarely ever focus on universality in programs. Everything has to be means tested, which I think is both on the policy front and on the politics front, garbage. Focus on universal programs, because that way you can cut across every single group, and you can disproportionately target marginalized populations, black populations, brown populations, and trans people. These people do not exist in a vacuum. They're not magical, mystical beings that are not experiencing the shocks of the market, or they still have to pay rent. They still need workplace protections. They still need, they still need the cost of medicine to go down, right? So universal programs capture the attention of all Americans, including this majority white, angry population that is finding themselves in the throes of the Republican reactionary movement. And so they need to do that. And if they don't do that, then the subtle populism of the right is always going to be the only game in town, and they're going to be able to present themselves as anti-establishment while they have billionaires parading around all the campaign stops, like Elon Musk trying to do that X logo every time he jumps.
You have 2 tins of chew or whatever those Zins are.
Child,
God,
I hate Elon Musk.
That is the trick, though, man. They're like, it does speak to just how far, one place where, so if you listen to the Harris campaign's advisors talking to Dan Pfeiffer, I know you did, and you had problems with it. But one place where they agreed is that, hey, everyone's saying, oh, this trans ad. It actually might not have been their most effective ad.
Not.
And they were trying to, and what Quentin Fulks said was that, they were actually really trying to target it to get at black men. And it looks like maybe that didn't work, right? That's sort of, we'll see, we're going to get more data. But, the point that the ad makes is just that, Democrats are weird. Democrats are strange, right? And they use trans people as a cudgel to do that. But to the larger point, you have billionaires, just literally the wealthiest man in the world.
The top seven donors this election cycle all donated to the Republican Party, and they were donating $100 million, $200 million. It was crazy.
How do you think about the fact that in right-wing media right now, and right-wing adjacent media, they are managing to be both the party of the wealthiest oligarchs in the world and the kind of traditional moral set trying to impose a specific way of living on people, and anti-establishment, kind of rebellious politics?
It's Nazi Germany, straight up. It's just pure fascism. That's all this is. It worked. It worked 100 years ago, and it's seemingly working right now. And it's not just the United States of America. It's all across Western Europe. The only country that bucked the trend of the incumbency disadvantage seemingly was Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
One must ask the question why an old doddering man who was still, relatively telegenic, even though he believed in wood elves, duendes, was able to get a tremendous amount of popularity and then become the transition candidate that actually passed the torch to a younger woman, Claudia Sheinbaum. I'm, of course, talking about Mexico. I'm talking about AMLO is the old man. Claudia Sheinbaum was his spiritual and ideological successor in the Morena party. Why did that happen? Why was AMLO so popular? And why is Claudia Sheinbaum also incredibly popular? Why did Claudia Sheinbaum win the election with even larger margins of victory than AMLO did? It's because they expanded the welfare state, they increased minimum wage, and they made a whole bunch of decisions that genuinely.
I mean, it is a pretty funny comparison to compare Trudeau's reaction to Trump's tariff threats and I just forgot, the current Mexican president, because Trudeau's went to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner with him, and she basically said, fuck you, I'll show you a border crisis.
Genuinely improve the material conditions of a lot of people in Mexico, and that's something
I'm
that
like
people
already
will
a
never
foot
forget.
lower than I was.
We
Like,
talked about
this
the black
chair
vote for a
is
second.
the worst.
As far as voter patterns
constantly.
goes, older black populations, like older black voters as a voting bloc, is a more reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party than younger black voters are. One must ask the question why. That is because people remember the last time the Democratic Party did something for black people, did something bold, expended social and political capital for black people. And that is something that people do not forget. If you give people things, they will not forget that. That's why there was a lot of dummies who thought, oh, Trump's back, we're going to get some stimmy checks. It's not going to happen, but they still remember that because they think, oh yeah, Trump gave us stimmy checks. I mean,
well, Joe Biden expanded. I mean, like, I
know.
And by the way, like, I'm not pushing back on any of this because I don't like agree with the sentiment. I am trying in the weeks after this election to just question these sort of statements, because then it's like, well, Joe Biden expanded the child tax credit, made a huge difference for millions of children.
No, absolutely. The expansion of the child tax credit was fantastic, but it didn't continue. It was so successful and it didn't continue. Like, do you think American people know why that happened?
I don't.
Who's at fault if American people don't know why that happened?
I think some of it is Democrats, some of it is the mainstream media, some of it is the right-wing media, and some of it, by the way, is the left. It is the media of the left, right? Like the first couple of years, there's been so many moments where my great frustration, I think, in the way politics is talked about is often people do not want to do the work of figuring out who's actually responsible, right? Like, Republicans will shut down the government, and mainstream sources will say, Washington gridlock continues, right? Or Joe Biden will be stymied in some way, or Barack Obama will be stymied. Why didn't Barack Obama do this? Why didn't Barack Obama do that when he had a majority, right? And he said, well, because it's actually, you know what? In the Senate, having 49 votes to get rid of the filibuster and having 50 votes to get rid of the filibuster is a difference between doing a ton of shit and not being able to do anything. That's not the fault of 49 people. That's the result of one person. Yeah.
Can I bring up something really quick? This conversation that you and I are having, have you ever heard a Republican have this conversation?
Well, what do you mean? Like Republicans don't talk this way?
Have you ever heard a Republican go, sorry, we couldn't get this done because we simply did not have the votes? Is that ever like a real significant front-facing public conversation that the Republicans have?
I mean, I feel like you want the answer to be no, but like, I do think the answer is yes.
I can't recall a time. Maybe no. I'm asking you.
No, I think on their side, like, they have over the last decade slowly but surely gotten rid of the people who are pointing out the actual things that stand in their way, right? They went after Kevin McCarthy. They went at, and sometimes that works. Sometimes that leaves them like pretty well stuck. I mean, like, Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He didn't have the votes, right? There was a big conversation about why he didn't have the votes. That there have been the Republican base furious with spending bills that were passed, right?
What did Donald Trump do after when John McCain struck down the Affordable Care Act?
What did he do?
He took out the individual mandate regardless. He did.
Well, he did what the same thing a Democratic president would do. Do as much as you can legislatively, and when it fails, use your executive power, which is what Biden has done on student loans and a bunch of other issues.
Yeah, so my point is, he still got the most significant aspect of his, agenda across, and in the process, he utilized the bully pulpit to laser John McCain nonstop and effectively bully John McCain in a way that I've never seen a Democratic president turn around and communicate about Joe Biden. I'll hear it about the left, about how they're naysayers, how they're spoilers. I never hear it about conservative Democrats. And I think it's the coalition.
We talk about that.
It's the coalition that you want to have, is my point. And I think Democrats, win or lose, want to win by their own established policies and the way that they want to win, and they're willing to lose if necessary, as long as they still maintain the overarching attitude that they have.
I just think that is,
or maybe they're just bad and wrong.
Well, I
don't
just
know.
think they're like, I think people need to be persuaded. I think people need to be persuaded. Like David Plouffe talking to Pfeiffer yesterday. He's like, look, you go to a swing state. You got a certain percentage of liberals and progressives. You got a certain percentage of conservatives, and you got this vast swath of moderates. You need them. You need them. Now, I think where you're right is like there is something about a Democratic establishment figures that feel more comfortable with.
All right, go off and chat if you're absolutely riveted by this, because I'm exhausted. And I'm thinking of calling it a night. You know what? Actually, it's my stream. I get to decide. We're going to call it a night. We're going to raid. Who's online? It's 1:30 here. I really appreciate the raid, and it's like it's killing me to cut it short, but I have a full-time job, and it's been a long ass week, so I'm going to go to bed. I think we will raid. Who's live? Who we got? Should we raid Frogan? No, we'll raid Amy.
California and New York.
Oh, good. You get more Hassan content.
Things, how did it work out? So the national numbers are totally irrelevant. So when you get to California, I
Even
looked it
more
up this
brain
morning because I
rot.
knew we were going to have this discussion. So pre-pandemic to now, violent crime up 15%, homicide up 15%. By the way, crime is complicated. Not every
Everyone
number
get
goes
in
up.
there.
You might be shocked to find out that when you're looking at the violent crime statistics, there is an overrepresented number
Alrighty, everybody.
of increased
No.
homicides of unhoused people that have
Wrong
occurred
one.
during this time. There has been an uptick in targeted attacks where where house people, just say house people, where house people have deliberately sought out unhoused
Nighty-night,
people
everybody.
to kill them. There is a lot of violence